Weka miguu hivi. Anacheza kama wakamba sasa. Twende.
I'd like us all to be upstanding for the national anthem and the East African Community Anthem. Asante.
Ilete baraka kwetu, akili ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, raha tukate na ustawi. Mungu twaomba ulinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tujilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Asante. While we remain standing, let me invite Madam Caroline Misoi for a word of prayer, please.
Let's pray. Let's pray. Sorry for that. Mighty and everlasting Father, we before you this morning. We humble ourselves before you, King of glory, and thank you for this day, O Lord. We planned it, oh my Father, and we just want to thank you because you have made it come to pass. King of glory, as we start, we welcome your presence from today up to Friday. We pray, my Father, that whatever will be deliberated in these 3 days shall help improve the lives of Kenyans. I pray, Jehovah Lord, that you may give us wisdom, guide us, O God, and may all glory and honor come back to you, because I've prayed this in the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Madam Misoi. May you please take your seats, and as you settle down, let me invite Kayamba Africa to play one interlude that will be warm enough to warm the entire room and to warm your hearts. Please feel free if you'd like to shake a leg, to dance, and make merry. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you for making time. Kayamba.
Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, we want to be patriotic. We want to ask that we be upstanding to sing a very short version of this particular song, Tushangilie Kenya, and then we will proceed with the program. Asante sana. Karibuni. Tusimame sisi wote. Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Kenya yetu tunayoipenda. Twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka. Twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka. Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Kenya makao yetu ni nchi ya usalama, kamwe hatutaiacha. Kenya makao yetu ni nchi ya usalama, kamwe hatutaiacha. Kamwe hatutaiacha. Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kupenda haki kwa watu wote. Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda
haki kwa watu wote, haki kwa watu wote. Ukipenda Kenya ujitenge na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Ukipenda Kenya ujitenge na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Hatutaki matata Kenya, hatutaki matata Kenya.
Haya, kila mtu shika roho yako namna hii na tuimbe pamoja verse moja peke yake. Tuimbe pamoja hivi.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na milele. Chetu nchi yenye upendo, hatutaiacha daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na milele.
Makofi, makofi mazito, ladies and gentlemen. A hearty round of applause for Kayamba Africa, led by my favorite uncle, Juma Odemba, HSC. Karibu sana. Asanteni sana. Please be seated. We're about to begin our program. I've been told somewhere that African time is truly God's timing. Yeah? Sindio, eh? We're here because of a reason, and here to officially attend the inaugural KDC Sectoral Forum on Strategic Investments and Inclusive Growth. This truly is the Next Frontier Africa 2025. We are live on LinkedIn, we are live on Facebook, we're also live on X, and it's X KDC, hashtag Kenya Development Corporation, the same thing with FB, the same thing with LinkedIn. We'd like you to go to social media, tell a friend to watch us live, and participate online as we get to listen to the speakers here today. Let me first begin by recognizing the presence of our chief guest today, the Permanent Secretary, State Department of Industry, Dr. Juma Mukwana. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Thank you so much for making time. Let me also appreciate the presence of the Director, Business Environment and Private Sector Development in the State Department of Investment and Promotion, Bwana Stephen Odua. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Also allow me to recognize the presence of the Director, Internal Trade in the State Department of Trade, Madam Elizabeth Migunda, who is here representing the Permanent Secretary, State of Department of Trade, Regina Obam. Karibu sana. Thank you so much for being here. Let me recognize our host, the Director General, KDC, Kenya Development Corporation, CPA, FA, Ms. Nora Ratemo, who's the Director General. Karibu sana. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Let me also recognize the presence of our chairman today, the Honorable Sakwa Bunyasi. Karibu sana. Makofi kwake tafadhali. I also want to recognize the presence of Mr. Dr. James Moria, the CEO, Centum. Karibu sana. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite you all, and as you all know, through the program, it's quite elaborate what we're going to have a discussion on today, and I hope you will all enjoy. We will have breakout sessions later on, and I'll be giving you a brief on what's going to happen. But before I do that, and before I invite our first speaker today, please allow me to recognize representatives of different partners, different organizations who've made this day possible, who've partnered with our parent ministry, which is the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, together with Kenya Development Corporation. Let me recognize the presence of officials from KCB, Kenya Commercial Bank, our partners today. Makofi kwao tafadhali. Let's also appreciate National Bank. Makofi. Let's appreciate Focus, Container Freight Station, makofi kwao, asante sana. We also appreciate Kwal, makofi kwao, tafadhali. NCBA, makofi kwao, sijui kama wako hapa lakini. Ken Invest, anybody from Ken Invest? Thank you so much for your partnership. Kenya Association of Manufacturers. I know the representatives will be holding panels and helping us through discussions. Makofi kwao tafadhali. Premier Bank, makofi kwao tafadhali. A round of applause for UNIDO. A round of applause for Sales Authority. A round of applause for African Guarantee Fund, makofi kwao tafadhali. A round of applause for ZEP, PTA Reinsurance Company, makofi kwao tafadhali. The Agricultural Finance Company, AFC, makofi kwao. Any representative from Kenya Industrial Estates, makofi, thank you so much for your partnership. CPF, I know the representative here, asante sana, makofi. Micro and Small Enterprises Authority, thank you so much. EPZ, Export Processing Zones Authority, I know their representatives are here, makofi kwao. And last but not least, the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, makofi kwao tafadhali. To our delegates who are from foreign nations, we say thank you, karibuni sana, thank you for making time to be here. And we're going to, as I assured you earlier, we're going to have a wonderful time, discussions to discuss the importance of the next frontier, Africa 2025. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let me now invite our first speaker to do a welcome and opening remarks. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for our Director General, KDC, CPA, FA, Ms. Nora Ratemo, the Director General. May I kindly request you to go to the podium at the front. Please be mindful of the stairs. Thank you. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Mabibi na mabwana. Asante.
Our PS, Dr. Juma Mkwana, Chairman, Kenya Development Corporation, Dr. Sakwa Bunyasi, our partner and investor, Dr. James Moria, CEO Centum Group, KDC Board of Directors, our partners, representatives of the PS, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
It's my honor and great pleasure to welcome all of you to the inaugural Next Frontier Africa Summit. This gathering marks an important milestone as we bring together industry experts and development partners to accelerate transformative investments and shape Africa's next phase of growth. Now, allow me to first introduce who we are. Who is Kenya Development Corporation? Why are we having this summit? And why are you all here? Important partners for us to be able to drive this conversation for the next 3 days. So if I may have my presentation up. So KDC is hosting the inaugural, what we are calling the Next Frontier Africa 2025. The theme is catalyzing inclusive growth through strategic investments and inclusive growth. So this forum will be held for the next 3 days. And what we are actually looking at is to have conversation, to drive conversation around specific sectors that KDC wants to catalyze. And that's the reason why we have various players, various investors, partners in the room, so that we can be able to drive conversation around the various sectors. Now, KDC is the developmental financial institution that does investments and de-risks investments in Kenya. We are looking at Africa as the next global growth hub. It's rich in talent, it has great resources and untapped potential. Now, when we talk about the next frontier, we are looking at various innovations going into various specific sectors, which include the digital and creative space, which is an untapped sector. We're also looking at manufacturing. I think part of what the government is actually looking at is to steer manufacturing from the current 7.5%, its contribution to GDP, to around 15%. So for us to drive this, we thought that it was key for us to also have sector-specific discussions around manufacturing. KDC has been a heavy investor in the manufacturing sector. We have various products in manufacturing. We shall be looking to drive conversation around that. And as we look at that, we're also looking at healthcare. We need a healthy population. Healthcare actually takes 7% of our GDP in terms of expenditure. So definitely a conversation that we need to have. How do we drive more technology into the healthcare space? What do we need to do? What capital is actually required? What investment opportunities are actually there? And this will be conversations that we shall be having over the next 3 days. Reason why we are calling this the Next Frontier Africa Summit, because we believe Africa and Kenya, to be specific, given that we are a strategic country, we're a strategic economy, our location is quite strategic, we have a heavy investment in terms of talent, so we basically have a good labor force. Everything is working for us, but we need to be strategic in terms of our investment. And these specific sectors are actually sectors that KDC is focusing on in terms of our next 5-year strategic plan. And that is why we're having this forum for the next 3 days. The next slide, please. So we were established in the year 2020 out of a merger of 3 DFIs, which is ICDC, IDB, and Tourism Finance Corporation. Most of what we are mandated to actually do is to provide concessional capital, development finance to investors in various sectors, and equally to drive, to provide strategic business advisory and technical assistance. We do this through providing sustainable finance, concessional finance to various investments. Now, KDC's sectors of focus and what we've been able to do over the last 3 years that we've been established is that we've been able to drive capital into various sectors, and therefore we've seen since our establishment, where we started with a loan book of around 3.1 billion, that has since grown to around 15 billion as at end of last financial year, and we're looking to grow this further. But we want to grow this loan book strategically. We want to grow this investment loan book strategically in terms of focusing specific sectors, and sectors that we feel or that the government has actually identified that these are the sectors that actually can drive the economy of this country. Now, KDC, our anchor in terms of our investment is basically Kenya's Vision 2030. We are equally anchored by the government's agenda. We're also looking at the SDG goals, and we also look at the beta transformation agenda, which is basically what is driving the discussions that we're going to have in the next few days. So KDC sectors of focus are basically climate change, and climate is definitely a conversation that Africa is currently having. We are seeing with more industrialization, we also taking note of the degradation of our environment. So part of the conversation and the sectors we'll also be focusing is on climate change. Currently, KDC is developing climate-specific products. We currently have one, which we're calling the de-risking of the livestock value chain. The DRIVE project is in partnership with the World Bank, and it's one of the climate products that we have. And we're looking to develop more products, but we want to develop these products having the information and having the specific gaps and noting what actually the market needs. So the DRIVE project is for the livestock sector, which was out of the climatic shock we had in 2022 in terms of the drought, where we do not want our pastoralists suffering such kind of losses. So going forward, we have this program running for the next 5 years, which is a $40 million project specific for the climate change. But equally, KDC is now setting up the Green Fund, which will be a fund that will be run by a fund manager, which we are driving investment into that fund to basically also invest in greening projects, in greening investments, in greening businesses. So as we go into that sector discussion, you'll be hearing more about what KDC is doing in terms of the climate change sector. But however, we also want to hear from the authorities in this space what actually would work, what gaps actually exist, because our mandate as KDC is actually to catalyze and drive private sector investment. And I think this is a critical sector for us as a country that we need to focus on. Now, the digital and creative space, I've spoken about this. It's equally one of our sectors of focus. We're looking to have conversation around this. This is also a solution for our job creation, what we currently suffer as a country, lack of jobs. So this will be one of the conversations we're also having. It will be a sector forum we are holding today, this afternoon, to drive conversation around this. Manufacturing, I think we can't overemphasize what the country needs to do. We're looking at value addition. We're looking at agro-processing. We are an agriculture-driven economy. We know very well how much contribution is coming from agriculture, which is our highest contributor, about 22% to the GDP. Therefore, as we talk about manufacturing, as we talk about post-harvest losses, we cannot talk about this without, of course, looking at value addition. Healthcare, we've spoken about this. We'll be having these conversations the next 3 days. What innovations do we need, or what opportunities actually exist within the healthcare space? What catalyzing programs do you actually require within the healthcare sector for those who are in that category of investments, so that we're able to drive this conversation with government. We have policy makers who will be in the room. We have the various senior government officials here. So this would be feedback that we're able to give and equally provide products that are really customized to this. Tourism has been a sector we've been playing since formation of KDC. Equally, one of the key drivers of this economy. And of course, we're looking at sustainability within the tourism space, but we're also looking at innovation and enhancing. I believe we lost the tourism award to our neighbors here, Tanzania, over the weekend. So it would be a good conversation to know what investments do we need to do? What more do we need to do as government to support investors in that sector? Post-harvest losses. Our farmers are struggling with doing their production. Government is actually supporting within the production side, but then their harvests, we are losing about 30 to 40% of our harvests. But equally, beyond just losing our harvest, we're also exporting our products raw. So equally, we'll be discussing about what do we do within the various subsectors in the post-harvest management. We're looking at coffee, we're looking at the tea sector. What do we need to do as KDC to support you? So we are seizing this opportunity to basically transform our country. And I think if we have discussions around this, and therefore looking at how do we provide capital to the various MSMEs that are in this space, to the big investors, we'll equally be having developmental partners. I think tomorrow we'll be having a session with the development partners who are key capital providers. But equally, we need to provide that gap, that as a country, we want that intervention. And KDC is here to act as the middleman in terms of channeling these funds from our capital providers, our various funders, to be able to get this to you, to be able to even provide this capital to our financial institutions so that they're able to distribute it to our investors. So it's just not about capital. We're also looking at strategy. We're also looking at what technical support can we give the investors. Remember, again, not every business is struggling with lack of capital. I know as a country we are talking about access to finance. A lot of policymakers within the financial space are looking at ensuring that we make capital available and affordable. But beyond that, businesses are also looking at technical assistance. So as we have these conversations, we have the key market leaders within the various sectors who will be engaging with in terms of what support can we give the incoming investors to be able to enable them to thrive within that sector. Kenya is actually known to be one of the countries that has the highest number of startups. But equally, we know that a lot of these startups do not go beyond their third birthday. So we shall be linking the authorities in these sectors with those who are coming in, with those who are struggling to thrive, with those who actually require support, not just financial support, but equally technical support. Beyond that, we shall be having sessions where innovators will be also pitching, because I believe this is also a session where those with excess capital and scouting for opportunities to invest have an opportunity to identify innovative projects that you can actually invest in, and thereby provide capital to also our innovators. We have the exhibition that is currently running with our various partners. We have a few innovators there. It would be good for all of you to walk through there and see. We have very interesting projects and proposals and presentations that are running there. It would be good for us to catch up and actually see what our young Kenyans are actually doing and see how we can support them. So, key outcomes that we're looking out of this dialogue that we're going to have is stakeholder engagement. We are looking at strategic partnership. As I mentioned, we have all the key players here. We have our development partners coming in. It therefore makes our conversation much easier as Kenya Development Corporation. As we are looking for this funding, we're looking for specific funding that is actually going to solve a specific gap that exists in the market. And that is supposed to stimulate private sector capital. So with the banks here, of course, if KDC goes ahead to put in this money, having de-risked some of these sectors, we will hope that we can be able to drive more private sector capital, because that is our mandate as KDC. We're also looking at deals. Part of the outcomes we want to achieve is to ensure that we are able to matchmake and see if a few investors can be able to sign up deals. At the end of this forum, investors will have been able to access capital, and those with excess capital will have been able to identify projects to invest in. So this being our key expected outcomes, KDC will then be tracking this with our various policy makers. Key to this would be that we'll be seeing what signed partnership agreements we have out of this. We'll be seeing what signed deals we have out of this. Sector-specific alignment reports that then enhance and enrich in terms of government policy, in terms of even us as an institution being able to resource these sectors well and equally develop our projects. So as we go into these sessions, we'll be now more specific in terms of even giving you what kind of products exist to support investors in these sectors. However, we believe it is not one works for all, so we'll need to modify this, and that is one of the outcomes that we are actually looking at, that we're also able to create for you sector-specific products that are affordable and accessible to you as investors. So my call to all delegates is, let's engage, let's identify the opportunities that actually exist in the next 3 days. Let us participate in the sector-specific discussions that will be ongoing. Let us see if we can actually sign deals. Let's ensure that we bring these conversations to a close and there is actually something signed off, or there are conversations that are going to happen after this. And of course, at the end of the day, we also are looking at, can't specifically see that. But yes, we're also looking at policy change, driving policy conversation, influencing policy changes that are required in these specific sectors. So as we come to a close, mine would be to sincerely thank all of you, the delegates that are present. We do equally want to thank Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, led by Honorable CS, Honorable Lee Kinyanjui, our PS, Abubakar Hassan Abubakar, who's not present, but represented, our PS for Industrialization, a key partner, Dr. Mkwana, our board, led by our board chair, Honorable Sakwa Bunyasi, all our staff, stakeholders, partner, for this continued support and commitment. Thank you for joining us today and for the contributing insights that we're going to have in the next few days. Mine is to rally all of you, let's engage, especially in the sector-specific forums. We shall also be having panel discussions later this morning and in the afternoon around specific partnerships and what is actually affecting SMEs. What can we actually do to provide more capital and sustain SMEs? Conversations about partnerships and public-private partnerships. How can we partner with the private sector to drive specific investments in this sector? So we shall be having interesting conversations in the next 3 days. Mine is for all delegates. Let's show up, let's turn up. KDC has made this conference happen so that we can drive and ensure that you're all thriving within your specific sectors. And at the end of the day, Kenya thrives, our citizens thrive, and we have a good country and we have a good economy. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. I wish you all well. Thank you.
Asante sana. Makofi. A round of applause for Ms. Nora Ratemo, CPA-FA and Director General KDC. Asante sana for your welcome opening remarks and well as the overview of why we are here today for this summit. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let me now invite the Honorable Sakwa Bunyasi, who's the Chairman of Kenya Development Corporation, to also come and make his remarks. He'll focus on steering Kenya's development agenda, the role of patient capital in unlocking industrial transformation. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our Chairman, the Honorable Sakwa Bunyasi.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. My name is Sakwa, as has been mentioned. I just want to add my remarks to what our Director General has mentioned to contextualize the purpose of these 3 days and also to give each of us some comfort that it is multiple voices towards a single journey. Our chief guest today, Dr. Mkwana, and all protocols observed. As chair of KDC, it is in my interest and continuing purpose that we successfully work in a broad environment, driven as a policy by the President, and supported by all of the institutions that are created in the Republic. For our guests who are here from outside the country, this is our belief that we will be able to share what we are doing, share what you are doing, and together visualize a new frontier. I stand here supported by 2 colleagues from my board who are here, Mr. Michael Kagika, who is seated just below me here, and Ms. Sige Koech, both members of the board at KDC. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather as partners today, as private sector leaders, as investors and policymakers, but also as very bold thinkers to dare to think about what the next frontier would be like and how we can take advantage of it and move with the times that are ahead of us. Kenya is determined to chart a new frontier. I think the president has spoken about this on many occasions. He's talked about issues, say, for example, pertaining to climate change globally. He has talked about issues around the financial architecture and how it's misaligned sometimes with the ambitions and needs of countries, emerging economies like ours. These are big issues, big global issues that are really, really important, but out of which we must carve a way, a purpose, and an opportunity for Kenya to grow its economy. And as we grow, we are within an integrated region that we can work in sync with our neighbors. Sometimes there's a tendency to look at individual mismatches. One country goes ahead and the other is a little behind, and they begin to worry. But as a region, we are feeding into each other. We must feed into each other so that we can together carry along our countries and regions, not only we in East Africa, but I guess the entire continent. I am happy to witness this launch of our global brainstorming and serious thinking about the next frontier. This platform will help us together think about the next chapter of Kenya's growth. KDC is, we are at the right at the front and back and center of Kenya's transformation efforts. And to do this, as we are quickly learning, this wasn't the topic 30 years ago, 20 years ago, the issues around so-called patient capital. That we need to be able to mobilize resources that stay the course, that match the time, that provide opportunities for the transformative changes that occur, and not 1 year in, 1 year out. That you won't be able to get the transformation that is so deeply embedded and needed, rather, within our sectors. We have a strategic plan, which I won't get into because it's not going to be the subject of these 2 days. But we work broadly through the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, which essentially means, for those who may not be from Kenya, which essentially means that as you look at our demographic pyramid, its base, as it tapers up towards the top, 80–90% are people struggling to make a living, barely, providing labor most of the time. Of course, they provide a certain amount of demand as well, effective demand. But that it's only when this sector of our society gains that the economy gains. In fact, a small gain within our 90% or whatever size of our population, probably is even bigger, gain, even if it is just 2% in real income, it makes a huge difference in aggregate demand for the economy and the growth that might emanate from that. Sometimes people think it will be the billionaire class, and we also have our billionaires, who will make the difference. No, they are part of the effort. But most of the thrust has to come from the majority of the population and of tomorrow, and they are going to be the parents or the grandparents of 10 and 20 years from now. But that bulge is going to move. By the time it clears, it will be well over 100 years. It's not time we can wait. It's time that we provide for them.
New organizations, and I've had the privilege of working very closely with KDC for the last 25 years in different companies that we have co-invested together. And I've seen and I've learned a lot. Actually, a lot of what I know about investing, I learned from our colleagues in ICDC, today KDC, some of whom are here today. So when Nora invited me to speak at this forum on the subject of the role of private equity and venture capital in scaling inclusive and sustainable growth, I did not think twice. I immediately accepted and shuffled my schedule so that I can be here today. One, because of the importance of the subject, and two, because of the very high esteem in which I hold this organization called KDC, which I think many Kenyans underappreciate the impact KDC has had on the economic development of this country. I think for those of you who are here, please let's put our hands together for KDC, for the great work that they've done and continue to do. Now, the question was, and I know we are short of time and a lot has been said by both the Director General and by the Chairman. What is private equity and venture capital, and why is it important? Private equity and venture capital are forms of equity financing that provide capital to businesses at different stages of growth. So at Centum, as an example, we focus exclusively on providing equity to businesses. And this is distinct from debt, and I'll explain briefly why this is critical. And venture capital typically supports early stage enterprises, often startups, where ideas are innovative, but the business is yet to prove its commercial viability. To give you an example, Centum and KDC started organizations like Isuzu East Africa in this country, and at that time that was venture capital. Also, the Coca-Cola bottlers were started by these two organizations, and because of a lack of a track record, you need an institution that can provide the early stage capital, because debt will follow equity. It does not matter how much debt capital you have in the economy. No lender will provide debt capital if there's no equity in the project, if there are no financials, if there's no track record. So for us to catalyze the debt that we have, we require organizations like KDC and others to provide the requisite private equity and venture capital that is required. But beyond capital itself, what makes private equity and venture capital transformative is the value-added partnership they offer. They bring strategic and operational expertise to businesses. This includes board support, management support, professionalization of operations, governance structures, financial controls, business development. These are activities that lenders do not participate in. Lenders expect you to have this in place. Now, to do it at scale, you need providers of equity and you need providers of venture capital to be able to do this. PE players also assist in fundraising for follow-on capital. They guide market expansion strategies and often play a leading role in building strong boards, leadership teams, and governance. That is the role of private equity. So PE and VC investors actually act as risk mitigators. You help the risk enterprises by identifying bottlenecks early, aligning incentives, navigating the regulatory landscapes. And this in turn gives banks and other financiers confidence to provide additional capital. So as enterprises grow and scale, they become more profitable, more resilient, and ultimately more employable, contributing to tax revenues and economic development. The point I want to make is, and I made this point in a previous engagement when I was invited by the Kenya Revenue Authority, on the subject of how do we mobilize more taxes from our companies. And my point is that we need to create more enterprises. And we need to enable the existing enterprises to expand. To create more enterprises, you need capital. And you need beyond capital, you need capital that supports in the growth of those enterprises. When you have a low rate of foreign direct investment or private capital formation, that is the lead. The lag will be low tax collection. So if you focus on collecting from the few enterprises you have, then you'll crowd them out. The solution has to be what is being discussed in this forum. How do we catalyze more investment, particularly equity, because equity is what will unlock debt, to expand existing enterprises, to create new enterprises so that you can expand the economic base. Now, why is this important? Because one might think it's all about returns. It's more important now, and the chairman spoke about it. We have 800,000 young people joining the labor force every year. And as a country, we've invested a lot in universities and tertiary education. These young people are not graduating to go into agricultural jobs. They are not graduating to go to be smallholder farmers. They have been trained to work in a formal sector. We are only creating 100,000 formal jobs. What that means is that the rate of enterprise formation is not sufficient to absorb the talent that we have. And so from a policy perspective, the policymakers then we should be thinking, what do we do to incentivize more equity investment so that you can create more jobs for these 700,000 people who do not have access to jobs at the moment. Noting that the highest proportion of our tax revenues comes from payroll taxes. So the more people you employ, the more payroll taxes you collect. And I'm happy I saw a board member of KDC from Treasury. And it's not every day I get a chance to make a contribution on tax policy. My humble submission is that our tax policy should be geared towards attracting investment, and we tax the profit of the businesses that have been the recipients of that investment, as opposed to taxing the capital. Because capital is globally mobile. Africa has 54 African countries. When global fund managers are allocating capital, Kenya is one of these 54. And capital flows where the return is highest for the lowest risk. And I believe we have a lot of work to do in reducing the risk perception of our country so that then we can attract more capital, because Kenya, more than any other country, needs that capital because of the demographic composition of the country. If you don't get the capital in, you won't have enterprise formation. If you don't have enterprise formation, you won't have jobs. If you don't have jobs, then you have what we saw last week, where you have young people who are graduating. I'm the chancellor of Machakos University, and for the last 7 years, I've had the privilege of being the chancellor. We are graduating in that university 3,000 people every year. Of those 3,000, only about 300 are getting jobs. 2,700 are not getting jobs. Now, it's our responsibility to think, what are the solutions? And that's where equity comes in. Now, where do we stand globally in terms of attracting two things? One, foreign direct investment. But secondly, also, private capital formation. Private capital formation is the amount of investment that is going into private enterprise. So if you think about investment, it's in two parts. One is public investment. Public investment is roads, public goods. Private is investment by private enterprises. Now, the portion that creates jobs is a private enterprise. Public enterprise is largely around providing a service. Now, at the moment, our FDI inflow relative to GDP is about 1%. Successful peer countries are at 3 to 5%. And these countries don't have the kind of demographic we have. They have an older population. So for us to create jobs for the young people we have, we need to grow this 1% about 5 times to around 5%. And a lot of it needs to come not as debt, but as equity. Because if you have the debt, but you cannot meet the equity tranche, then the debt cannot be deployed. So I'm sure when you go around here and you speak to many funders, they'll tell you we have deadlines, but we've not disbursed. The reason they have not disbursed is because they're not investable enterprises. The reason they're not investable enterprises is because there's insufficient equity capital. And equity investors were in the market to do the origination of the transactions so that you can deploy your debt. Now, private investment. Private investment is loans from banks and equity that is going into private investment. The data shows we've been on a decline from 2015. Private investment has been coming down in favor of investment to the public sector. This is government paper and treasury bills. So we are now at 13 to 14% of GDP whereas peer countries are 25 to 30%. This is private investment being channeled to private enterprises. So ladies and gentlemen, what you're witnessing now is a consequence of almost 10 years of suppressed private investment. You then have socioeconomic consequences, you then have tax shortfalls, etc. And that's why this is important. So I was broadening it. It's not just a corporate finance issue. It is an issue that goes to the socioeconomic and even the security of the country. So as we think about our regulatory policy, we need to think very, very carefully, what do we need to do to increase investment into this country? Last year, so the numbers, it was less than $1 billion. We are not the only country with a large population. India has a larger population. It's almost 1 billion people. Last year, they had $100 billion of foreign direct investment into their country. Because if they don't do that, then they'll have a problem, an employment problem. They'll have a security problem. So I hope that for the policymakers around us, I hope that I've triggered us to think a bit more holistically on how we craft our policies on some of these issues and to see the interconnectedness between what is happening on the investment front and what happens on the business front and what ultimately happens from a fiscal perspective and an employment perspective and ultimately a security perspective. So the countries that have succeeded in attracting significant equity-based foreign direct investment, not just foreign, but also local, because we are local investors, such as Vietnam, India, Bangladesh, and Mauritius, have done more than offer tax incentives. I know a lot is being done around the area of tax incentives, and I want to commend the government of Kenya, the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry on this area through the Special Economic Zone program. And we worked actually with KDC in the establishment of the Two Rivers International Finance Center to deal with this particular issue. The issue investors had is around capital gains tax, because you can now access that incentive if you are located in the zone. Taxes around repatriation of dividend, taxes around when you borrow foreign capital. But as I was sharing with the PS, Dr. Juma Mukwana, I've spoken to many foreign investors, and the challenge I've had, first, many don't even believe us. You know, when I tell them these incentives are there, they don't believe it. They say, I need to go check with my lawyers. Two, they don't believe they will stay. It's important that we convey certainty. The chairman of KDC spoke about private equity being long-term capital. Long-term capital, if you speak to KDC, because I know it, some of the investments they have held for more than 40 years, 50 years. Now, you're not going to make a long-term investment if tax policy changes every 12 months. It can't work. You will not attract any investment, any meaningful investment, because there's just too much uncertainty. So the most critical thing is regulatory predictability. Provide clarity on investor protection, taxes that relate to that investor, capital repatriation, dispute resolution. We need to build more investor confidence through consistency of policy. We also need to promote products. In marketing, there's 4 P's of marketing, and the first P is product. The last P is promotion. Sometimes we focus too much on promotion, but the product is not there. So when the investor asks, yes, we've promoted the EPZ or the SEZ, when I come, where is it? Where will I start operations? Yes, you have the product on paper, but is it there? I think we need to spend more time doing that work, and that's what KDC used to do, and I think still does, and that's what we do in terms of preparing companies that are ready. So I want to close. I've spoken for a while. Hopefully I've made the case of and the differentiation on why private equity and venture capital is important. The point that we are competing for capital globally. Even the capital that is in Kenya, we are competing for it. Because we removed foreign exchange controls, which is a good thing. It means the Kenyan investor can choose to invest in Uganda, can choose to invest in Tanzania, can choose to invest in Egypt. So as we come up with our policies, let us remember that we're in competition for capital. And equity capital in particular is scarce. And you need to have a competitive regulatory environment for us to spur capital. The third point I hope that has come out is that the rate of private capital formation in the country is not sufficient for the needs of this country. So it means what we are doing is good, but it is not adequate. We need to multiply our efforts so that we can solve the problem at its roots. KDC was started in 1956 or 57, Centum in 1967. The generation at that time was dealing with a different problem. Now it is our responsibility for those of us who are working today to deal with the problems of the young people, to turn them into opportunities, and for us to think critically about what we need to do to turn around the clock around private capital formation in this country. I wish you all the best. I wish you God's blessings, and congratulations, KDC, on this momentous event. I'm proud to be associated with you, and on behalf of Centum and all our partners and directors, congratulations. Thank you very much. I wish you a very successful forum. Asanteni sana.
Makofi, a hearty round of applause for CEO Centum, Dr. James Moria. Thank you so much for those kind remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Executive Officer, Kenya Commercial Bank, Mr. Paul Russo, would have loved to be here with us as we discuss the Next Frontier Africa 2025, but he's had other engagements in the morning that are running through all this time. So he has sent a representative, and I want to invite now Mr. Njoroge Mutahi to come and make the remarks on behalf of CEO Paul Russo, tafadhali, from KCB. Asante. Makofi. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. The PS, Dr. Juma Mkwana, the chair, Mr. Sakwa Bunyasi, our DG of KDC, Ms. Nora Ratemo, thank you, and all distinguished guests, thank you all very much for being here today. First and foremost, let me send the deepest apologies of our group CEO, Mr. Paul Russo, who would have loved to be here. And this is an initiative that he holds very dear. The bank as a whole, KCB Bank, also holds very dear. And therefore, it was very critical that I come and represent him. Like has been said, my name is Njoroge Mutahi. First and foremost, KCB would like to congratulate KDC for hosting this particular event. It is an event that we find aligns very closely to what we want to do. And the relationship that we have had with KDC is very deep-rooted. In addition to facilitating operations and things like that, we consider ourselves core partners of KDC in their core mandate of facilitating everything that the DG has elaborated on, as we have just seen. The way we see our partnership is such that when one graduates from the assistance that KDC has enabled you to do, has enabled your business in terms of advisory services, in terms of equity investment or debt investment, that company can then now graduate into a fully fledged commercial and sustainable institution, which we as KCB are very keen to take on. That is a challenge that we like to take on. In your sectors of focus, as KDC, KCB is the first GCF, Green Climate Fund accredited institution in Kenya. And it's something that we hold dear to our heart. It's not something that we like to just come and talk about here. We are very keen and deliberate on our investments, ensuring that they are sustainable, not just on business principles, but also on an environmental basis. This is something that we hold dear. We have now the relevant departments and units to accommodate various environmentally sustainable businesses and environmentally conscious businesses towards securing a greener future for everyone. We also cherish what particular projects that the KDC has mentioned here. As has been mentioned, things like ensuring livestock farmers and so on are funded towards more sustainable structures in livestock farming that are environmentally sustainable, that also provide a more sustainable and constant livelihood for a lot of our livestock farmers in arid and semi-arid areas. This is something that KCB really cherishes and likes to take, is taking forward. Let me just say also that we are very challenged by what Mr. Moria has said in terms of the reduced private investment. And it is true and inescapable that when you do look at the various balance sheets of the banks over the last couple of years, it has decreased in favor of government paper. And this is a challenge that I will be taking on as we will be taking on as KCB. Fortunately, the government of Kenya has done their bit in terms of the reduced interest rates that we see now. So in a way, we are also forced to look out for more investment and see where the greater returns can be, as well as involving ourselves in sectors that we believe will push this economy. At the end of the day, for institutions such as KCB, we need to ensure that we have a secure future by ensuring that the livelihoods of many of our people are improving and businesses are thriving. Of the many businesses that we come and see, sometimes nowadays we engage with a lot of youth and young people. Mr. Moria, a lot of those 2,700 people you just mentioned who are not employed, you know, they engage in a lot of businesses, and we see them at our branches across the country. Some are doing online businesses, some are trying to be influencers and so on and so forth. And I think it is incumbent on all of us here to find a way to make that particular business sustainable, to find a way to package them. And it is therefore a testament to how much KDC is needed in our country right now in terms of those business advisory services and so on, that can now enable these young people through their creativity and their innovation to now have a bankable business and graduate into the bigger leagues of businesses that we want to see, that will definitely secure a more sustainable country for all of us. With those few remarks, let me just say that once again, we are here as KCB to listen to everyone and various policy makers and people needing investment and everyone in the room, so that we can also move as we tailor products that will ensure the sustainability of this particular nation. Thank you very much. Wishing you happy deliberations throughout the next 3 days.
Asante sana, Mr. Njoroge Mutai. Thank you so much. Representing the Chief Executive Officer, KCB, Mr. Paul Russo. Tafadhali tufikishie salamu zetu, tunashukuru. The Honorable Abubakar Hassan, the Permanent Secretary, State Department of Investment and Promotion, would have also loved to be here with us, but he's got prior engagements and he's not been able to be here with us. Same as Madame Regina Ombam, the Permanent Secretary, State Department of Trade, who also has engagements elsewhere. But the two permanent secretaries, principal secretaries, I beg your pardon, have been able to send their representatives, and we'd like to invite them now on stage to make their remarks, and thereafter to invite our chief guest today. Let me begin by inviting the Director, Internal Trade, Madame Elizabeth Migunda, to make her remarks on behalf of the Principal Secretary, State Department of Trade. Karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. I'm really happy to be here to deliver remarks on behalf of our PS, Ms. Regina Ombam, who is unable to join us due to some pressing matters. but nevertheless, she sends her greetings and her best wishes for the forum. It is very exciting for me, of course, to be here, and I wish to congratulate KDC for hosting this event. I believe the tempo that has been set is very high, and I wish all the success that the tempo will continue. So I'll just go straight to the remarks, the official remarks, which is Chief Guest, PS for Industry, Dr. Juma Muhwana. Our hosts, KDC, led by the Chair, CPA Bunyasi. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Trade is the bloodline of Kenya's economy. It connects our farmers to global markets, our MSMEs to regional value chains, and our industries to new opportunities that fuel jobs and innovation. As we gather at the Next Frontier Africa 2025 Summit, our message is simple. Kenya is open for trade, ready for growth, and determined to compete regionally and globally. In the past few years, we have doubled down on efforts to expand market access for Kenyan products, from signing strategic bilateral and multilateral agreements to championing the African Continental Free Trade Area, in which we are unlocking a single African market of over 1.4 billion people with a combined GDP exceeding US dollars 3.4 trillion. In 2023, Kenya's exports grew to 1.04 trillion, up from 974 billion Kenya shillings in 2022, driven by a strong performance in tea, horticulture, and manufactured goods. In the same period, total trade was valued at 3.2 trillion shillings, with imports accounting for 2.2 trillion, demonstrating the continued need for value addition and export diversification. We're diversifying our exports to new high-value markets, while at the same time investing in modern trade infrastructure, from upgraded ports and border posts to integrated logistics corridors and the digitization of customs systems, all geared towards making cross-border trade seamless, faster, and more cost-effective. Ladies and gentlemen, trade competitiveness is about ensuring our products meet global standards, our entrepreneurs have the capacity to scale up, and our MSMEs have the support they need to penetrate new markets. To this end, we're working closely with the private sector to boost value addition in agriculture, textiles, and manufacturing, ensuring that Kenya does not just export raw materials, but finished products that fetch higher returns and create more jobs at home. We are also championing regional integration, working with our neighbors in the EAC, COMESA, and beyond to reduce non-tariff barriers, harmonize standards, and open up new trade routes that make our businesses more competitive. And as I close, I wish to say that our goal is clear: to position Kenya as a trade and logistics hub for Africa, a gateway through which the region's goods reach global markets and global investments find a home in Africa. Let us work together to unlock the potential of trade as a catalyst for shared prosperity, sustainable growth, and a brighter future for all Kenyans. With these remarks, I wish you success over the next 3 days, and thank you for your kind attention.
Asante sana. Makofi to Madame Elizabeth Migunda, who has delivered her remarks on behalf of Madame Regina Ombam, the Principal Secretary, State Department of Trade. Please pass, on behalf of all our delegates here, pass our warm regards to Madame Regina. And here to speak on behalf of the Honorable Abubakar Hassan, the Principal Secretary, State Department on Investment, Promotion in the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, is Mr. Stephen Odua, who is the Director of Business, Environment, and Private Sector Development. A warm round of applause for Director Stephen Odua. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, moderator. Our chief guest today, Dr. Juma Mukwana, PS for Industry. Elizabeth Miguda, who's just left the stage, representing PS Trade. Honorable Dr. Sakwa Bunyasa, Chairman of the board of KDC, and also I recognize the other board members of KDC present. Nora Ratemo, Director General, KDC. James Moria, the CEO of Centum Group. Other CEOs present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Let me take us through the speech of our Principal Secretary, Abubakar Hassan Abubakar, who is currently not in Kenya, but I'm representing him today. Today marks a bold step forward as we open the doors for a new frontier of opportunity for Kenya and for Africa as a whole. The Next Frontier Africa Summit 2025 is a powerful demonstration of our shared resolve to attract transformative investments, build strong partnerships, and shape practical solutions that will unlock Africa's next era of inclusive and sustainable growth. Together, we are here to define how our continent will compete, thrive, and secure a future where no one is left behind. As government, we fully recognize the critical role that the Kenya Development Corporation plays as our national development finance institution. And of course, we have also seen or heard from Moria, who has mentioned how it also contributed to their formation and growth as a group. And it plays as our national development finance institution, bridging gaps, mobilizing capital, and helping to address the evolving needs of our economy. Guided by our national development blueprint and anchored firmly in the bottom-up transformation agenda, our goal is to build an economy that works for every Kenyan, from our smallholder farmers and industrial entrepreneurs to our dynamic youth and bold innovators. A strong focus of our strategy is to unlock quality domestic and foreign investments that generate decent jobs, expand manufacturing, health, tourism, post-harvest management, climate change, digital economy, and fuel sustainable prosperity. The micro, small, and medium enterprises remain the backbone of our economy, accounting for over 90% of our private sector activity and employing about 80% of the Kenya's workforce. That is why we continue to prioritize practical support for MSMEs through accessible financing, capital building, and linkages to markets, ensuring they grow into competitive enterprises that can scale and create even more jobs. Now, coming more towards the key focus area of this speech, enhancing Kenya's investment-friendly environment, the strength of the Kenya's economy is based on the diversified and liberalized nature, including the blue economy, powered by over 92% of green energy and driven by a robust, strong, and innovative private sector. It's more the reason why we need to come up with more creative and innovative financial products to meet that diversified economic needs of our economy. Kenya also serves as a financial, communications, and logistics hub in the region, given our largest, with the largest industrial base. Kenya remains committed to fostering a robust investment climate, particularly in sectors like construction. We talked about the digital and creative sector, which play a central role in our national development. Over the last 2 years, the State Department of Investment Promotion has continued to work with other ministries, departments and agencies, and also the private sector to undertake business reforms embedded in various laws, acts that we have had in the recent past, Finance Act of 2023, Business Laws Amendment Act of 2024, the Finance Act of 2025, and other business-related legislation. The State Department is also spearheading the development of the County Licensing Uniform Procedures Regulations 2025 to support harmonization of county licensing, uniform licensing procedures, and reducing inter-county charges and the NSES. The government of Kenya has also implemented several initiatives to foster investments and improve the business environment. These include the development of the special economic zones, offering tax incentives and infrastructure support, significant investments in infrastructure such as roads, energy, ports, tax reliefs, all aimed at encouraging investment in key sectors like manufacturing, agriculture, and also technology. Maybe at this point I should also mention, I know many of us do not know, that we also have a special economic zone, Kenya being one of the few that focuses mainly on the services sector. And at this juncture, let me also commend Moria and the Centum Group for taking lead in that, where we now have the Two Rivers, we now have the Two Rivers International Finance and Innovation Center as a special economic zone. Further, we have recently also made amendments to our special economic zone to recognize the business processing outsourcing, a sector that again is helping in developing the digital and the creative space. And again, just last week, with the assent by His Excellency the President of the Finance Act 2025, now we also have incentives very similar to the special economic zones for the Nairobi International Financial Center, all geared towards supporting also the finance sector in that respect. Again, with regard to seeing how we can attract foreign direct investments, we have managed to have a strong microeconomic environment where we have low interest rates, and you've already seen you've also already seen Njoroge Mutai taking the challenge as KCB to use that to enhance private equity. We also have low inflation and also a stable and strong shilling, which would help especially foreign investors with regard to their returns as they invest here. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya stands ready through clear policies, streamlined regulations, and deliberate reforms. We are building an investor-friendly environment that rewards enterprise, safeguards capital, and delivers real returns while ensuring that growth uplifts the lives of our people. We are making it easier to do business, modernizing our regulatory frameworks, strengthening regional integration, and positioning Kenya as a natural gateway for trade and investment into Africa. Africa's next frontier will not be determined by chance. It will be shaped by the bold choices, investments, and partnerships we forge here today. We must work together to mobilize capital at scale, grow markets, strengthen local value chains, and drive climate-smart, technology-driven growth that is resilient and inclusive. And that's why, as already been mentioned earlier, as a government, we have created the Green Investment Fund to help in de-risking those who want to go into green investments as part of promoting private investments, or specifically both local and FDI, into this country. Ladies and gentlemen, I therefore call upon each one of you, and in particular the policy leaders here, investors, financiers, development partners, and entrepreneurs present, to embrace this moment with us. Let us leverage the power of this summit to transform ideas into bankable projects, partnerships into sustainable industries, and investments into real opportunities that ensure every Kenyan and every African can share the prosperity we create. With these remarks, it is now my honor and a single pleasure to invite our chief guest, Dr. Juma Mugwana, to come and give his keynote address. Karibu Bwana PS. Let's put our hands together for the PS.
Asante ndugu zangu, I think we've been sitting for some time. Maybe we stand up and stretch. Salamia jirani yako. Greet your neighbor and ask them if they have money to invest. Ama ni story too. Ask them if they have money to invest. Okay, thank you. We can be seated. So thank you very much, organizers of this meeting. I am here on behalf of the CS for Investments, Trade and Industry, Honorable Lee Kinanjui, who is out of the country. And I want to start by recognizing the formidable team that has put this conference together, led by our very able CEO, Nora Ratemo, with the support of her chair, Honorable Sakwa Bunyasi. We have had very good support from James Moria, who is my long-term friend. KCB is here. And I have listened to all of us talk. And if I was to summarize what we are discussing here, we are talking about money. We are also talking about investments. We are talking about manufacturing and development. If you look at Africa and Kenya, I guess the question we want to ask is, do we have enough money? Do we have enough investments? Is there sufficient manufacturing? Is there enough development to meet the needs of our growing population? So this conference, for me, is very, very important because today marks a bold step towards opening doors and new frontiers of opportunity for Kenya and for Africa as a whole, as we think through these issues that we are talking about. And so the next Frontier Africa Summit of 2025 is a powerful demonstration of our shared resolve to attract transformative investments, build strong partnerships, and shape practical solutions that will unlock Africa's next era of inclusive, sustainable growth. Together, we are here to define how our continent will compete, thrive, and secure a future where no one is left behind. As a government, we fully recognize the critical role that the Kenya Development Corporation, KDC, plays as our national development finance institution, which plays the role of bridging gaps, mobilizing capital, and helping to address the evolving needs of our economy. Guided by our national development blueprint and anchored firmly in the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, our call is clear: to build an economy that works for every Kenyan, from our smallholder farmers and industrial entrepreneurs to our dynamic youth and bold innovators. I think that we really need to step back and ask ourselves, everybody is now focused on Africa for investment, but what is Africa doing to receive those investments? Because this is a scenario of give and take. And I always give the example as we talk about Africa, because I come from industry and I see a lot of us here, one of the issues that we need to address as Africa is the issue of manufacturing. If you look at the first industrial revolution that took place in Britain in 1740, that is 300 years ago, that industrial revolution then traveled from UK to the rest of Europe. When the Europeans moved from Europe to go and settle in the Americas, that manufacturing moved. These things we are talking about, high cost of production, were long experienced. So after we had established an industrial revolution in Europe, an industrial revolution in America, they found that the cost of manufacturing there was very expensive because of different reasons, cost of labor, cost of logistics. Part of the reason why manufacturing moved then from America, Europe to China, to India, Vietnam, Sri Lanka, Philippines, and all these other places was because people were looking for cheaper manufacturing sites. And today, if you look at China, you look at India, they are no longer cheap manufacturing sites. But the difficult part is that all of us globally are discussing about the fourth industrial revolution, meaning that people have gone through the first, the second, the third industrial revolution, and today they are talking about the fourth industrial revolution. I think it's important to remind ourselves that as people are talking about the fourth industrial revolution, Africa has not yet experienced its first industrial revolution. And so, what is the consequence of that? Today, Africa, 55 countries, account for, we have a population of 1.4 billion people, accounting for 17% of the world population. But your share of manufactured products in the global market as Africa is only 2.8%. So you are 17%, manufacturing at 3%. Let's look at Europe, for example. That Europe, the population of Europe in terms of global terms is only 9% of the world. But Europe, their share of manufactured products in the market is 24%. So clearly, we have missed our exit. We are underperforming. And there are several reasons why we are doing that. But one of the more difficult issues, because we are addressing this thing as Africa, is that when you come to Africa, there is the issue of money, there is the issue of opportunities. And so when you look at the share of manufactured products as a percentage of imported products in Africa, today Africa is importing 80% of all we need, all our manufactured goods. We are only making 20% on average. Countries like South Africa may be a little higher, manufacturing maybe 30-35%. But we have countries that are also manufacturing only 5% of what they need. Here in Kenya, we are about importing 80% and manufacturing 20%. But why is that the situation? It's because part of the challenge that you have is the attitude of the African investor. So we sit here and we think about investors. And we talk about investors from morning to evening. And for some reason, for an African, when he's talking about an investor, he means somebody that does not look like him or her. So we spend a lot of our time traveling the globe, chasing these people we call investors. I am here to remind you that Europe was industrialized by Europeans. America was industrialized by Americans. China was industrialized by Chinese. And India has been industrialized by Indians. where the African gets this idea that somebody else will be dropped from heaven straight, and we have nicknamed that person investor. He will come and industrialize Africa for you. My dear brothers and sisters, we are lost. So the job of industrializing Africa is the job for Africans. But look at an African when he has some extra money. What do you do with it? When an African has some extra income, manufacturing is not part of that story. If I use the example of Kenya here, I know we've been having county government since 2013. Everybody who has money in Nyeri thinks they must put up a hotel. So you go to Nyeri and every corner has a hotel. You go to Nakuru and sometimes the hotel you have put up, the only person patronizing it is the owner of the hotel. So unapata yeye mwenyewe ndiye anakunywa hapo kutoka asubuhi na mpaka jioni. And when I also listen to Kenyans here and Africans, we talk about cost of living. We must bring down the cost of living. And the question I ask you is, if the only job you have is importing things from China, if you're importing 80% of what you need and making 20%, every time you import those products, you have done several things. You have actually exported your jobs. So if you import, you export jobs because there's somebody sitting in China making that suit for you and making that shoe for you. So in my honest opinion, we cannot discuss about the cost of living if we are not producing. And therefore, part of the challenge that we have here, I don't know who is here, you didn't introduce yourself. The question you need to ask yourself is, what are you doing to produce for this market? Whether you are just producing food, whether you are just producing a pencil, whether you are just producing a rubber. And so what I'm trying to say is that Africa will grow and Africa will change when Africans know that part of their work is to invest in production, is to produce local products that we can sell. It doesn't have to be the best quality. We can start somewhere else and build it up as we go. So really, that is our work as Africans. And so that will answer the question, who will industrialize Africa? So we can sit here and talk about money and investments, but until you answer that question, who is going to industrialize Africa? If you still think somebody else will come and do it for you, then we are here to talk about investments for a very long time. So we really need to up our game. We need to encourage our children. We need to encourage our communities to produce more so that then we can talk about the cost of living, because you have creating products here and you are creating markets. Let me give you an example. Through the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, we have spent a lot of energy and money trying to open markets. The first market we opened about 20 years ago was the AGOA market in the US, meaning that you can make clothes, shoes, textile, and export to the US duty-free, quota-free. This September, AGOA will come to an end. But what have we exported under AGOA? First of all, we never even reached 1% of the target. So we opened a market for which we could not even supply. Over the last 3 years, I know that the ministry has been working to open up what we are calling the Kenya-EU Economic Partnership Agreement. So we have opened up a market in Europe where you can export 14,000 goods, duty-free, quota-free, to 27 EU countries. We have negotiated and signed an agreement with the UK, with the United Arab Emirates. We are negotiating an agreement with the US. But after we sign the agreement, who is going to supply? We sometimes, I think, we behave like a factory that closed down, but forgot to sack the marketing department. So the marketing department is walking in the street selling a product which you are no longer producing. So we have opened up a market. So we talk about duty-free, quota-free market, AFTA, East African Community. Who is going to produce for this market? What does this market need? And therefore, as we discuss about investments, I think it is very, very important for us that we don't just open markets, but we get courageous men and women that are able to produce some of these products for us to be able to export. If I look at the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, a lot of opportunities have been opened. I know that there are challenges if you talk about SHA, but NHIF was only treating 5 million people. And NHIF was collecting 3 billion shillings every month. Today, the revised SHA and SHIF is collecting 9 billion a month. For me, that means that there is opportunity for us to invest in everything from medical technology, from manufacturing of drugs, because we don't want to move from 3 billion to 9 billion, and then we use that money to import drugs from somewhere else. Those drugs should be made from here. Look at affordable housing. The last 1 year, because I think sometimes when we look at these things, we tend to see more problems than solutions. In the last 1 year, affordable housing project has collected close to 120 billion. What does that mean? We need cement, we need stones, we need paint, we need doors, we need windows, we need lockers. Those are opportunities. This is the kind of reform and transformation that we need. But what are we doing to tap into this large opportunity that did not exist? So sometimes we are so focused on the problems of affordable housing that you actually miss to see the opportunity that is ingrained in that project. And so, for me, when I look at the transformation, sometimes I think that the gap that we have between sometimes us in government and the citizens is when transformation moves very fast. So for many years, we've talked about a new medical scheme. We never had the energy and the courage to implement it, because every time you try to implement, somebody will be yelling. We've talked about affordable housing. For me, those are transformations that also open opportunities for investment, so that if you invest in those areas, then you will grow. The last issue I want to talk about is the issue of industrial spaces. Currently, as we talk, we are opening up, building up industry. You know that we have our export promotion zone in Athi River. We are also building a similar zone in Dongokundu in Mombasa. We are building up a zone in Naivasha. In each of our counties, we are building what we are calling county aggregation and industrial parks. And what we are trying to do is to demystify manufacturing, that you can go to Murang'a, find an industrial shed that has been put up by government. Yours is to put together your avocado, put your small machinery there, and start to make avocado oil. So part of what we are making is that for you to be an industrialist, you don't have to buy land, build your own factory, bring your machinery, and then you start manufacturing. We are actually doing in some of those places common user manufacturing facilities which you can use. So ladies and gentlemen, as I said, Kenya stands ready through clear policies, streamlined regulations, and deliberate reforms like what I've just mentioned. We are building an investor-friendly environment that rewards enterprise, safeguards capital, and delivers real returns while ensuring that growth uplifts the lives of our people. We are making it easier to do business, as I've said, even making it easier for you to manufacture, modernizing our regulatory framework, strengthening regional integration, and positioning Kenya as a natural gateway for trade and investment into Africa. Africa's next frontier will not be determined by chance. It will be shaped by the bold choices, investments, and partnerships that we forge together. We must work together to mobilize capital at scale, grow markets, strengthen local value chains, and drive climate-smart, technology-driven growth that is resilient and inclusive. I therefore call upon each one of you, that is especially in policy making, if you are an investor, a financier, a development partner, and an entrepreneur, present here, to embrace this moment with us, that Africa is ready for transformation. And we really want each one of us to play a role, to mobilize capital, to mobilize investments, to invest in small-scale manufacturing, to participate in export. If you look at Kenya today, if you make a product in Kenya, we have already opened for you the East African market. So if you make a product in Kenya, that product will be sold to Tanzania, to Uganda, to Burundi, to Rwanda, to DRC, to South Sudan, to Somalia. Duty-free, quota-free. That's why it's called a common market. So we've already opened up this market. What we are lacking is people to tap into those opportunities. And that is why I really want to talk to you at a very personal level, that we need to embrace manufacturing, because that is the only place where you can add value, where you can create employment, and also create prosperity for yourself and for your country. Let's leverage the power of this summit to transform ideas into bankable projects, partnerships into sustainable industries, and investments into real opportunities that ensure every Kenyan and every African can share in the prosperity that Africa can provide. So with those many remarks, it's now my honor on behalf of the CS League in Anjui, it's now my honor and privilege to declare the Next Frontier Africa Summit 2025 officially open. Thank you.
Asante sana. Let's appreciate the PS, Dr. John Mukwana. Let's be upstanding and warmly appreciate him for those wonderful remarks. Asante sana, Daktari Juma Mukwana, the Principal Secretary, State Department of Industry. Please don't sit, because after this I'll want us to do something very briefly, and then we can break for tea and then come back. First and foremost, I'd like to inform you that after this, we'll break for tea and then come for panel discussions. We'll have two this early afternoon. One will be discussing the issues affecting sustainability and growth of SMEs. The second one, enabling a supportive environment for sustainable investments and growth. And the third one will be about public-private dialogue, financing inclusive growth. We have panelists and moderators who will be helping us go through the panel discussions later on. Let me also recognize, I know earlier on I recognized our local partners, but I'd like to recognize our foreign partners here today. The China Africa Development Fund, makofi kwa hearty round of applause, represented by Li Pengfei and Song Zijia. Bwana Chief Guest, I humbly request you, uje hapa chini. We have a small token to give you, and thanking you for gracing this wonderful occasion today. And we'll do tokens of appreciation also for the Principal Secretary, State Department of Trade, Principal Secretary, State Department of Investment and Promotion, and also the other speakers. May I also invite our chairman, the Honorable Sakwa, to come and do the presentation very briefly. Karibu sana. The Honorable Chair, KDC. And I want him to be flanked by our DG, Madam Nora Ratemo. Tafadhali, karibu. Asante, makofi as they come on stage. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Juma Mukwana, we say thank you. Thank you for gracing this wonderful summit and opening it on behalf of all the distinguished guests here today. May you warmly receive this token of appreciation on behalf of the entire team in the State Department of State Department of Industry. Thank you sana. Asante. Makofi, Bwana Mpaka. Thank you so much. Bwana Chair, please remain standing. Bwana PS, asante sana. You may return back to your seat. Let me invite, on behalf of the Principal Secretary, State Department of Trade, Madam Elizabeth Migunda, also to receive the token on behalf of the entire team at State Department of Trade from Chairman Sakwa. Asante sana. A round of applause for the wonderful lady. Thank you. Thank you. May you both return to your seats. Asante sana, Chair. Asante sana, Madam Elizabeth. Let me invite Director Michael Kagika from KDC to also do a presentation on behalf or to Director Stephen Odua, who made the speech on behalf of the Honorable Abubakar Hassan, the Principal Secretary, State Department of Investment Promotion. Asante sana, and thank you so much for making time to be here with us. Thank you, and please pass our warm regards to the Honorable Principal Secretary, Abubakar Hassan. Asante sana. Thank you. Thank you. Asante sana. Director, you may go back to your seat. Bwana Kagika, please remain. I'd like to invite Dr. James Moria now, the Chief Executive Officer, Centum Group. To come and receive a token of appreciation on behalf of Centum. Thank you so much for your wonderful remarks. Wasalimie wenzetu wote kule Centum. Asante. A round of applause to Daktari. Thank you so much. And finally, let me invite Director Sige Koech. You may be seated, Director Kagika. Director Sige Koech. Asante sana. Let me invite, on behalf of the Chief Executive Officer, Kenya Commercial Bank, Mr. Njoroge Mutai, to come and receive on behalf of the CEO, Paul Russo. Asante. Thank you so much, Director. Thank you so much, Mr. Njoroge. Asante sana. You may return to your seats. Asante. So we're going to break for a small cup of tea, and then we'll come back for our two panels. We're scheduled for about anywhere between 45 minutes and 1 hour. We'll push lunch break later on, but don't worry, we'll try and catch up through the panel. Sawa sawa, are we together? Asante. As we leave here, I know all of you have badges, but they all have different strip colors. All right, so we have the blue ones, we have red ones and white ones. Those of you who have the blue ones and white ones, please, when we break for tea, come down from the amphitheater. We've set up stations where we can have our tea. And for those with the red ones, please go down with us to the first floor. We will share a cup of tea there. I'd like to invite our chief guest to leave at his own pleasure, but we are going to have a photo op, which has been arranged on the first floor, and we'll have a very brief media interaction, and then we'll come back and continue with our panel. I'm hoping we can do all that within 15 minutes. Tafadhali tufanye halahala, si ndio? Asante.
So tunapitia
yeah.
Mwini Masharia, Managing Director of KDC Limited. Mimi nimefanya hiyo course ya food production nikahitimu, na nasiaganga hapa KDC tu. Hapa tunasiaga, tuko na posho mill 5, hizo milling machines 5. Tunasiaga grade 1 shifted, tunasiaga grade 2, tunasiaga ngano, tunatengeneza hata uji porridge na unga ya uji pia. Hii biashara nimeanzisha kama miaka 4-5 iliyopita. After COVID sasa biashara ilienda chini sana. After kwenda chini nikaenda kwa yetu sako, nikaomba mkopo, hiyo loan, nikajaribu kuinua biashara yangu tena mpaka nikanunua gari juu niliona kuna media gari Probox. Juu nilikuwa naenda huko mashinani kuchukua mahindi na kuja nasiagia customer elekea machine. Pia niliongeza machines. Nilikuwa initially nilipomaliza shule sikuwa na machine mingi, nilihaso nikapata tu pesa na nikaajiriwa nikapata pesa za kununua machine moja. Sasa nikiwa na hiyo machine moja, customer walikuwa wanakuja wananiuliza kama hiyo ni ya grade 1 pekee ndio nilikuwa nayo. Wananiuliza bando kama niko na modokore, niko na hii whole meal, hii ya kangata, niko na crusher, hiyo ya nshenga, niko na za bando jitengenezea uji, hiyo porridge, hiyo ya gokia, kwa Kimeru tunaitanga gokia, hiyo na modokore pia. Sasa nikaona kuna ngapi na market, ikabindi niende yetu sako, wakanipea hiyo mkopo, nikaweza kuongeza mashini zangu zote na naona biashara yangu inainuka. Nauzanga pia supplements za unga, nauza kama moringa, eggshell, cassava, sweet potato. Hizo zote nauza kwa sababu niliona kuna nini kwa soko. Customers wangu for example amekuja mtu anataka ako diabetic, ako na blood pressure, anataka ile unga anaweza tumia, na mwekea hiyo whole meal hii unga, alafu na mumixia na kama moringa inasaidia na healthy benefits kama ku reduce hiyo diabetes na ku manage that is na ku manage blood pressure. Yeah. Ningetaka kuambia youth na wamama wenzangu na watu wote kwa jumla waingie yetu sako, wafungue account huko. Inafanya tuinuke kibiashara. Hata kama una capital, inakupea hiyo capital, unaanza biashara na unainuka kimaisha. Juu personally nimeinuka through yetu sako.
Addiction Chomba Githaka. Mimi nafanya kazi ya kuuza ng'ombe. Nilianza 2015 and hii niko na miaka 10. Tunatoka sasa hivi tuko na ng'ombe 10. Tunakamua maziwa ya 210 liters per day. Hiyo COVID-19 ituaffect biashara sana. Hiyo time COVID time ilikuja, tulikuwa tunauza ng'ombe, tulikuwa bado tumezungusha kuuza ng'ombe. Juu unajua kulikuwa na restriction ya kutoka Kirinyaga kwenda Nairobi. Kuna customer walikuwa kutoka Machakos, Kiambu na wako kuja. Kwa hivyo kuuza ng'ombe tulizomeza hiyo biashara kuuza ng'ombe. Kwa hivyo tutukai tu hivyo, hakuna biashara inaendelea. After COVID-19 tulienda kwa Fortune Sacco Kagio, nikapata mkopo ya 300. Sasa na hiyo imenisaidia sana. Juu niliendelea kulima mahindi ya Mkoboro, sasa bado naendelea kununua ng'ombe, na kama sasa hivi ukiangalia ile ng'ombe tuko nazo, tuko na ng'ombe 10. Kwa hivyo hiyo Fortune Sacco imesaidia sana. Mimi naweza waambia watu wale wako kwa ng'ombe sasa hivi, waende Fortune Sacco Kagio, wainuke, inainua watu. Hapo tumefika juu ya Fortune Sacco. Mimi nafurahia juu nimemba Fortune Sacco kutoka Kiambu.
Majina naitwa Helen Mugore Kigumi, nafanya biashara ya juice pola. Nimekuwa nikifanya biashara kwa miaka 4. Biashara ilifanya vizuri miezi ya kwanza, alafu kuliingia hii ugonjwa ya corona, biashara ikashuka chini, ikakuwa chini kabisa. Hadi sometimes unapata hakuna kitu umeuza. After COVID iliingia customers, hakukuwa na customer, wengi wao walijifungia, hakukuwa na kazi, kabidi tufunge kazi kidogo. Sefa program ilinisaidia wakati walipokuja hapa kwa kazi yangu, wakanielezea kuwa nitakuwa na save kidogo kidogo, nikakuwa nikiweka pesa kidogo kidogo every day. Nikakuwa nikiweka kila siku. After 6 months wakaniambia nitaweza kupata, wanaweza nipea pesa ya kuongeza biashara. Ilianzia na loan ya 250. Tangu wanisaidie na hiyo loan, nimekuwa nikipata kazi, imekuwa sawa kwa sababu nimeweza kuweka biashara ingine, nikaweka biashara ya gas, na pia hii yangu nikaongeza stock. Imekuwa ikinisaidia sana kwa sababu customer wamekuwa wengi. Naweza kuuza juice mingi, naweza kutengeneza hadi 20 liters per day. Biashara kama mimi naweza waambia Sefa program inasaidia sana kwa wakati saa zenye uko chini, unaweza jiinua. Ukiweza weka kidogo kidogo huko, hata kama una kazi kubwa utaweza kuweka pesa na wakuje wakusaidie na loan na uanzishe biashara yako kubwa na ufungue branches nyingine.
My name is James Bui. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Amica. And Amica is a circle that was started many years ago, over 50 years ago, by the coffee farmers in Muranga County. Amica is a beneficiary to the SEFA funds, and we received the first tranche of the SEFA funds end of last year, 2024. And the balance of that money came in the beginning of 2025. We have seen a lot of our members benefiting from these funds. And as you know, funds coming from development partners, a lot of those funds are channeled usually through commercial banks, and they don't get to reach the ordinary mwananchi. But when you give those funds through the cooperative society like us as Amica Sacco, you can see we are serving people at the grassroots level. We are serving the farmers who need these funds most. During COVID time, a lot of these businesses were affected. One is that some of them had to close down because of the COVID, because of the containment measures that were there. So some of them had to close down because the member movement was curtailed and people could not be able to move from one place to another. A lot of women, especially in Muranga County, are involved in dairy farming. And dairy farming is one of the areas where we have really supported the farmers. And we have seen ourselves give a lot of loans to farmers to buy cows. Seen a lot of farmers coming to take loans to go and do cow sheds. For fathers, a very great impact, as I have said. One of the challenges that you find in the circles is the circles are perceived as places of where people come for credit and affordable credit for that matter. And so circles usually suffer from liquidity issues because then people are always coming for money and the supply is not as high. And that is why circles, most of the times, they will ask you to put in money so that they can give you, otherwise they give you 3 times of your deposit, 4 times, 5 times, like so on and so forth. In our case, we can give you a loan now because of the safer funds without even having put in deposits. Then we train you to save even as you pay the loan.
KDC was established to serve as a strong, single cross-sector DFI mandated to play a catalytic role in Kenya's socio-economic development by providing long-term financing and other financial, investment and business advisory services. KDC provides financial solutions, manufacturing, tourism, health, climate change, blue economy, energy, post-harvest management, and ICT. KDC products and services are divided into 3 categories. 1. Loan facilities. 2. Equity finance. 3. Advisory services. Kenya Development Corporation drives Kenya's progress and prosperity. Imagine a future where green businesses flourish, each one a pillar of hope, opportunity, and sustainable progress. Together with the Kenya Development Corporation KDC, a state corporation in the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, you can be a catalyst for this future.
As an investor, if you are looking at the future, and the future is green growth, and green growth is in Africa, and the ingredients of driving that green growth is renewable energy. And renewable energy, we have 50 times in Africa. You should know where your future and the future of your business and investment should be going.
KDC, a robust cross-sector development finance institution, was established to drive Kenya's social and economic progress by providing long-term financing, investment solutions, and business advisory services. Through its focus on sectors such as manufacturing, post-harvest management, tourism, health, climate change and digital and creative economy (ICT), KDC is accelerating the nation's path to a more prosperous and sustainable future. With KDC, we can create a future of thriving communities powered by renewable energy, innovative technologies and businesses that honor both profit and planet. The $160 million required for the Green Investment Fund is not just an ask, it's the key to unlocking this future.
I am very confident that with this structured engagement together, we will ensure a more vibrant private sector to position Kenya as a preferred investment destination and a gateway to the rest of Africa.
As an investor, you have the chance to be part of something far greater than financial returns. You have the power to ignite change, to champion green businesses that will shape a new Kenya, resilient, thriving, and leading the charge in sustainable growth. Together with the Kenya Development Corporation KDC, we can bring this vision to life. Step into the future with us. The opportunity is now.
Of the feedlot farmer. Feedlot farming comes in to address the issue of sustainable livestock farming in the event of drought. I was privileged enough to learn of the Drive project from KDC, I think about 2022. I'm sure most of you are trying to see how you can fit into the livestock farming part of it sustainably as a profit-making enterprise. And we know the challenge with commercial banks has been highlighted today so much in terms of the rising interest rates. Therefore, KDC came in with a better option in terms of repayment period, the grace period, the interest rates. So I think for me, it came in as a solution to my business, because for me as a livestock aggregator who finishes and fattens, believe that the KDC project, the Drive project, has offered me with a solution in terms of something at least that I can manage to repay within a good period of time, as I also continue to learn how to run a sustainable livestock farming business.
Started the company in 2018. We basically are a recycling company, and we actually deal with recycling of paper. I mean, it's important that we conserve the environment, and the idea came through that we need to conserve this environment, and how can we lessen the burden to the counties where a lot of waste is collected. With the global warming that's coming up, we need to save the environment and try to get things moving on the side of recycling. So the idea came through with one of my friends. We joined together and we started this project, and we're a small team of 24. I mean, we have a lot of dedicated people, and we thank the people that who are with us. They grow this entrepreneurial journey with us, and it's been a journey. And basically, one of my friends had actually tried this project earlier, but he was not successful at that time, so we had no idea what to do with this project, and learning on the job, that's more like it. The first time I heard about KDC was when I was trying to look for financial institutions who would actually support us in our venture, because any entrepreneurial journey starts with a lot of finance, and for us it was a bit difficult to get the things. I went to Kenya Investment Authority, and they actually recommended that KDC would be able to assist us. So we approached and we managed to get some loans. That's how we started the whole business process.
KDC was established to serve as a strong, single cross-sector DFI mandated to play a catalytic role in Kenya's socio-economic development by providing long-term financing and other financial, investment and business advisory services.
Yes, KDC has been the initial financer for us, but we've never had a issue of taking loans from somebody else. The growth for us has been defined by consistency, being aggressive in the market, trying to sell our products well in the market, and basically for us is the quality aspect. Secondly is payment terms for our suppliers. All the waste papers that we buy, we actually pay in cash to our suppliers. So that has been helpful, because then you're actually supporting other people out there who are in the job and helping them with the cash flows as well. I think KDC is a very strategic partner for us at the moment. If we want to expand, then of course we'll look at KDC. That has been a good strength. What we need to do is get rid of this single-use plastics. It's messing up with our environment, get into recyclable stuff. Things like pulp packaging, user-friendly, biodegradable, get into that space where we actually conserve the environment. So let's get into the recycling aspect.
KDC products and services are divided into 3 categories. 1. Loan facilities. 2. Equity finance. 3. Advisory services. Kenya Development Corporation drives Kenya's progress and prosperity.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joshua Tucheng Yamo. I'm a member of KUnity Circle, and I'm glad to be a member because I've seen KUnity doing so much, a lot to its members. KUnity, in a partnership with KDC, have done a lot to the youth, especially for me. I'm a contractor and a youth at 32 years old. I had a contract somewhere, and the client requested me to go start the job, which eventually I didn't have the capital And since I had the account with the K-Unity, I came and signed the documents. They did not hesitate to give me a capital to go do my job. As you see, I'm a contractor which deals with the leakages of the houses. At times, the leakages can be hazardous to human health and also to the building itself, because it weakens the building or the slab of the house and might end up in collapsing. So that is what normally I'm based on. And for sure, I came to K-Unity. K-Unity gave me the capital to go and work on my issues. And as I'm speaking right now, I'm a happy man. I did it. And the K-Unity, in cooperation with the KDC, they've really done a lot. And I'm encouraging the youths also there so that they should not get themselves involved in issues that are not environmental friendly. They should come and start their banking with the K-Unity so that they can grow. And the women also should also join. We should also I am also encouraging the youths and maybe churches to form groups. They can come and get assisted here so that we grow together. I am a happy man, and eventually I'm so much grateful to be a member of K-Unity in partnership with KDC. Thank you very much.
My name is Solomon Washila Wambogo, the proprietor of Ebogod General Stores. Ebogod General Stores was started 2012. Na hapo ndio nilianza biashara ikiwa dogo, tukaikua, tukaanza kuikuza. Na 2012, the same year I entered K-Unity Bank as a member. Na since then, K-Unity Bank wamekuwa wakishikana na sisi wa safari ya kukua, because we started when we were very small. We started with a capital base of 20,000 shillings. After 6 months, we get a loan kidogo yenye ilitubustisha achieve our goals of being from duka to a wholesaler. Now, since 2012, we have had a journey yenye imekuwa ikikuwa ngumu sana because of the emerging competition zenye zimetoka all over the world, na demand ya watu kutaka new product zenye tunafaa incorporate into our business. Tumekuwa na safari ndefu ambayo tumefikisha hapa saa hii. As we speak, we have a turnover of over 50 million a month yenye tunafanya as Ebogod General Store, yenye imehusiana na uzaji wa vitu za kukula. Of late, K-Unity Bank wamepartner na KDC ambayo imetupata wakati tumekuwa chini kabisa, after effects of COVID, effect of new expansion of a new shop. KDC wakaingilia in partnership with K-Unity Bank, wakatukwamua mahali tulikuwa tumekwama kabisa, kusustain the demand of new product zenye new client wenye tulipata from the new shop, and also the new establishment, the requirement of new establishment of adding new employees. Sasa venye kuamua biashara iliingia ndani, we are able to do our business comfortably, na we are able to serve customer, na tunaacha wakiwa wamefurahi, and with that we are growing together from a capital base of 20,000 to currently a turnover of over 50 million, which we are doing today through the partnership K-Unity Bank. Na of late, K-Unity Bank wamepartner na KDC ambayo imetuwezesha kupata pesa kwa haraka na ambayo iko na the most competitive interest rate ambayo is affordable, na vyenye wamnaita kuamua biashara itilile kuamua biashara for us guys. We really encourage anyone out there who want to who has a mind of growing his or her business to join us, to join K-Unity Bank in partnership with Kenya Development Corporation, na lile atasaidika.
Across the heartlands of Kenya, from the fertile highlands of Kiambu and Murang'a counties to the tea-rich slopes of Kerugoya County and the entrepreneurial spirit of Meru County, a quiet revolution is unfolding. In partnership with local circles, the World Bank, through Kenya Development Corporation, KDC, the Safer Fund program is turning struggles into strength and dreams into reality, promoting the 8th Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 8, decent work and economic growth to its beneficiaries. In Githongori, Kiambu County, K-Unity Sacco is partnering with the Safer Fund program to turn agricultural dreams into reality. Meet Robert Gitao, the sole entrepreneur of Adia Millers Limited.
The challenge that we encountered due to COVID-19 was an eye-opener for us. Other than going down completely, we decided to face the challenge, and we had small machines. So with the Safer program, we have been able to acquire the machines you see behind us. We have been able to scale up production. Now we are not only just producing for our own animals, we are ready and already geared to produce for other farmers under the brand name of Adia Feeds.
One key objective of the Safer Fund program is to uplift women-led enterprises. Helen Mogore is one of the many women whose juice-making business has been uplifted after facing a shutdown due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but through the Safer Fund program, she rose above it.
Safer program ilinisaidia wakati walipokuja hapa kwa kazi yangu, wakanielezea kuwa nitakuwa na save kidogo kidogo, nikakuwa nikiweka pesa kidogo kidogo. Kazi imekuwa sawa kwa sababu nimeweza kuweka biashara ingine, nikaweka biashara ya gas na pia hii yangu nikaongeza stock. Imekuwa ikinisaidia sana kwa sababu customer wamekuwa wengi, naweza kuuza.
Check. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Nak, and we're ready to begin with our first panel. Ladies and gentlemen, nasubiri delegates kidogo, wengine wako nje waingie ndani, then we can begin. Thank you very much.
Like now.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
You know your home in Kitale?
Oh, really? Go settle. Karibu. Good to see you guys. Karibuni, distinguished delegates, let's settle down within a minute so that we can begin. Thank you. Mabibi na mabwana, if you'll allow me, we're getting into our first panel in our programs, panel number 1. And the issues we're tackling in this panel is issues affecting sustainability and the growth of small, medium enterprises, popularly known as SMEs. Our panelists will be introduced by a moderator, and if she's ready, I'd like to introduce our moderator, even as the other distinguished guests come in and settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator for the first panel is the head of consulting and business development at the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome warmly Madam Joyce Njogu, who is a moderator for panel 1. Karibu sana. Take it away. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Nimrod. Welcome to this session, the first panel session for today in the Next Frontier Africa 2025 workshop and conference. And this afternoon, we are looking at sustainability and growth of MSMEs and any challenges that could be affecting them. And with us at the panel, we have Dr. KK Mutai, Acting CEO, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He'll lift up his hand for you to see. And during his presentation, he'll introduce himself. A big hand clap for him, the Chamber of Commerce. Next also is Mr. Guracha Abdi, General Manager, Investor Services from Kenya Investment Authority. A big clap for him. Thank you. And with us also at the panel is Mr. Victor Mageto, Special Economic Zones and the Director there. Please, a big hand clap for him. I'm your moderator for this session. You've heard Joyce Njogu from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. And as we look at sustainability and growth of MSMEs, I wish to bring to our attention that the small and medium enterprises are of vital and most crucial economic drivers of growth in any economy across the world. And for Kenya in particular, over 80% of all our private enterprises are SMEs. We also see that the SMEs in Kenya contribute about 3.8% to the GDP of this country, and also about 90% of all the employment in this country. So to us, that's a very crucial contribution to our socioeconomic development agenda. For those who may not know, for the time being, as per the current review of the policy, the turnover bracket for the SMEs is from 500,000 Kenya shillings to about 100 million Kenya shillings for the medium-sized companies. We are looking at small companies having employees of between 10 to 50, and the medium-sized looking at employees from about 50 to 99 or 100 thereabout employees. And when you have millions of these numbers, then you can see the contribution they have in providing livelihoods for Kenyans, alleviating poverty, and even just building the wealth of this economy. So with that in mind, we take this issue of sustainability and growth of MSMEs with a lot of emphasis. And here with us, we have experts who have been working for a long time in supporting the growth of MSMEs. My first question will be, of course, to Dr. KK Mutai. Acting CEO, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He'll tell us more about himself and also the work they're doing, knowing that we have various challenges for SMEs, whether it's access to finance. The reason today we are looking at capital available, market access and linkages. We had earlier from the PS representing the CS on the opportunities in the open markets, the regulatory and policy environment, skills gaps, technology transfer. We've said and committed to promoting climate smart technologies and also formalizing SMEs. So to Dr. Mutahi, in terms of advocacy and policy, please tell us what the Chamber is doing generally in promoting a conducive business environment for small and medium enterprises, and in particular what you're doing in the counties around the levies and at the national level. Dr. Mutahi.
Thank you very much. Let me say good afternoon once more. My name is KK Mutahi. Maybe just a correction, not doctor. Doctor is my Chamber President, and apologies because he was supposed to be here with us. He got an engagement. So for the purpose of this meeting, I'm also delighted to be here in this Next Frontier Africa 2025. And of course, for KDC, it's a great honor to be here. Now, in as far as the first question is, beyond general advocacy, what are the specific and measurable policy changes can CCI, that is the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, actively pushing for and to alleviate the regulatory burden and the tax compliance issues for SMEs, particularly regarding to multiple levies and national taxes? I think this is the best forum for the SMEs. And I must particularly commend KDC for bringing us together, different partners, to have this conversation. And I believe also that just as Dr. Moria spoke in the morning, I think we have reached a level where we should say enough is enough. We need to start doing what? Actioning on behalf of our country and beyond, of course. As far as Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which is a BMO, that is Business and Membership Organization, we undertake advocacy and lobbying for an environment which is conducive for our members and, of course, the business community at large. We have undertaken a number of interventions from the county and the national government, particularly to address the issue of multiple county licenses, permits, and levies. From where I sit, and from the chamber perspective, we are pushing for a need for unified business permit. Because if you look at our members, or the business community, or the SME in this particular case, there are so many permits and licenses that are being issued by different counties, and even within the same county, you'll realize that there are so many licenses that one particular entity of business has to undergo. So as Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I can tell you we have taken it to even a greater level. A month ago, we had to have a round table with His Excellency the President to push the agenda for interventions from the executive in regard to these multiple county levies. We have an MOU with the county government, that is the Council of Governors. So we are working closely with the Council of Governors, we are working closely with the national government, and His Excellency the President has promised us through the Chamber of Commerce and Industry that multiple county licenses, multiple inter-county permits, I think it's long overdue. The issue we are discussing here is that immediately after the new constitution, these are some of the challenges that, of course, are facing the SMEs. These are some of the challenges, maybe which were not foreseen, but they must be addressed to logical conclusion. unified tax payments and reduced administrative burdens. KNCCI, in collaboration with the Kenya Revenue Authority and the National Treasury, advocates for simplified tax payment systems, potentially unified payments to reduce the administrative burdens of the SMEs. Let us look at the high tax burden on the SMEs. For instance, the SMEs, when we talk about the turnover tax, SME are being charged 3% on turnover. Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we are advocating to cap it to 0.5%. And this one, I can tell you, we have also escalated to the highest level in this country. And we are lucky as Chamber of Commerce and Industry that His Excellency the President is our patron. So we are requesting for 0.5%. And it is capped with no additional VAT or corporate tax. You know, that one, we are pushing for it. Now, more so, for the same area of advocacy, we are also trying to assist the SMEs in advocacy and lobbying for the paid-in bills. 626 billion that is held by the government belongs to our membership. It belongs to SMEs. It belongs to the business community that we need to jumpstart this economy. So the paid-in bills, we got a promise from the executive again. That was on 9th, if I remember often, a month or 2 months ago. 250 billion of the paid bills have already been vetted, and there's a promise that out of that, about 150 billion is being addressed. What the government is looking at, and I know they have already, intimated to us that the issue here is 6.6 billion is a lot of money, no doubt about it. They don't want to create another hole. So they are trying to look, and that's exactly what James Mori was talking about in the morning, about capital formation, so that we can have liquidity in this country and cash flow. So they are trying to look at how, and they promise they are trying to look at how not to borrow more money, but at least get a long-term intervention on this issue. Forward on the same issue of advocacy, I want to mention now, maybe to bring to this forum, that Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we are also advocating and pushing, whereby all the startups in this country for business, they are given at least 2 years tax holiday. Okay? This one we have also escalated to the IS office in this office, and I can tell you it is very, very positive. A tax holiday for all startups to spur formalization of businesses in this country.
Thank you. Let's clap for him. We've looked at the work Chamber is doing in reducing regulatory burdens for SMEs, promoting prompt payment of bills for SMEs, and the tax holidays. And the 2-year one is quite good for startups, so that you can formalize without a lot of compliance challenges. Thank you for that. I'd like to now welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to welcome Mr. Mageto, Ken Invest. Ken Invest is responsible for promoting and facilitating investment in Kenya, and they're known largely for bringing in large investors looking for FDIs. And we are curious this afternoon, Mageto, whether you have programs for... Oh, sorry. I'm looking at Guracha Abdi for Ken Invest. Thank you, sorry for that. We are really curious about the programs you have for MSMEs, and if you have any incentives that you have to facilitate and promote local investments of the MSMEs here in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Guracha Adi. I think B is an addition there. Adi. Ken Invest is a government agency under Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, whose primary mandate is to promote and facilitate investment in Kenya by both local and foreign investors. And within Ken Invest, we have a very explicit mandate and activities geared towards enhancing and facilitating SMEs in Kenya. In our strategic plan 2023-27, we have activities that have been lined up to ensure that we facilitate SME growth in Kenya. And this is across many aspects of connecting them to, market, local, regional, and international. When we organize any foreign mission, we, involve SMEs so that they can also upscale, their production and their access to export market. We also help them, in building capacity, ensuring that they do the basic thing like, the bookkeeping, financial literacy, to ensure that they understand and make sure that their businesses can see a light of the day. KenInvest also helps SMEs through the one-stop center that serves both local and foreign investors at KenInvest. And this is primarily in the area of ensuring that investors do not have to deal with multiple agencies. They get services under one roof, and that this will also save them time to concentrate on their their core function of production and save them from running around dealing with multiple agencies. Now we also help them to link them to to finances, and financing is a very important element for especially for SMEs to start their businesses. And here we collaborate heavily with the KDC to ensure that SMEs access this development financing through their business plans. And because of lack of collateral, maybe some of this credit cannot be accessed through other commercial banks. So KDC has been our partner in this. We normally link them to KDC for this financing. Further, we have at KenInvest, we work also with other government agencies through Biashara Center. This is where we help as government agencies come together to assist our micro, small, and medium enterprises to access services from government. And this, we hope to see this to upscale them, for them to be, graduating from being micro to being small. Then eventually, we want to see our SMEs to be multinationals of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abikla, for Addis. Reminded us of our topic, looking at sustainability and growth of MSMEs and their Biashara Center, which is a very good investor care support system. And I hope SMEs know about that so that we can take advantage of the government infrastructure to support our growth and sustainability. Next, I wish to go to Victor Mageto from Special Economic Zones. For those who are aware of Special Economic Zones or not aware, it's about attracting investments and facilitating their growth through incentives at the Special Economic Zones. Mageto, we are curious on what programs you have for SMEs, especially encouraging them and facilitating the local SMEs to set up in the Special Economic Zones. And are there any unique incentives that are different from what you have provided for the larger industries? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joyce. The Special Economic Zone is a program that was a Vision 2030 program, and it's basically to provide incentives and the space, land for setting up your business. And we have a lot of spaces in 44 zones across the country. 9 of them are public, 35 are private zones. Some of the private zones are like Tatu City and Northlands, Nairobi Gate. We have now Rock Plant. They just sent me a photo here. They have finished their warehouses which are industrial ready, and we also have traffic, which the CEO was here. That's Two Rivers, is a special economic zone area. So, and we are onboarding enterprises which are all from SMEs to large enterprises. And we have our own special economic zone as CESA, the authority. We have one at Maimayo, which is at the ICD, that is Naivasha Special Economic Zone. It has 5,000 acres. We started with 1,000 acres. Now His Excellency added us 5,000 acres. So we have 6,000 acres. In that zone, we have space demarcated for SMEs. I want to share, Joyce, about my little life with working and also my interaction with SMEs, because you are talking about sustainability and growth. The PS, Dr. Mukwana, talked very, very eloquently about the Industrial Revolution, and that was way back 300 years, that is 1740. And since then, things have really changed. After the Industrial Revolution, we came to the Agrarian Revolution, then we came to the Information Revolution, then now we are in the Digital Revolution. So these revolutions have happened without us moving, meaning that us mainly Africans moving so much and following the revolutions. But it looks like you are catching up with the digital revolution much faster than the other revolutions. And in my little experience in the Kenya Institute of Business Training, where I worked for 7 years, interacting with SMEs, the question of sustainability has been a very big challenge. Because if you look back in most of the enterprises that were there in the 70s, 80s, 90s, they are not there in the 2000s. Even in your local setup, you will find that when somebody does his business, after 10 years, that business goes off or it dies, just natural death. So we have not been able to sustain a business, and that's why we have come up with this program, the Special Economic Zone program, so that we can give you space in a special area, in a demarcated area, where you can put up your business, and then we also take care of that business for you there. In terms of providing the one-stop shop, we provide for you linkages to all the government agencies, whether it's Kenya Power, whether it's Customs, whether it's NEMA, all the agencies. If you are in mining, we also provide you linkages with mining, immigration, if you are getting people from outside. So these special economic zones, they have been set up in a manner that to create sustainability of SMEs. Our biggest challenge has been that SMEs, when they exist out there, and you've heard from my brother Mutai saying that there are so many struggles with tax, there are so many struggles with Kanjo, and there are so many struggles with everybody. So in the special economic zone, it's considered to be outside the country. So that when you're operating there, if you import things from abroad, they come there duty-free. If you are putting them in the local market, it's considered that you are putting them, you'll have to pay all the duties. But the program, unlike the export processing zone, allows you to put in the local market 100% of your productions or your products, and you pay the necessary duties. But the most important thing is that supplies into the special economic zones are VAT zero rated. So if you are in the special economic zone and you are sourcing your goods from the local economy, that is Kenya, your goods are zero rated, so you don't pay VAT. And that is really important because it also encourages people who are in the special economic zone, industries that are setting up in the special economic zone, to source their raw materials from the local economy, and that is from the region, because the special economic zone now is going to the region in terms of it's being accepted across the EAC countries. That's 8 countries, and that is quite big. When our seniors here were talking about value addition is is a very important aspect of sustainability and the growth of industry. And one aspect about value addition in the special economic zone is that you'll now be able to use material from around the region, meaning ESC. For example, like yesterday, somebody came and they want to do value addition to manganese, which they are getting from Kilifi, and they also want to get from DRC. So that comes in zero rated, and that is really a good benefit for the SMEs. In your definition, Joyce, you say that an SME is from, I think, 5 million to 100 million. In most of our special economic zones, you will find that you have industry ready in terms of warehouses are available, and therefore you don't need a lot of really big money to come into the special economic zone. For example, the special economic zone in Homa Bay, which is called Riwa, it's located in Homa Bay. It has about 550 acres. It's on 550 acres. They have the county industrial parks there. They have big industries there, and therefore there's a lot of linkages, backward linkages to the SMEs. So we really encourage that SMEs should be located where there are industrial spaces, where they can be able to link up with the big industry, and also where they can be able to get a lot of technology transfer and skills transfer. Otherwise, with my little experience around the block, because you can see my age is also around the block, is that SMEs, to have sustainability and growth, then you need to actually, when you are doing any product, you need to have proper research and thinking about it. And thank you, Joyce, because I know Kenya Association of Manufacturers have a school of manufacturing. I wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the Manufacturing Academy, we support SMEs. But thanks to Mageto and the information on special economic zones, SMEs, you have been told you are not left out. There is dedicated spaces for you with very good infrastructure developed to help you comply and also access government services. And thank you for that. And one of the challenges we've heard and has been discussed earlier in the morning session is about market access. A lot of markets have been opened for us. The ESC, common markets, we have the African market, the EU markets. And yet, as SMEs, we are very clear that market access is a challenge for us. And the bigger problem actually is linkages. And for a long time, SMEs have been struggling in just getting the right linkages or even goodwill and trust from the market systems. A good national footprint of the business community and a big number of SME members. I'd like to hear, and please tell our audience, what you're doing to support market access for SMEs, local linkages, international linkages, and if you have any specific success story that you can give us so that we can at least believe and understand that Chamber is at work. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. I think this is the most interesting topic you have just mentioned. It's interesting because this is our forte, this is our strength, and as Chamber of Commerce and Industry, in matters market linkages, yes, this country requires access to market. Okay, your last statement or second last statement spoke about quality of our products, especially to the international market. As Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we are coming up with what we call KNCCI Trust Seal. Okay, this is a mark of quality. We are going to roll it out very soon. We are working on it so that every product that comes from Kenya or maybe from our business community has got a mark of quality. We are calling it KNCCI Trust Seal. So whoever imports from Kenya, then we are able to qualify where the products come from. That's number one. Number two, we have what we call the certificate of origin. Certificate of origin, this is whereby the chamber does authenticate the Kenyan products, especially in the foreign markets. Now, why I'm saying this is the best topic for us is because we have done a lot to support the SMEs in different cadres. We have trade missions and trade fairs. We normally organize and facilitate and participate in local, regional, and international trade fairs and missions. These events provide platforms for businesses to showcase products, engage in what we call B2B, matchmaking, and identify potential buyers and partners. Recently, about 2-3 weeks ago, we were in China. It's normally called the Kaete Forum. That is the China-Africa Economic Trade Expo, all right, where we had our members and some of our business members that attended the China-Africa Economic Trade Expo. Recently also we were in Zambia. And you know, it's very interesting because, and this is what I would like also to put across to the forum here, that if you want any market access, Chamber, we have transformed it into a one-shop center. Anything that you need to do, anything you want to export or to import, Chamber is the home for the business community. So you don't need to get stuck when it comes to market linkages. In Zambia alone, when we paid a visit to Zambia, one of the business, one of our members, and to go back to Zambia alone, okay? And they opened, they are called Simple Funds, and they set up a business in Zambia. The other day, I mean, last year, end of last year, we paid a visit. I mean, we had a trade mission to Congo, Brazzaville. And 4 of our members traveled back after that trade mission. So, in China in particular, we have set up an office whereby up to date for the last about 6 months to 8 months, the transactions alone are over 600 million to date. So if you want to do business with China, okay, and we have our representative there, you don't need to go very far. Just come to Chamber, all right? And we shall open the doors for you. And not only China, any market in the world. Why am I saying any market in the world? It's because Chamber of Commerce and Industry is affiliated to 177 chambers worldwide. So meaning we are well connected. Okay. Number 2 or number 3, we have been undertaking some export logistics workshops. KDC conducts workshops focused on enhancing SME capacity in export logistics, covering essential export documentation, regulations, market entry strategies, and of course leveraging on AFCFTA opportunities. They are there. Okay. Number 2, we have a lot of partnerships for market access, collaborations with entities like the African Guarantee Fund, the Equity Bank, which aims not only to improve access to finance, but also to create avenues for market linkages and economic diplomacy. All right? Maybe just to mention one more thing on this aspect is we have what we call iSoko platform. That is iSoko e-commerce platform. This is a digital trade platform. KDCI, that is the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, in collaboration with partners like KAMI, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, the trademark is actively driving, or we are actively driving, digital trade readiness among the SMEs. We are conducting workshops to sensitize SMEs on leveraging on e-commerce platforms. So if you can Google e-platform even from where you sit, iSoko, just I and Soko, then you can go into that platform. You can be able also to market your products, to assess markets also across Africa, particularly under the African Continental Free Trade Area. Already, we have already brought on board Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Burundi, and we are still spreading, just as it was mentioned this morning, that Africa, we need to trade amongst ourselves. I think with those few remarks, Joyce.
Thank you, Mutai.
Thank you.
He's very confident. Those who are not aware, Chambers' forte is market linkages. And they have assured us they have connections in 177 other chambers around the world. And that's a big deal in terms of networks, connections, and now with the iCircle, which is still at East Africa, we hope it can go global and they can partner with the rest of the world according to their connections. And thank you for that assurance that you're working hard in that space. You also mentioned issues of skills and capacity gaps that SMEs are having. And we know that most SMEs struggle to attract, skilled, highly skilled labor and even to retain them because of course, the cost of labor that is required to keep high skills. They also struggle to have good financial skills that they can use. And a lot of times SMEs also are struggling in terms of leadership and governance based on the many things they're doing to multitask, not because they don't have the goodwill or the ability, but also just too much multitasking because of reducing cost of labor, which because of low cash flows, they are unable to sustain. And with that, I wish to ask Adi, Ken Invest, what Ken Invest is doing in terms of investor readiness. You're attracting investors. You want SMEs to pitch correctly to investors and get the right investors. You're helping them. We're looking at SMEs doing good financial projections that can then convince an investor to partner. What exactly is Ken Invest doing in this area of investor readiness to support SMEs? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ken Invest has been working with different stakeholders on matters investor readiness. We have different projects seeking private sector participation, all the way from PPP to private sector, where SMEs are domiciled. Now, as Ken Invest, over time, we have built capacity to ensure that we help, investors who have different projects and they are seeking investors to come in and partner with them to have project, bankability. And on this, we have developed a 7-step, project development facility that will see the project become bankable, and that any investor looking at different parameters of that project will be able to say, okay, this I can, invest in. So we've been working with private sector, and our team highly trained on matters, project development, and we help assess project feasibility through having worked with UNIDO and having trained officers who, also help these private sector people. We have a software which our team has been trained on called COMFA. COMFA is a computer model for feasibility analysis and reporting. And working with SMEs, being able to help, see some of their projects that they have been seeking, maybe joint venture partner or someone who has, capital mass, or to join them to subject to that analysis. And we also have a portal where we can see internationally we can market these projects, which we have now confirmed, have gone through these processes. They are on our, what we call e-opportunity portal on our website, such that investors, wherever they are in the world, will be able to see a project that can interest them, and then, contact us so that they can link them to the local person or the project promoter. Finally, we do pitch projects that has come to our portal, wherever we have a forum locally and internationally, so that we can elicit any interest investors who are looking for projects by local SMEs, because we do encourage joint venture. It is always good to have local and foreign investors partnering, because it has more economic benefit to the economy, and it also help our investors to get technology transfer and upscale their production. Thank you.
Thank you, Adi. Let's clap for him. He's also giving us opportunities for growth and sustainability, one of which is joint ventures, he has just mentioned, and how then they support SMEs using the different tools that they have. And while talking about joint ventures, part of our SME strategies is to make sure that SMEs are integrated into global supply chains. It could be through a joint venture, or it could be through backward and forward linkages. But we'd like to hear what Special Economic Zones is doing, Margeto, when we are saying we want SMEs integrated into these global supply chains. You have large industries in the Special Economic Zones. How are they being facilitated to access services from the local SMEs, either in the neighborhood or even in another part of the county, so that those SMEs can also provide inputs into their production processes at the SEZ? And do you have programs to help these SMEs also to improve in terms of production quality, in terms of efficiency and logistics, so that they supply these companies inside the SEZs more competitively and they're able to sustain their business there?
Thank you, Joyce, and my fellow panelists. I think everybody on my right is a serious marketer in this country, because the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry is a very serious marketer, and we respect that and we applaud you. In fact, I think a month ago, I was with the chamber when they went to Saudi Arabia. And I witnessed in person how you organized the trip and everything. And I think that is really great. Thank you. And my colleague here, Ken West, they are very serious marketers, promoting Kenya all over the country. I know they were in China and all over. And therefore, Joyce, I think Cesar provides the land. But I'll speak a little about marketing in terms of Special Economic Zone. First and foremost is your first point that you talked about, linkages. The industries in the Special Economic Zone. Currently we have 95 enterprises located in the Special Economic Zones, and in our criteria of having you to locate in a Special Economic Zone, you have to show us how much local produce you're going to utilize. So that one is a very important criteria in locating your business in the Special Economic Zone. So we provide the backward linkage for all industries in terms of also supporting SMEs. Besides that, that is in terms of joint ventures and everything, we are coming up with a mechanism of developing that linkages, which we also will be using, we are using during the exhibitions, so that there is a signed document that can be followed up, so that these joint ventures are very official. There's been a problem with the joint ventures that are not official, and that has been affecting the program. But now we are developing to that. We also understand very well that marketing, according to, I think, the CEO, Two Rivers, he said marketing is about the 4 principles. For us, marketing is more about identity. For the Special Economic Zones, we want that the Special Economic Zones to be identified specifically for certain zones that produce certain products and quality of products, that we can be able to register collective marks so that people can use, like brand Kenya, so that you can use a mark, for example, at Konza. Konza, we are trying to promote it to be known as an ICT center that produces the best ICT components and all that. We are positioning Naivasha SEZ as an industrial hub, and we want to position it that way so that any products coming from Naivasha SEZ, they should be carrying a Naivasha Special Economic Zone mark so that they are identified all over the world and the country that these are products that have a collective mark and have a certain standard. Besides that, we are demarcating our portal so that we are able to promote for ourselves in terms of the enterprises to be promoted on our portal. So those are the things that we do in terms of marketing. Last year we held one of the biggest special economic zones conference in Nairobi here at KICC, which attracted about 48 countries that represented, and therefore we market our zones there and for the enterprises and the product that they produce. So we are very strong with that. But more importantly is that we are very strong partners with the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, KenVest, and KPROPA, and all those marketing agencies. Thank you.
Thank you. We've come to the end of our session on sustainability and growth of SMEs. We've addressed the issues affecting their sustainability and their growth, largely market access, access to finance. We've looked at infrastructure. We've looked at the regulatory environment. We've also looked at issues to do with formalization of SMEs and even investor readiness. And we wish to give a big hand clap to our panelists, starting with Chamber of Commerce, represented by the acting CEO, Mr. Mutahi. A big clap for him. Also, Mr. Adi Guracha from KenInvest, the General Manager, Investor Services. And finally, Victor Mageto from Special Economic Zones. They have all assured us that Kenya is ready for the next frontier. Yes. They have assured us that Kenya is ready, and we are also ready in terms of having strategic investments as per the theme of this forum and making sure that that growth is inclusive, and we are also excited. I've been your moderator, Joyce Njogu from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Thank you. Asanteni.
Asante, asante. Another round of applause for our panelists and our moderator, Madam Joyce. Asante Nisana. We'll do a very brief photo session and presentation of the token, and as we do that, I will be inviting our next moderator, and we'll play a 1-minute video. Yes, sir.
KDC was established to serve as a strong, single cross-sector DFI mandated to play a catalytic role in Kenya's socio-economic development by providing long-term financing and other financial, investment and business advisory services. KDC provides financial solutions, manufacturing, tourism, health, climate change, blue economy, energy, post-harvest management, and ICT. KDC products and services are divided into 3 categories. 1. Loan facilities. 2. Equity finance. 3. Advisory services. Kenya Development Corporation drives Kenya's progress and prosperity. Imagine a future where green
Asante Sana media team, thank you.
Each one a pillar of
Asante Sana. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a photo op for panelists, and then we'll do a very brief token of appreciation for their wonderful contribution and insights. And I've called up to the podium my colleague, Noah Kipkemboi. A round of applause for him. He's going to be our moderator for the next panel, and I'll give him the chance to invite the panelists. But before we leave, let me invite our DG to do a presentation of the gifts to our panelists. Asante Sana.
All right. Thank you very much. Nimrod.
Asante. Makofi. The first to receive a token is KK Mutai. Asante Sana. Thank you, Bwana KK Mutai. Next is our moderator herself. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Asante Sana. The other recipient is Bwana Victor Mageto. Asante sana. Thank you so much for your contributions. Asante. And last but not least, Bwana Guracha Abdi. Asante sana, CEO Kenya National. Asante, tunashukuru. Asante sana. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. Let me hand over the floor to my colleague, Noah Kipkemboi. Asante.
All right. Asanteni sana. Let us appreciate Nimrod Tabu. He's doing an incredible job. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali. I know this is the session that is coming between you and your lunch. So I'm not expecting much grace. I will be very quick to the point. And without wasting much time, I'd like to invite my panelists. The discussion is on enabling a supportive environment for sustainable investment and growth. And our first panelist is Kwame Owino from the Institute of Economic Affairs. Kindly appreciate him as he comes. Pigeni Kwame makofi. Up next, we have Alois Ngure, Senior Manager, Green Financing and Sustainability at KCB. Tafadhali kuja, Mr. Alois. Thank you very much. Let's also have Mr. George Kubai, and he'll be represented by Akeno Tom, Head of Strategy and Business Development at Agricultural Finance Corporation. Tafadhali karibu sana. Thank you very much. And then we have Mr. Frank Moi, Chief Executive, Kuli Ventures Kenya. And these are in the ecosystem when it comes to exporting products, especially agricultural products. Thank you very much, Mr. Frank Moi. And lastly, we have Mr. Tito Tibi, who's from Gatsby, Africa. Karibu san. All right. First of all, as my moderator, the MC said, my name is Noah Kipkemboi, and I'll be guiding this conversation. Gentlemen, good to see you. I know time is long gone. Supposed to be having this panel almost, how many hours ago? Is it 3 or so? 2 hours ago. So my apologies for that. But that as it may, first of all, I'd like to appreciate the gender balance of this panel. It's incredible. Yes, right? We can do better. We can do better. But let's keep this particular ball rolling already. Welcome, Kubwa. Good to see you. You feeling well? Perfect. Amazing. I wanted to start with Kwame. Kwame, you are from the Institute of Economic Affairs. You are heavy on policy. Policy seems to be the software that runs everything that we see around at the end of the day. And when you talk about sustainable investment, it has to be anchored on policy at the end of the day. So talk to me where we are as a country, policy-wise, to boost sustainable investment. Are there gaps? And what do we need to fill?
All right. All right, thanks a lot.
Is it on? Let me see. Perfect.
Okay, I hope. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Yes, we wouldn't be discussing an opportunity to drive up investment if the policy environment was perfect, right? So this is a signal that I think there's work to do. So that's a first. And then the second question of fact is that if you look at the last couple of years, actually, if you take out investments in terms of the way it's measured in data, it's measured as total investment between government and private sector. And government investment has mostly been roads and that kind of infrastructure. So if you strip out that, the rest is business investment, which comes, or the rest is private sector investment, which comprises of housing and business investment. So housing has been more or less stable, but business investment is actually falling in real terms. So obviously that means certain things need to be said. And we think that a couple of things first are not right. So one, investment cannot occur in an environment in which an investor has to compete with government for cash, where government is borrowing like crazy, And an investor who has to make returns, government doesn't have to promise anybody anything. I mean, you can be promised better lives, that's true. But basically, an investor has to pay bills and all that. So when investments are at that level, and all you can do is simply buy treasury bonds, for instance, and get 10 or 11. Most investments sometimes bring at the best about 7%. There's no competition. So it's shrinking the space for investors to actually get capital to expand businesses or to go into new ideas for us. So that's the first. The second is that investors also compete globally. And when you're competing globally, your products have to compete with other products regardless of what your domestic conditions are. So in the export markets in Kenya, you've seen that the Kenya shilling is far too strong, in our view, too strong. I know many people think that having a good, strong currency is supposed to be a good thing. I'm not too sure if you're an exporter, especially because what that does, it makes your products less competitive compared to other places. So that's the second point. And then the other one is obviously we have to be clear about the taxes. So we know, especially, and manufacturers could tell you this, the number of manufacturers who actually had to scale down operations or close in the last 5 years on account of the fact that the taxes, the levies, and name it, all those things that come in here, and the gyration in our taxation policy, where this year it's zero rated, the next year it's exempt, and then the year after that it's standard VAT. It's the policy landscape for the purposes of ensuring investment is just a mess. Remember that sensible investments usually require about 5 or 6 years before you have return. So you're putting in this money. So if the investment climate is changing every 6 months because there's a new supplementary law, government needs new money, it has to change all those other things. That mix of factors requires a really, really serious fix. And so it tells you that on the one side, stability in policy is not just stability in terms of what government says it does. So you can open up ACZs, that's fun, that's good and one thing. But if people's inputs suffer shocks every now and again, and the possibility to invest is also a problem, then you have the kind of mess. So definitely, the monetary policy is too tight. The fiscal policy is taking too much money and shrinking the opportunity for private sector to balance, to expand existing investment.
Very interesting. That is one of the bursting points, for lack of a better word, with the current Cabinet Secretary Treasury. He talks about the way we've made improvements in regards to our macros. Talk about the shilling is stable, you're saying it's too strong. Talk about, the rates are coming down for government papers, and he's saying that's a good thing. Actually, it indicates that the element of crowding out, it's not as much as it used to be when the rates were back 16-17% up. So we'll find the middle ground later on. But right now, I want to go to this gentleman. I've met him before, Mr. Akeno Tom, from the Agricultural Finance Corporation. And, as an economy, we say agriculture is our backbone at the end of the day. You guys are critical when it comes to funding agriculture in the country. I know you've been a pipeline to billions of shillings. Majority of our farmers are smallholder farmers. They continue to face the same problems that a normal Kenya face when it comes to accessing finance. They are not secure enough to be lent to. Talk to me about the intervention to make sure that this money that you are giving out in terms of credit is reaching that smallholder farmer, and what impact do you foresee?
Thank you, Noah. As you rightly said, I come from AFC. Just to give a background, Agricultural Finance Corporation is a state agency that is mandated to provide agri-credit along all the agricultural value chains. And AFC has been around for a long time. And we, as you rightly said, focus on providing credit, especially to the smallholder farmers. And it is a fact that at times they find access to finance a challenge because of the myriad of maybe conditions that financial institutions actually give. One of them is the collateral. But we, as an agency, have been able to come up with some business models that can enable them access. The latest one is riding on other institutions like SACCOs, where these smallholders can organize themselves into groups, and then now the SACCO can come and access finance and maybe channel through their normal lending mechanism, which are not necessarily collateral based. The latest intervention that we are looking at as an institution is commodity financing through the warehouse receipt financing. We are working very closely with the Warehouse Receipt Systems Council to be able to provide loans to the same people through the warehouse receipt as a collateral. So that is an alternative channel that we are also looking at. I'm happy that AFC and KDC are working very well in terms of collaboration, because currently we are implementing a World Bank project that is targeting MSMEs that were affected by the COVID pandemic. This is the SAFER project. It's funded by the World Bank. So through such interventions, we are seeing that we are making our small impact. Of course, you mentioned that agriculture is the backbone. Most of the employment in this country is actually based from the people actually doing agriculture. The only challenge that we have is the funding gap, which I'm happy that the government has actually mainstreamed agriculture as one of the pillars, and funding is an enabler, and I believe in the next few we should be able to kind of get some good funding to support the economy. Thank you.
All right, quite interesting. Funding gap in the agricultural sector, and the big question is, how do we incentivize people? Is there an incentive to, to lend to our agricultural sector? We'll come to that. I know there is that. But I want to come to our Senior Manager, Green Financing and Sustainability, KCB, Mr. Alois Ngure. In fact, our topic is talking about sustainable investment and growth. And sustainability, I'm told that these days if you want to get funding anywhere, slap their sustainability, slap their women, and what else do you slap there?
Youth.
Yeah? Youth. Yeah, the youth. And all of a sudden, donors will be like, there's a problem there. If there is women, youth, and sustainability, there is an opportunity to fund. But at the banking level, at KCB, you guys have been quite interesting. In fact, you are Senior Manager Green Financing. Yeah? Seems like a very recent title. Talk to me about this, and how are you guys channeling this green finance? What does it entail in a general sense?
Thank you so much. I don't want to belabor the point that women, youth, sustainability is a topical issue. But as I mentioned, as one of the speakers in the morning said, one of the things that we really need to look through is, in as much debt follows equity, I think for us as KCB, we are also putting a tag on the debt. Is that debt, if I can use the moderator's comment, is that debt sustainable from a cost implication to it? And I think that's where we come in as KCB to look at which are these modalities, which are these venues that we can get inclusion. I do keep saying that if something is not all-inclusive, then it is not sustainable. And maybe the topical issues we are discussing around SME and how we can scale it up, how all these SME initiatives can be led in a way that derives value for trickle-down. I think that's what you call trickle-down economics. Kwame would advise me on that. I think for us, what we have seen that is working for us is the power of partnership. When Dr. Moria said in the morning that we have to push for direct foreign investment to come in from an equity point of view, it kept me putting a mind aloud, how do we as commercial banks also play a role, an active role, in ensuring that whatever we are putting from a financing point of view speaks to what I would call non-banked, what I would call projects that are not feasible for banking. And as KCB, and I do believe most of other commercial bank players are working on, is we are unlocking the power of blended capital, where we are saying, yes, we may not have, we are driving our loan portfolio from a commercial point of view, but also are we having partners who are bringing in blended capital, concessionary funds, and earlier on my colleague Joroge Mushiri brought out the issue of we are very intentional on these partnerships. We are coming in closely to say, GCF as one of our great partners, and we are credited for that. What are initiatives we are doing? One for SME, climate smart SME, renewable energy, things around women-led enterprises. Now that our moderator has mentioned it, we are big on that. We have disbursed almost 150 billion shillings around the topical issue of women. Issues to do with e-mobility. How are we coming strong to look at the areas that are aligning to not only our SDGs, because again, SDGs are defining the sustainability conversation around the globe. How well is this coming into place? So there is a piece allowed unlocking the blended capital, and again, this concessionary funding, then we are able to pass that benefit to our customers. Okay. The other bit I would want to mention is the issue of de-risking. Collateral has been a big conversation in our marketplace, where SMEs, even the small enterprises down there, they don't have really collateral. Again, partnering with our partners in the DFI space to look at de-risking instruments, risk-sharing instruments that can give us comfort that we don't need to go to the traditional collateral to build traction on loan creation. The technical assistance program, again, is also a big piece for us. And again, driving it from our foundation, but also going through the same matrix of bringing technical assistance down to the people who may not have the financial literacy, compliance regulations allow doing good business. So then we are able to empower them to also come to the table and attract such business opportunities that can be funded. So sort of dealing with financial inclusion to the level that we are able to also pass the benefits in terms of capacity building, in terms of concessionary funding, and again also in terms of having a framework that supports enterprises that are not traditionally having collateral that they can pledge to the bank.
All right. Thank you. That's very important to note. You've brought that up, that moving away from traditional collateral. That's been a huge problem, yeah? You go ask for loan, they ask you, what do you have, you know? Mkono mtupu haufanyi nini? Haulambwi. We are told banks have been telling us for a very long time like that. So, but majority of people who need financing who fall under this MSME, we've termed them as informal. I know, Kwame, you don't like that, the informal economy. What do you mean? It's formal in its own way. But so that's been quite a challenge, but I'm glad you've said that you're trying to work on that, especially in a market where, banks will rather give their money to government because of safety compared to give it to me and my small business. I'm seeing a change of heart. I'm really encouraged. Okay. That is the greening of the heart, green financing. Okay. Talk to me, Frank Moy. You are in the private sector. And in fact, we've decided to switch off your microphone. I see you. That one is working. All right. Thank you. Perfect. So you are Chief Executive, Kuli Ventures Kenya?
Yes, yes.
You know, I tried looking out for you, then I don't know, you rebranded your company to Grow Fairly Limited. Is it part of the growth? I'm not sure.
So it's, it's part of the growth. That encompasses a lot of other things, but I think we're here today as stakeholders and as ideally recipients of the green finance, potentially the economic policy, in driving agro-processing. So we're also in agro-processing and manufacturing. So what we're talking about today touches on what we do every day.
All right.
Yes.
That's quite interesting because whereas there is a challenge with getting these finances to where there's sort of a gap in between that we need to work during this conversation and flatten. You guys have managed to be able to get some of this green financing. So talk to me from a business perspective. How do you position yourself as a small business to be able to optimize your chances to get proper financing, green financing, sustainable financing?
Yeah, so how as a business we're able to do that is first of all building a solid business plan that is tailor-made to working in our environment. Everybody doing financing today has their own agenda as well. So what is it that drives our competitiveness? What is it that drives our strategy? And what it is that makes us strategically competent, serve the market? So then we position our business to be able to earn the belief and the trust of would-be financiers or would-be partners. But I must say that we do not exist in isolation. I mean, we've talked about policy, we've talked about financing. There are also big gaps in terms of infrastructure, because at the end of the day, you're producing goods that compete to the world. And you're competing with the same person in a different environment that can access finance differently, has better infrastructure than us, has a more stable regulatory environment. So we have to bring all this together to be able to say, look, this is what our business is today. This is our promise to our investors or ourselves as investors. And these are the partners that we can come along with. And this is how we are differentiating ourselves to be able to compete in the market. Yes.
Oh, that's very interesting. So strategic positioning is very important for these businesses to be able to access this financing. Very important. There's a gentleman next to you. Is just chilling. He's like, I don't want the microphone, but you have an answer. What are the gaps that you've realizing? What are the gaps that you've realized that keep coming from one project to the other, from one sector to the other, that keeps recurring, that we need to work on from an East African perspective and also Kenya?
Thanks. Yeah, the money is running forward, and I think that's the key thing, is running forward. And as Gatsby, we essentially support the economic transformation of East African economies by taking a sector transformation approach. So we look at sectors that we believe could deliver on growth, could deliver on jobs for the populations in East Africa. And we do this through a market systems development approach. One of the sectors that we are in, which I can talk to, is livestock, specifically the beef value chain. And when we look then at sustainable investment and financing, one of the key gaps that as Gatsby we kind of try to bridge is a gap on innovation. So taking the case of beef, as a country, we are only producing about 50% of what we need. Productivity, when we look at beef production, is going down because of factors I think that many of us are aware of, climate shocks, land use change in rangelands, etc. Yet the demand for beef, for example, will keep going up as population increases and as incomes increase. So there is a growing market opportunity, but can the beef sector, or specifically the producers, actually capture that in spite of very systemic challenges such as climate change? And the key thing then is how do you innovate beef production to actually capitalize on the market opportunity and do so in a commercially sustainable way? And what then we do in the beef program is to provide technical support. We have partnered with a number of entrepreneurs and businesses that are willing to take on the risk of trying new ways of producing beef. And we then backstop them with technical support and a very small bit of grant financing to try and incentivize that innovation and also reduce a bit of the risk. So that's what we're doing.
Wow, technical support. Wow, that's helpful, especially for the smallholder players who are the majority. Now, we tackled the problems earlier on, Kwame, and now you mentioned all these aspects of our economy. Policy-wise, the way there is a level of unpredictability that has been there for a minute now. And it seems with every other government comes in a different way of doing things. Talk to me about what we need to do. For the longest time, we've had the conversation about national tax policy, and it's remained a conversation. We've made some progress towards that, but creating a predictable environment to attract investment. In the current environment that we're in, what do we need to do to work on?
All right, thanks. You know, any policy discussion in Kenya today has to be framed against the background of public debt. That they set the upper bound on what level of taxes we are going to bear, which is close to 17-18%. So it is telling us that the government of Kenya needs to choose a growth model that requires taxation at about 17-18-20% maximum. The argument that you're going to get 40% because that's what Japan does, which you hear many public sector workers say, is out of the question, unless you don't want the country to continue to exist and you want persistent things. So what does it mean? For the purposes of stability, it means this. I think investments are important on the private sector side, but also households make investments and households have income. So one of the things we need to do is to set an agreed level of pay-as-you-earn tax by simply telling people, like, for the next 10 years, pay-as-you-earn tax is going to be, say, a flat tax of 25% on every income above this level. It's easy to calculate. It's very, very easy to calculate. It's also easy to predict what the incomes will be like for the purposes of government spending. So that's basically one. I think we need an opportunity here, and I know we've spoken about it a lot, for government to pay its bills. When you have the public sector owing private people almost 400 billion to 600 billion shillings in unpaid bills, I mean, you can be polite, but in my view, if that was a business, that's a business that is insolvent. So we have defaulted without accepting it. So that's the question that we need to say. Government needs to start paying its bills and paying quickly, because it's sinking private sector. And actually, for many people and small enterprises, which is what we've been speaking about today, they usually depend on one cycle of payments to fund the next one. So if you're paying them 90 days, when we agreed on 90 days and you're paying them after 1 year, you've actually lost a lot. You know, some of them actually have to shed people. So stable taxation, and then the central bank has to do its job. Controlling inflation, which is decent now, though we actually think that inflation problems are mostly, I mean, inflation is on course, but one of the problems is that inflation is low, but people don't have the buying power. So part of it is what is driving down that's just what is driving down inflation. And the final one is government needs to choose investments that matter. So I don't think the government of Kenya should be running meat factories. I still say that with utmost respect. The guys in Dagoretti slaughter more cows than the Kenya Meat Commission every day. Actually, many more times, as in equivalent to almost 15 days the last time I checked. So just let resources go to the people who can use it best, and it benefits the private sector and actually makes the private sector. Because in many cases, when government is competing with private sector, it displaces them, right? It displaces private sector capital, which could be spent to deliver higher value. So there's no magic. We have to do many things, do them at the same time, because development is not about doing one thing that is big and leaving everything else. You have to handle tax policy, you have to handle monetary policy, government procurement has to be efficient. So obviously government can't be buying this bottle of water for 300 when you and I can walk into a shop and get it for 50. So efficiencies around those places also allow private sector to compete, because it's those small gains in productivity that actually add up to better public sector performance. And I don't want government telling private sector people where to spend their money. Private sector people wake up every day thinking about opportunity. And if they could get all the money, they could invest for 100 years, for most of them, to be honest. So just leave the stage, borrow less money, spend it more efficiently, and let private sector people compete in pushing their capital and taking risks in the place where they're best able to make a difference. Thanks.
Thank you very much. There's one clap over there. Yeah, you have a fan over there, Kwame. Thank you for the support. Yeah. So it sounds very simple from the way you've put it, but again, institutional memory that has been passed down in this country since 1963. Some of these changes will take a while, but that as it may, I want to come to the issue of financing agriculture, because you've said private sector has a huge role. Let us not compete. Let us complement, yeah, which is a better model. And I'm wondering, Mr. Keno, from where you sit as AFC, you know, part of government, you know, institution. I hope you don't have any pending bills that Kwame is talking about. Yeah, you're okay. You're safe. You close the year safe. Very important. But talk to me. I know you had hinted on this, but how you're leveraging on partnership, especially with the private sector, to fulfill these gaps that we're seeing in agricultural financing.
Thanks, Noah. And I think my colleague from KCB mentioned that for us to achieve this environment we want for growth in investments, partnerships with the private sector, especially us on government side, is very fundamental. And I want to give an example, because this is something that will just indicate to you that if we get our actions right, these things are possible to do. We implemented a program called Profit in collaboration with IFAD. And IFAD gave us a risk-sharing facility of 324 million Kenya shillings. And AFC was able to leverage this 10 times. And this facility was actually targeting clients who ordinarily will not access our funding using our normal funding model. So with this kind of de-risking facilities, I see this collaboration with the private sector is going to help us. And another example maybe I can be able to give is currently we are also implementing a program with KDC, which is targeting the ASAL areas. You know, those people, when they are coming to Nairobi, they say they are going to Kenya because they are excluded. They are normally susceptible to droughts and things like that, but they are huge on livestock. So we have this program that is being funded by the World Bank called Drive. And the way it is fashioned is that the livestock areas are being given funding so that they can be able to do maybe their livestock keeping in a different way through feedlots, so that when even these droughts come, they can be able to access even fodder from the other areas and make sure that those livestock are in good shape, so that you don't have somebody rearing livestock for maybe 3-4 years, and then during drought you hear they are sold as low as 500 shillings one. So I think we are just trying to have some sustainable way of funding our potential clients so that we make a difference. And as you rightly said earlier, we target the smallholder because they're the biggest population in this. And then, of course, you also mentioned the gender perspective. And again, AFC, with collaboration with the African Development Bank, have a program called Enable Youth, which is a program that does not require collateral. So what happens is just that these youths are put in an incubation center, given some financial literacy, and then they are given a soft loan which is interest-free, and then we have another loan which is as low as 5%. So you can see from a government perspective, there are initiatives that are running. Maybe what we need to do, as Kwame is rightly saying, is to take them to scale. Because if you don't take them to scale again, we may not have the desired outcomes from this. So I think in terms of resource mobilization, we just need to harness our programs, including the private sector, because the private sector look at agri-space as a very risky area to lend to. So that you look at the percentage of the loan books of the commercial banks, they are averaging at around 5% from the latest maybe central bank reporting. So I think we have to fund the agri-sector properly, so that we can now spur development in terms of processing, and those are the people will be able to have KDC incubate them and also go to the next level, as the CEO of Centum said. So I think it is a collaborative thing, and maybe one institution cannot do it. And then I think the other thing we must also be alive to is to strengthen these investment institutions like KDC, like KIE, like AFC, just for them to play their desired role in the space. And I think this will spur economic development, and everybody will feel like, yes, agri is doing its work, because it's the backbone. Thank you.
Definitely. Very important. And it will be interesting, Mr. Ngure, to know the ratio of NPLs when it comes to agriculture sector, how much non-performing loans in that sector. You can mention that as a passerby, but I wanted you to touch a little bit on this big word called green finance taxonomy by the Central Bank of Kenya. It is one of the initiatives that have been pushed forward to make sure that we're being intentional when it comes to green financing in our banking system. Just help us understand how this taxonomy is working, and how is it helping green projects, green borrowers access financing at an affordable rate.
Thank you, Noah, for that question. Yeah, it's true, and I think Kwame had alluded to this, that we require policy, we require regulations, we require collaboration, and again, we require clear go-to-market strategy on how we'll implement this. And luckily, on that vein, what has happened in the regulatory market, and particularly central bank driving this, is coming up with the green finance taxonomy. Borrowing heavily on the European taxonomy, because again, this buzzword, Noah, you have mentioned, is coming from an imported point of view, because most of the things we are doing right now, the developed markets have perfected them. So as emerging markets, what we are looking at clearly is to see how well do we also learn from the best in class. So whereas the green finance taxonomy is still in the works, naturally in a very layman language, so then I don't lose the delegates here. Green finance taxonomy is earmarked to measure how sectors are performing, particularly on matters ESG, matters climate risk, matters in terms of also matters climate risk mitigation as well, and adaptation. So you'll note that every sector, if I take construction sector, so to speak, according to the statistics that we have, the construction sector and the built environment contribute about 40% of the greenhouse gas emission. That's big. And one of the things that then you need to look at is, as we look at that figure, what are the initiatives we are doing to actually bring that in terms of reducing our greenhouse gas emission. So this taxonomy then prioritize a sector like real estate and construction and brings out the matrices that should work, and again get those matrices be measured, because really what get measured can also be tracked, and then you are able to say, yes, the activities you are doing, the financing activities you are doing, the output of that has a matrix of measurement, and that matrix can show impact. Because again, most of the initiatives that are happening in this space, if you don't show impact, then literally there's something wrong with the activities you are doing, particularly on the green financing activities. So, and this cuts across. You go to agriculture, you go to transport. So every sector, according to the taxonomy, has various matrices that have been set. Again, this was a consultative exercise, and I do believe all the sector experts were involved. Banks were involved as well. CBK went out to ensure whatever is being done is above board. So ideally then, in the sector you are in, you are able to say, this activity I'm doing as a customer of a bank or as an individual, you are able to track what you are doing in terms of managing climate issues, managing sector, that particular sector exposure, particularly on the greenhouse gas emissions, and at least managing the carbon print that, again, the whole conversation of this nature is alluding to. Right. So it's a work in progress, and I do believe these items are open to the public. You can be able to get into the CBK website and be able to interact with it. And again, it helps you also to know, as an individual, what are you also doing in the sector you are playing? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Our time, it's 2:30. You see, the way people are looking at us like, what are you guys doing, yeah? We apologize, guys. I know it's lunchtime. Just one question to Mr. Frank, then we finish with Mr. Tito, TB, then we wrap this up, yeah? So, okay. Frank, you've run a business, you are in the export market. I was listening to our keynote speaker, yes. Dr. Mukwana, yes. And he mentioned one thing, that we are importing 80% and making 20%. Yeah. I mean, sometimes competing against some of these products, even agricultural products just from across the border. Yeah. It seems to be the global setting, and we need to position ourselves better. Yes. As somebody who's running a business, yes. What do you think the future looks like? Can we turn the tide so that our trade balance is even? Yeah, so, and Dr. Mkwana talked about 300 years of building an industrial revolution. I mean, we transitioned the telephony in 2-3 years. So we don't need to take 300 years. I think what we need to do is, at the end of the day, we are importing 80% of what we consume today because of cost and efficiency. And we need to address cost of production. We're in agro-processing and in manufacturing. It's the cost to get the raw materials to site. It's the cost of taking the raw materials to the end market. All that is building upon all other costs. So we have to reverse the current trend where our competitiveness, I mean, we've had issues about people saying we're importing eggs from Uganda, we're importing milk from Uganda, just using that as an example. The fundamental question here that we need to address is, what is our make cost today? Okay. How efficient are we? And are we able to produce for the world? So why do we say we import 80% of goods from international markets? It's because somebody sitting in the international market has built industrial competitiveness and is able to produce that good from wherever they are. And there are several issues we need to address. Is it the cost of energy? Are we talking about the right skill to be able to do it? Are we talking about the policies to be able to do it? Are we talking about the logistics costs to be able to do it? So all this, for us to reverse the 80% that we import now, which ideally is capital flight to other countries and loss of employment opportunities, loss of foreign direct investment, loss of taxes and all this, we have to build our own competitiveness that then acts for us and becomes an import substitution favor for us, because we produce locally. And there is no economy
that has grown as a consuming economy.
Okay.
We have to be a producing economy. And we've talked about industrialization and manufacturing as driving the next frontier for us. As an example, we have to build competitiveness in our sector in that area and reverse the 80% to 20%. There are no shortcuts about it. If we have to address tax, we have to address policy, we have to address infrastructure, we have to address the cost of energy. We have to address all those in parallel, because the revenue you lose today because you've imported cannot be recovered.
Definitely.
That's a fact.
That's why we have the Next Frontier Africa 2025 to unpack some of these things and create a way forward. Tito, your name is interesting, Tito TB. Yeah, very beautiful name. In conclusion, I give you the opportunity to wrap this up. From all this nuanced discussion that we've had, from policy to funding agriculture, from what the financial sector is playing, and even people in the game, who are running businesses, as we conclude, the way forward, if at all, something will be written about this discussion from where you sit, what will that be as we finish up?
Thanks, Noah. This is a bit of pressure to conclude this. But I think for me, the key takeaway is that it's an ecosystem play, and that all the players in the ecosystem need to come together to make this work and fix all the issues that have been talked about in parallel, from policy, the right tax, tax regulations, from financing, the cost of finance, again going back to monetary policy, but also how can banks disperse credit in a more affordable way. But I think, at least from where I sit, a key thing is how do we fund innovation? How do we fund research and development? We've talked about 80% of what we are consuming is imported. The world has gone through 4 industrial revolutions. We are still in the first one, and the world is moving forward. It's not stopping to wait for us. Innovation and research and development is progressing. How do we catch up with that as Africa? What institutions do we need to strengthen that could play a role in enabling innovation and it permeating within businesses? What financing is needed to promote innovation? What policy framework is needed to promote innovation? And what could also the development players and actors do to promote innovation? Thanks.
Wow. You're really good at this, Tito. You've wrapped it very well. Tito TB from Gatsby Africa. We also have Kwame Owino from the Institute of Economic Affairs, Akeno Tom, Strategy and Business Development at Agricultural Finance Corporation, Alois Ngure, Senior Manager, Green Financing and Sustainability at KCB, and we also have Frank Moi, Chief Executive of Kuli Ventures Kenya. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Wapigeni makofi tafadhali. They have done an incredible job participating in this panel. Remember, this is the Next Frontier Africa 2025, where we are focusing on catalyzing inclusive growth through strategic sector investment and innovation. My name is Noah Kipkemboi. I've been your moderator. See you at lunch. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Noah. Makofi kwa our moderator, Noah Kipkemboi. Thank you so much. And the gentlemen, may I invite you to all come to the floor of the amphitheater so that we can appreciate you with a token. And as they do that, let me invite Director, Strategy, Research and Innovation, Madam Faith Nene, to come and do the presentation. Let me also acknowledge Bwana Daniel Mweni, who is the Deputy Director, Appraisals and Investments, and also at KDC, the Kenya Development Corporation. And also let me appreciate Erastus Aliaron Njoroge, the Deputy Director, Portfolio and Management. They were together with the panelists listening. They've been the ones who've helped us and guided us through even getting some of the panelists and guiding us through the processes of running through this panel. So we say thank you to them and we appreciate them. So the presentation will be done by Madam Faith Nene, the Director, Strategy, Research and Innovation. And then very quickly, immediately after this photo op and the presentation, I'd like to invite you for lunch We'll collect our vouchers as we exit the amphitheater, but lunch will be served for the delegates, as I mentioned earlier, with the strips of different colors except for red. Red, I'll let you know where to go if your badges have a strip of red. But for the other colors, our lunch will be served at the tent where the exhibition halls or booths are. So we'll have lunch there, but I'm kindly requesting you that we take at least 30 minutes and be back here so that we can come back and continue with the next part of the program. And then we have, in the afternoon, we have two sectorial forum sessions. One is about climate change, the sectoral forum on climate change, which will be at Shimba Room. And the other sectoral forum on digital and creative economy will be at the Impala Room. They're both at the first floor, okay? So those who will be attending the sectoral forum on climate change will go to Shimba Room immediately after lunch. And those attending the sectoral forum on digital and creative economy, please join us at the Impala Room. Enjoy your lunch, but please make sure we do this as quickly as possible. If we can spare between 20 and 25 minutes, and then we come back and continue with our sessions. Asanteni sana.
Through Kenya Development Corporation, KDC, the Safer Fund program is turning struggles into strength and dreams into reality, promoting the 8th Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 8, decent work and economic growth to its beneficiaries. In Githongori, Kiambu County, K-Unity Sacco is partnering with the Safer Fund program to turn
distinguished delegates, let's hasten our steps. It's quite a distance to the tent. Tafadhali tuende kule tufanye halahala alafu turudi. There'll be breakout sessions, 2 of them. One will be at Shimba Hall and the other one at Impala Room, both on the first floor. Asante.
To face the challenge, and we had small machines, so with the Safer program we have been able to acquire the machines you see behind us. We have been able to scale up production. Now we are not only just producing for our own animals, we are ready and already geared to produce for other farmers under the brand name of Adia Feeds.
One key objective of the Safer Fund program is to uplift women-led enterprises. Helen Mogore is one of the many women whose juice-making business has been uplifted after facing a shutdown due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but through the Safer Fund program, she rose above it.
Safer program ilinisaidia wakati walipokuja hapa kwa kazi yangu, wakanielezea kuwa nitakuwa na save kidogo kidogo, nikakuwa nikiweka pesa kidogo kidogo, Kazi imekuwa sawa kwa sababu nimeweza kuweka biashara ingine, nikaweka biashara ya gas na pia hii yangu nikaongeza stock. Imekuwa ikinisaidia sana kwa sababu customer wamekuwa wengi. Naweza kuuza juice mingi, naweza kutengeneza hadi 20 liters per day.
On its streets, entrepreneurs like Nahashon Njoroge craft new futures, one hairstyle at a time.
Nafanya biashara ya kinyozi na salon. Nimekuwa kwa sako kama K-Unity, imenipa loan ambayo imenisaidia sana kwa kuboost biashara. Nimeweza kununua sasa, kujaribu kununua mashini zingine nyingi, lakini sasa baada ya COVID ama baada ya kupewa loan na K-Unity nikaweza kufungua branch nyingine.
In the heart of Kerugoya County, the tea basket of Kenya, ambition wears many faces, from rice millers and electronic traders to dairy farmers. Through the partnership of the Safer Fund program and Fortune Sacco, that lifeline is now stretching farther. Opportunity isn't just grown, it's built, sold, and milked. Meet Timothy Mufike, who serves as head of finance and doubles as deputy chief executive officer of Fortune Sacco, as he takes us through how Fortune Sacco has been supporting businesses' growth.
We've supported almost 500 businesses with funds, and some of them can be a testimonial that funds already came in handy in terms of reviving their businesses.
For Joanne Mothe, a rice milling businesswoman, her business did not just grow, but has equally created employment opportunities for the youth.
Mimi ni member wa Fortune Sacco. Nimenunua shamba na profit yenye nimemake kwa hiyo pesa yenye nilipewa. Alafu nimeajiri wana youth wenye hawakuwa na kazi, wamepata sasa kazi. Ninawatuma kwenda kuchukua mchele nje, alafu tunakuja tunasiaga, tunapack, tunatumia customers.
Joseph Mwangi, who owns and runs Waken Traders, an electronics shop in the heart of Kahigo, also has a unique story of growth and rising from the aftermath of the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Singerudisha biashara ya picha kwa sababu already ilikuwa affected sana, na nilifikiria mambo ya kubadilisha biashara, nianzie electronics na home appliances, na nilipoenda huko nikaongea na manager wa hiyo Fortune Sacco, waliponipea hiyo mkopo, nianzia biashara ya electronics kwa hii nyumba. Na sasa after muda kidogo tuliweka branch. Sasa tuko na duka mbili na tunafanya vizuri, tunauza meza na electronics na tunaendelea kufanya vizuri.
In Kerugoya County, dairy farming isn't just an economic activity, it is the lifeblood of the local economy. And at the forefront of this thriving sector is Dickson Shombagivaka, a visionary farmer whose success story proves just how transformative dairy farming can be.
Sasa tuko na ng'ombe 10, tunakamua maziwa ya 210 liters per day. After COVID-19, tulienda kwa Fortune Sacco Kagio, nikapata mkopo ya 300. Sasa na hiyo imenisaidia sana.
The Safer Fund program isn't just about funds, it's about building a self-sustaining cycle of growth that benefits everyone. Amika Sacco has been the backbone of Murang'a County's success. James Mboye, the Chief Executive Officer of Amika Sacco, shares his thought leadership on how the Sacco has been supporting its members through the funding from the Safer Fund program.
Amika is a beneficiary to the Safer funds, and we received the first tranche of the Safer funds end of last year, 2024, and the balance of that money came in the beginning of 2025. We have seen a lot of our members benefiting from these funds, and as you know, funds coming from development partners, a lot of those funds are channeled usually through commercial banks, and they don't get to reach the ordinary mwananchi. But when you give those funds through the cooperative society like us as Amica Sacco, you can see we are serving people at the grassroots level. We are serving the farmers who need these funds most.
Amica Sacco has turned harvests into exports. That means crossing Kenyan borders for Lucy Muredi, a large-scale tomato farmer in Maragua, whose farm produce now reaches Ugandan markets.
Yeah, COVID-19 affected us a great deal because I remember I had tomatoes on the farm, and just when COVID was starting, my tomatoes was ready, and it was quite a challenge because COVID closed up everything. I had done 10 acres then in 2019, and when COVID hit, I lost a lot because a lot of my market was in Nairobi, also selling in Uganda, and traveling, became difficult, so market really went down.
In Nkubu, Meru County, Yetu Sacco has been intentionally supporting women traders in their diverse entrepreneurial paths. Amos Mutugi, the Deputy Chief Operating Officer, sheds insights on Yetu Sacco's journey towards sustainable financial empowerment to the Sacco members.
SEFA Fund, actually I would say the greatest impact from SEFA Fund was it came a long way in cushioning in terms of the deposits that we had as a society. The loan that we acquired and the funds that we acquired from SEFA project, it helped us much to try and revive the businesses that had got down due to COVID-19. Most of those people who didn't have working capital because of that lockdown, most in the textiles industry. And again, due to the SEFA project and the funds that we received, we are actually organizing a very huge forum for the youths, the young entrepreneurs whose business were affected, so that they get to understand of this fund that we have, and so that we see how do we move the funds and continue helping them. But as of now, we have at least 20 youths, the young entrepreneurs who have accessed the fund, and it's doing well for them. We have also a number of women who we have supported greatly, mostly in the serious business, to try and rejuvenate their businesses.
Winnie Masharia credits the success of her portional business, Kidhigi Yetu Limited, to Yetu Sacco.
After COVID, sasa biashara ilienda chini sana. After kwenda chini, nikaenda kwa Yetu Sacco, nikaomba mkopo, hiyo loan, nikajaribu kuinua biashara yangu tena, mpaka nikanunua gari njoo niliona kuna need ya gari Probox. Pia niliongeza machines.
Youth empowerment is a major pillar for the Safer Fund program, and we meet Maureen Kinya, a young entrepreneur running a retail kiosk in Kiera, South Imenti, who has experienced business expansion thanks to the Safer Funds program.
Tuliweza kupata pesa kutoka kwa Yetu Sacco, tukaongeza store ya kuweka vitu za kuuza za duka, na tukanunua plot.
Pamela Nkatha, who is a water vendor entrepreneur, can equally attest to the support of the Safer Fund program financial solution.
Hiyo mkopo imenisaidia sana. Imenisaidia kwa hii kazi, wafanyikazi sasa nimeongeza hata wafanyikazi wengine hapa, na kuna wengine wako field. Kwa saa hii niko na wafanyikazi 9.
From Kiambu County to Kerugoya County, from Murang'a County to Meru County, these stories share one truth. When finance reaches the grassroots, it doesn't just change lives, it transforms entire communities.
Naitwa Maureen Kinya. Hii biashara ilianzishwa na mama nikiwa shule. Nilipomaliza shule nikakuja kumsaidia, na niko na miaka 25. Hapo ikiendelea vizuri, saa zile kuna pesa, wa customer wanakuja, saa zile biashara iko low, customer wanakuwa kidogo. Ilikuwa ngumu kuendeleza biashara kwa sababu mama alikuwa one of the victim, aliafektiwa na COVID. Sasa biashara ilienda chini, customer hawakuwa wanataka kuja kununua hapa kwa sababu mama alikuwa na COVID. Sasa ilikuwa hard kuvutia customer wakuja hapa.
mama ndiye aliafektiwa, sisi tukabakia kazini, lakini kazi ilienda chini kabisa, hata stock ilienda chini kabisa juu hatukuwa na customer kuja kutununulia, alikuwa anaogopa kushikwa na COVID. Na pia tuliweza kupata pesa kutoka kwa KDC Sectoral, tukaongeza store ya kuweka vitu za kuuza za duka na tukanunua ka plot. Naweza sema kama mtu ako na biashara yake na iendi vizuri, aende kwa KDC Sectoral apate kakitu huko, aweze kuinua biashara yake. KDC Sectoral wanasaidia sana.
Njoroge Gure. Nafanya biashara ya kinyozi na salon. Tuna specify na dreads na pamoja tunatengeneza watu hair coloring na pia tunanyoa. Sasa hivi nimefanya kwa miaka 14. Yote ina operate hapa Githunguri. Tuna moja pale juu karibu na taxi stage na sasa hii ambayo iko hapa Esther House. Tuseme kulingana na mapato ilikata na nusu, kwa sababu mbeleni tulikuwa tunanyoa watu sana, tulikuwa tunashuka kwa uzuri sana mkizungumza na furaha, lakini sasa ikaenda ikapunguza na katikati. Nimekuwa kwa sako kama K-Unity, imenipa loan ambayo imenisaidia sana kwa kuboost biashara. Nimeweza kununua sasa, kujaribu kununua mashini zingine nyingi. Before COVID nilikuwa na branch moja, lakini sasa baada ya kupewa loan na K-Unity nikaweza kufungua branch nyingine ambayo sasa ndio hii. Kwa 200,000 nimenunua mashini ambazo ni za kucharge, rechargeable, na ziko tu hapa ambazo hazitumii ni wireless. Unaweza nyoa nayo hata bila stima. Before COVID nilikuwa na watu 2 pekee. Nilikuwa na mke wangu na kijana mmoja. Lakini sasa hivi niko na wafanyikazi 7 so far. Wale permanent. Sana. Kwa sababu hata mimi nikiongea sasa hata na kila mtu namrecommend, kwa sababu hatusumbuliwi. Unajua kwenye sako zingine unaambiwa ulete guarantors, fanya hivi na hivi, ambao guarantors kuwapata inakuanga sio rahisi. Lakini sasa kule K-Unity unaagizwa tu ulipe wakili, stamp ile nini zako, alafu sasa loan yako inaapproviwa kwa haraka sana.
Kabisa kwa majina naitwa Pamela Nkadha, mkaaji wa Mitungu. Niko na biashara ya kusiaga unga na hata biashara ya water refilling and purification. Biashara kwa sasa ina miezi 2 na kulingana na vile tumeanza msimu wa mvua wakati hakuna kiangazi, na maji huwa inatumika wakati kuna kiangazi sana, lakini naona improvement inaendelea na inakuwa sawa. Kwa mwaka hiyo 2020 nilikuwa na biashara nilikuwa nimeanza biashara, lakini haikuendelea vizuri. Nilikuwa na wafanyikazi kadhaa, wengine nilipunguza juu ya COVID, lakini nikahisi hiyo msukumo ya watoto ndio walikuwa wanarudi kwangu wakitafuta kazi. Sasa ndio nikaona wacha nipanue akili kiasi, ndio nikaenda kwa hii biashara ya maji. Hii mkopo imeniinua kwa ile biashara. Kuna mahali nilikuwa nimekwama, nimeinua sasa, iko sawa na ikaanzisha hii, na pia hii naona ikiendelea vizuri. Hiyo mkopo imenisaidia sana, imenisaidia kwa hii kazi. Wafanyikazi sasa nimeongeza hata wafanyikazi wengine hapa, na kuna wengine wako field. Kwa saa hii niko na wafanyikazi 9. In the next 5 years naona kwa ile biashara ingine ya unga ndio nataka inuke kwa wingi, ikiwa at least ya packaging and distribution, yani na pack na napeleka kwa maduka ingine. Na hata kwa hii ya maji najua itakuwa imeenda hatua ingine yenye siwezi jua saa hii, lakini najua itakuwa kwa hatua ingine. Wacha niseme, kwa hiyo kutoka 2020 mpaka this is 2025 nimekuwa nikitembea kwa banki nyingi, lakini usaidizi yenye nimepata kwa yetu sako imekuwa yani ya tofauti sana. Juu wametuamini wao na wakaelewa ndoto zetu na wakatutimizia.
My name is Robert Gitao. Our business is called Adia Mills Limited. We produce animal feeds by the brand name Adia Feeds. And then our mix is called Zawadi Mix. Our business manufactures animal feeds. These are for dairy cows and goats, basically ruminant animals. And monogastric animals like pigs, and birds like chicken, layers and growers. We were not able to get quality feeds because of the restriction in the supply chain system. We could not get in our farm good feeds. So we had, at that time, we had around 70 cows, and we had to scale down to around 20. Now we are growing from 20. The challenge that we encountered due to COVID-19 was an eye-opener for us. Other than going down completely, we decided to face the challenge, and we had small machines. So with the SAFER program, we have been able to acquire the machines you see behind us. We have been able to scale up production. Now we are not only just producing for our own animals, we are ready and already geared to produce for other farmers under the brand name of Adia Feeds. I'm a member of KDC Sectoral, who have supported me since the time I started the dairy farming, and through this project of animal feed production. I have received financial support, and when I needed extra financial support, they told me we have this program that is funded, and they added money to boost my business and my production. We have opened 2 shops where we are able to make our product available to other farmers. We have a shop in a place called Githunguri, as well as another place called Kwamaiko. So we have increased our footprint. We have also increased our staff, because those shops are manned by permanent staff who work for this business. So yes, the SAFER program has been very instrumental to our growth and rebound after the COVID-19.
We manufacture EPSs that are normally used for affordable building solutions, and we have two types of products. We have EPS wall panels and EPS slab panels. The idea to start the EPS manufacturing plant happened way back in 2016, and that is when we sat down and we researched about financing options, and that is when we decided to go with the Kenya Development Corporation because they were offering low rates as compared to the ordinary commercial banks. And we are actually very grateful because they enabled us to start this company, and through this company we've been able to employ a lot of employees. Right now we have like 14 employees and more than 10 casual workers. So the business has been sustainable, and it's all thanks to the KDC.
KDC was established to serve as a strong, single cross-sector DFI mandated to play a catalytic role in Kenya's socio-economic development by providing long-term financing and other financial, investment and business advisory services.
From way back when we started the company, we can say that our journey has been good. We've had a lot of demand for the EPS. Some of the advantages of using EPS 3D panels include, first of all, it gives you a lighter structure, thereby reducing the overall weight of your house. It also saves the overall cost of construction. This is because EPS is light, and handling it on site is very easy as compared to assembling of the ordinary masonry stones. It also has acoustic properties, making it soundproof as compared to stones. It also has thermal insulating properties, and if you're using it in cold areas, you won't need to actually heat up the house because it retains the temperature inside the house. I can say we've supplied to over 3,000 clients since we started the company back in 2016. Finally, I would like to thank KDC for believing in us and walking the journey with us. I would also recommend other startups to also partner with KDC. Grab the opportunity, they are there.
KDC products and services are divided into 3 categories. 1. Loan facilities. 2. Equity finance. 3. Advisory services. Kenya Development Corporation drives Kenya's progress and prosperity.
I'm Winnie Masharia, Managing Director of KDC Limited. Mimi nimefanya hiyo course ya food production nikahitimu na nasiaganga hapa KDC. Hapa tunasiaga, tuko na posho mill 5, hizo milling machines 5. Tunasiaga grade 1 shifted, tunasiaga grade 2, tunasiaga ngano, tunatengeneza hata uji porridge na unga ya uji pia. Hii biashara nimeanzisha kama miaka 4-5 iliyopita. After COVID sasa biashara ilienda chini sana. After kwenda chini nikaenda kwa KDC Sectoral, nikaomba mkopo, hiyo loan, nikajaribu kuinua biashara yangu tena mpaka nikanunua gari juu niliona kuna need ya gari Probox. Juu nilikuwa naenda huko mashinani kuchukua mahindi na kuja nasiagia customer na kupelekea mashule. Pia niliongeza machines. Nilikuwa initially nilipomaliza shule sikuwa na machine mingi, nilihaso nikapata tu pesa na nikaajiriwa nikapata pesa za kununua machine moja. Sasa nikiwa na hiyo machine moja, customer walikuwa wanakuja wananiuliza kama hiyo ni ya grade 1 pekee ndio nilikuwa nayo. Wananiuliza bando kama niko na modokore, niko na hii whole meal hii ya Kangata, niko na crusher hiyo ya Nshenga, niko na zabando kujitengenezea uji hiyo porridge, hiyo ya gokia kwa Kimeru tunaitanga gokia, hiyo na muthokore pia. Sasa nikaona kuna ngapi na market, ikabindi niende Yetu Sacco, wakanipea hiyo mkopo, nikaweza kuongeza mashini zangu zote na naona biashara yangu inainuka. Nauzanga pia supplements za unga, nauza kama moringa, eggshell, cassava, sweet potato. Hizo zote nauza kwa sababu niliona kuna nini kwa soko. Customers wangu for example amekuja mtu anataka ako diabetic, ako na blood pressure, anataka ile unga anaweza tumia, na mwekea hiyo whole meal hii unga, alafu na mumixia na kama moringa inasaidia na healthy benefits kama ku reduce hiyo diabetic, ku reduce diabetes na ku manage that is na ku manage blood pressure. Yeah. Ningetaka kuambia youth na wamama wenzangu na watu wote kwa jumla waingie Yetu Sacco, wafungue account huko. Inafanya tuinuke kibiashara. Hata kama una capital, inakupea hiyo capital, unaanza biashara na unainuka kimaisha. Juu personally nimeinuka through Yetu Sacco.
Addiction Shomba Githaka. Mimi nafanya kazi ya kuuza ng'ombe. Nilianza 2015 and hii niko na miaka 10. Sasa hivi tuko na ng'ombe 10. Tunakamua maziwa ya 210 liters per day. Hiyo COVID-19 itu affect biashara sana. Hiyo time COVID time ilikuja, tulikuwa tukiuza ng'ombe, jipo tunauza ng'ombe, tulikuwa bado tumesimamisha kuuza ng'ombe. Juu unajua kulikuwa na restriction ya kutoka Kirinyaga kwenda Nairobi. Kuna customer walikuwa kutoka Machakos, Kiambu na wako kuja. Kwa hivyo kuuza ng'ombe tulisimamisha hiyo biashara kuuza ng'ombe. Kwa hivyo tutukaa tu hivyo, hakuna biashara inaendelea. COVID-19 nilienda kwa Fortune Sacco Kagio, nikapata mkopo ya 300. Sasa na hiyo imenisaidia sana. Juu niliendelea kulima mahindi ya Nkoboro, sasa bado naendelea kununua ng'ombe, na kama sasa hivi ukiangalia ile ng'ombe tuko nazo, tuko na ng'ombe 10. Kwa hivyo hiyo Fortune Sacco imesaidia sana. Mimi naweza waambia watu wale wako kwa ng'ombe sasa hivi waende Fortune Sacco Kagio, wainuke. Inainua watu. Hapo tumefika juu ya Fortune Sacco. Mimi nafurahia juu nimemba Fortune Sacco kutoka Kiambu.
Majina naitwa Helen Mugore Kigumi. Nafanya biashara ya juice pola. Nimekuwa nikifanya biashara kwa miaka 4. Biashara ilifanya vizuri miezi ya kwanza, alafu kuliingia hii ugonjwa ya corona. Biashara ikashuka chini, ikakuwa chini kabisa. Hadi sometimes unapata hakuna kitu umeuza. After COVID iliingia customers, hakukuwa na customer, wengi wao walijifungia, hakukuwa na kazi, kabidi tufunge kazi kidogo. Sefa program ilinisaidia wakati walipokuja hapa kwa kazi yangu, wakanielezea kuwa nitakuwa na save kidogo kidogo, nikakuwa nikiweka pesa kidogo kidogo every day. Nikakuwa nikiweka kila siku. After 6 months wakaniambia ndio nitaweza kupata, wanaweza nipea pesa ya kuongeza biashara ilianzia na loan ya 250. Tangu wanisaidie na hiyo loan, nimekuwa nikipata kazi, imekuwa sawa kwa sababu nimeweza kuweka biashara ingine, nikaweka biashara ya gas na pia hii yangu nikaongeza stock. Imekuwa ikinisaidia sana kwa sababu customer wamekuwa wengi, naweza kuuza juice mingi, naweza kutengeneza hadi 20 liters per day. Wale wanafanya biashara kama mimi, naweza waambia Sefa program inasaidia sana kwa wakati saa zenye uko chini, unaweza jiinua. Ukiweza weka kidogo kidogo huko, hata kama una kazi kubwa, utaweza kuweka pesa na wakuje wakusaidie na loan na uanzishe biashara yako kubwa na ufungue branches nyingine.
My name is James Bui. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Amica. And Amica is a circle that was started many years ago, over 50 years ago, by the coffee farmers in Muranga County. Amica is a beneficiary to the SEFA funds, and we received the first tranche of the SEFA funds end of last year, 2024. And the balance of that money came in the beginning of 2025. We have seen a lot of our members benefiting from these funds. And as you know, funds coming from development partners, a lot of those funds are channeled usually through commercial banks, and they don't get to reach the ordinary mwananchi. But when you give those funds through the cooperative society like us as Amica Circle, you can see we are serving people at the grassroots level. We are serving the farmers who need these funds most. During COVID time, a lot of these businesses were affected. One is that some of them had to close down because of the COVID, because of the containment measures that were there. So some of them had to close down because the member movement was curtailed. People could not be able to move from one place to another. A lot of women, especially in Muranga County, are involved in dairy farming. And dairy farming is one of the areas where we have really supported the farmers, and we have seen ourselves give a lot of loans to farmers to buy cows. Seen a lot of farmers coming to take loans to go and do cow sheds. The father has a very great impact, as I have said. One of the challenges that you find in the circles is the circles are perceived as places of where people come for credit, and affordable credit for that matter. And so circles usually suffer from liquidity issues, because then people are always coming for money and the supply is not as high. And that is why circles, most of the times, they will ask you to put in money so that they can give you, in other words, they give you 3 times of your deposit, 4 times, 5 times, like so on and so forth. In our case, we can give you a loan now because of the SEFA funds without even having put in deposits. Then we train you to save even as you pay the loan.
KDC was established to serve as a strong, single cross-sector DFI mandated to play a catalytic role in Kenya's socio-economic development by providing long-term financing and other financial, investment and business advisory services. KDC provides financial solutions in manufacturing, tourism, health, climate change, blue economy, energy, post-harvest management, and ICT. KDC products and services are divided into 3 categories. 1. Loan facilities. 2. Equity finance. 3. Advisory services. Kenya Development Corporation drives Kenya's progress and prosperity. Imagine a future where green businesses flourish, each one a pillar of hope, opportunity, and sustainable progress. Together with the Kenya Development Corporation KDC, a state corporation in the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, you can be a catalyst for this future.
As an investor, if you are looking at the future, and the future is green growth, and green growth is in Africa, and the ingredients of driving that green growth is renewable energy, and renewable energy we have 50 times in Africa. You should know where your future and the future of your business and investment should be going.
KDC, a robust cross-sector development finance institution, was established to drive Kenya's social and economic progress by providing long-term financing, investment solutions, and business advisory services. Through its focus on sectors such as manufacturing, post-harvest management, tourism, health, climate change and digital and creative economy (ICT), KDC is accelerating the nation's path to a more prosperous and sustainable future. With KDC, we can create a future of thriving communities powered by renewable energy, innovative technologies, and businesses that honor both profit and planet. The $160 million required for the Green Investment Fund is not just an ask, it's the key to unlocking this future.
I am very confident that with this structured engagement together, we will ensure a more vibrant private sector to position Kenya as a preferred investment destination and a gateway to the rest of Africa.
As an investor, you have the chance to be part of something far greater than financial returns. You have the power to ignite change, to champion green businesses that will shape a new Kenya, resilient, thriving, and leading the charge in sustainable growth. Together with the Kenya Development Corporation KDC, we can bring this vision to life. Step into the future with us. The opportunity is now.
Of the feedlot farmer. Feedlot farming comes in to address the issue of sustainable livestock farming in the event of drought. I was privileged enough to learn of the DRIVE project from KDC, I think about 2022. I'm sure most of you are trying to see how you can fit into the livestock farming part of it sustainably as a profit-making enterprise. And we know the challenge with commercial banks has been highlighted today so much in terms of the rising interest rates. Therefore, KDC came in with a better option in terms of repayment period, the grace period, the interest rates. So I think for me, it came in as a solution to my business. Because for me, as a livestock aggregator who finishes and fattens, believe that the KDC project, the DRIVE project, has offered me with a solution in terms of something at least that I can manage to repay within, a good period of time, as I also continue to learn how to run a sustainable livestock farming business.
Started the company in 2018. We basically are a recycling company, and we actually deal with recycling of paper. I mean, it's important that we conserve the environment, and the idea came through that we need to conserve this environment, and how can we lessen the burden to the counties where a lot of waste is collected. With the global warming that's coming up, we need to save the environment and try to get things moving on the side of recycling. So the idea came through with one of my friends. We joined together and we started this project, and we're a small team of 24. I mean, we have a lot of dedicated people, and we thank the people who are with us. They grow this entrepreneurial journey with us, and it's been a journey. And basically one of my friends had actually tried this project earlier, but he was not successful at that time, so we had no idea what to do with this project, and learning on the job, that's more like it. The first time I heard about KDC was when I was trying to look for financial institutions who would actually support us in our venture, because any entrepreneurial journey starts with a lot of finance, and for us it was a bit difficult to get the things. I went to Kenya Investment Authority, and they actually recommended that KDC would be able to assist us. So we approached and we managed to get some loans. That's how we started the whole business process.
KDC was established to serve as a socio-economic development by providing long-term financing and other financial, investment and business advisory services.
Yes, KDC has been the initial financer for us, but we've never had an issue of taking loans from somebody else. The growth for us has been defined by consistency, being aggressive in the market, trying to sell our products well in the market, and basically for us is the quality aspect. Secondly is payment terms for our suppliers. All the waste papers that we buy, we actually pay in cash to our suppliers. So that has been helpful, because then you're actually supporting other people out there who are in the job and helping them with the cash flows as well. I think KDC is a very strategic partner for us at the moment. If we want to expand, then of course we'll look at KDC. That has been a good strength. What we need to do is get rid of this single-use plastics. It's messing up with our environment, get into recyclable stuff. Things like pulp packaging, user-friendly, biodegradable, get into that space where we actually conserve the environment. So let's get into the recycling aspect.
KDC products and services are divided into 3 categories. 1. Loan facilities. 2. Equity finance. 3. Advisory services. Kenya Development Corporation drives Kenya's progress and prosperity.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joshua Tucheng Yamo. I'm a member of KUnity Circle, and I'm glad to be a member because I've seen KUnity doing so much, a lot to its members. KUnity, in a partnership with KDC, have done a lot to the youth, especially for me. I'm a contractor and a youth at 32 years old. I had a contract somewhere, and the client requested me to go start the job, which eventually I didn't have the capital. And since I had the account with the KUnity, I came and signed the documents. They did not hesitate to give me a capital to go do my job. As you see, I'm a contractor which deals with the leakages of the houses. At times, the leakages can be hazardous to human health and also to the building itself, because it weakens the building or the slab of the house and might end up in collapsing. So that is what normally I'm based on. And for sure, I came to KUnity. KUnity gave me the capital to go and work on my issues. And as I'm speaking right now, I'm a happy man. I did it. And KUnity, in cooperation with the KDC, they've really done a lot. And I'm encouraging the youths also there so that they should not get themselves involved in issues that are not environmental friendly. They should come and start their banking with the KUnity so that they can grow. And the women also should also join. We should also I am also encouraging the youths and maybe churches to form groups. They can come and get assisted here so that we grow together. I am a happy man, and eventually I'm so much grateful to be a member of KUnity in partnership with KDC. Thank you very much.
My name is Solomon Washila Wambugo, the proprietor of Ebogot General Stores. Ebogot General Stores was started 2012. Na hapo ndio nilianza biashara ikiwa dogo, tukaikua na tukaanza kuikuza. Na 2012, the same year I entered KUNIT Bank as a member. Na since then, KUNIT Bank wamekuwa wakishikana na sisi safari ya kukua, because we started when we were very small. We started with a capital base of 20,000 shillings. After 6 months, we get a loan kidogo yenye ilitubustisha achieve our goals of being from duka to a wholesaler. Now since 2012, we have had a journey yenye imekuwa ikikuwa ngumu sana because of the emerging competition yenye zimetoka all over the world, na demand ya watu kutaka new product zenye tunafaa incorporate into our business. Tumekuwa na safari ndefu ambayo tumefikisha hapa saa hii. As we speak, we have a turnover of over 50 million a month yenye tunafanya as Ebogot General Store, yenye imehusiana na uzaji wa vitu za kukula. Of late, KUNIT Bank wamepartner na KDC ambayo imetupata wakati tumekuwa chini kabisa, after effects of COVID, effect of new expansion of a new shop. KDC wakaingilia in partnership with KUNIT Bank, wakatukwamua mahali tulikuwa tumekwama kabisa, kusustain the demand of new product zenye new client wenye tulipata from the new shop, and also the new establishment, the requirement of new establishment of adding new employees. Sasa venye kuamua biashara iliingia ndani, we are able to do our business comfortably, na we are able to serve customer, na tunaacha wakiwa wamefurahi, and with that we are growing together from a capital base of 20.
Got lost a little bit.
Welcome back, distinguished delegates. We will start in just about 5 minutes. Kayamba, Africa. Over to you.
Ulangwa. Mangale agree.
Sir.
Mangale.
Mangale, 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 unanoni Mangale, unanau Mangale, wamubala kadama wangu, utimubanda banda, wamubala kadama wangu, utimubanda banda. Mangale, unanoni Mangale, unanau Mangale, wamubalaka dama wangu ukimubandabanda wamubalaka dama wangu ukimubandabanda Mangale wamubalaka dama Pekeshe mwambile mula muyunaza Pekeshe zinani na ngoma we Pekeshe mwambile mula muyunaza Pekeshe zinani na ngoma we Pekeshe mwambile mula muyunaza Pekeshe zinani na ngoma we Pekeshe mwambile mula muyunaza Pekeshe zinani na ngoma we Nangoma we, nangoma mwana we, nangoma we, nangoma mwana we, nangoma. Nangoma we, nangoma mwana we, nangoma we, nangoma mwana we. Muna ziuno ni muzo muno, Beni toto, alme Nena mndani kulina maluwa kudezi na sila mula muzindere Nendeze mula mudede zikala bungo kulina maluwa Nena mndani kulina maluwa kudezi na sila mula muzindere Nendeze mula mudede zikala bungo kulina maluwa Zikala bungo kulina maluwa kudezi na sila mula muzindere Nendeze mula mudede zikala bungo kulina maluwa Nena mndani kulina maluwa kudezi na sila mula muzindere Nendeze mula mudede zikala bungo kulina maluwa Zikala bungo kulina maluwa Hai kulina maluwa Mula mudede kulina maluwa Hai kulina maluwa Mula mujuma kulina maluwa Hai kulina maluwa Mudede kulina maluwa Hai kulina maluwa Simba ngulume, uwe simba ya ngulume Simba ngulume, uwe simba ya ngulume Simba ngulume, uwe simba ya ngulume Owe, 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 owe Kulina maluwa, hai kulina maluwa 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 Agree. Nilikuwa kwetu Mulunya nilisikia machere kutoka mshiwe Tangale. Nilikuwa kwetu Mulunya nilisikia machere kutoka mshiwe Tangale. Si walisema Mulungu alikufa, si walisema Murunga alikufa. Twende tupepe, twende tupepe, twende tupepe. Sisi tulizindwa na tulikuwa na sikuta yetu. Yewa. Vijana wa leo, ninawaambieni vijana, mkiwa na pesa zenu, kwanza mununue mtoka. Kwanza mununue mtoka. Sikutamuache, 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 sikutamuache. Muachie warembo vijana. Mtoka ndugu, nitapepa mama. Mtoka ndugu, nitapepa baba. Sikutamuache, sikutamuache, sikutamuache. Muachie warembo vijana.
Utani hapa dauni tu bwana.
Nilikuwa kwetu Mulunya, nilisikia Machere kutoka mjiwe Tangale. Nilikuwa kwetu Mulunya, nilisikia Machere kutoka mjiwe Tangale. Julieta, uko wapi? Julieta, Julieta, uko wapi? Rojeli aliwa. Julieta, Julieta, uko wapi? Julieta, Julieta, uko wapi? Tangu tuliachana nawe mwaka uliopita, uko wapi? Uko wapi? Tangu tuliachana nawe mwaka uliopita, uko wapi? Uko wapi? Uliniacha kuwa mimi sijui kizungu. Uliniacha kuwa mimi sijui kizungu. Ukampata mwalimu wa kizungu. Ukampata mwalimu wa kizungu. Julieta, uko wapi? Julieta, Julieta, uko wapi? Pararam, 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 yule mwalimu akakufukuza tabia yako mbaya. Yule mwalimu akakufukuza tabia yako mbaya. Julieta, Julieta, uko wapi? Julieta, 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 uko wapi? Julieta. mama, Julieta mama, Julieta mama, Julieta mama, Julieta mama, Julieta mama.
Thank you. Asanteni kwa makofi ya lunchtime. Tunapenda ya mikono.
Asante.
You understand? Thank you.
Asante sana. Makofi to Kayamba Africa, ladies and gentlemen. Asante, asante, asante sana. I'm still waiting for the other delegates, but some have broken out to the breakout sessions. I think we will continue because we have to be mindful of time. Tuko na session yetu, panel number 3. We're going to be discussing public-private dialogue, financing inclusive growth.
Dialogue session on financing inclusive growth. And just a bit of background. So we Legacy, which is a purpose-driven business advisory, and we provide support to early stage and growth stage startups for strategic execution, digital innovation, as well as ecosystem alignment in order to be able to attract not just capital but collaborations that fuel sustainable growth. We believe Africa will be built like us. And I'm delighted to welcome you all to this panel session where we're going to explore how public and private sectors can work together to unlock this capital and even create financing models that drive inclusive growth. So in the context of Kenya, financing inclusive growth is a critical topic that intersects with national development goals. It also intersects with private sector mobilization and social equity. And as I was preparing for this panel, I played around with ChatGPT, so I asked it to tell me what inclusive growth is in Kenya, and this is what it said. Inclusive growth refers to economic expansion that is broad-based, equitable, and creates opportunity for all segments of society, especially marginalized groups, such as women, youth, persons with disability, and underserved regions. In the Kenyan context, this means ensuring that investments in capital flows not only grow the economy but reduce poverty, close inequality gaps, and create dignified livelihoods. From the previous panel, when it comes to the topic on youth and women, I'm sure there was some interesting statements around that. But without much further ado, please allow me, join me in welcoming our distinguished panelists. And I'll start with Nora Ratemo, who's the Director General, Kenya Development Corporation. Please join me on stage, a round of applause. I'm also going to be inviting, on behalf of Dr. Hosea Kili, who's the Chief Executive Officer of CPF. I'm going to be inviting Vivian Wema. She's the Group Business Development. Hold on, to get that right. Vivian Wema. She's the Group Executive Business Coordinator. Please join me on stage. Let's start from the women. We come from a 7-man manual, and now we have women on stage. So, Mbite Mwema, thank you so much. Next on stage, I'd like to invite Samson Waweru, who's the Chief Executive Officer for Kenya Society for the Blind. As he comes on stage, I'd also like to invite Emmanuel Zai, who's the chairman of Kenya Vision 2030 Delivery Board. Emmanuel, karibu sana. And last but not least, there's an empty seat on my left. If Engineer Tefa Sega is in the room, please also join us on stage. Thank you. Thank you. Just making sure that all my speakers are settled before we get started. All right. So just to kick us off, I'm going to invite you all to each just give a brief introduction of yourself, maybe 2 minutes, not more than 2 minutes. Just an opening reflection on your role and how your institution is contributing to inclusive growth through financing or partnerships. I'll start with my immediate left, Mr. Nzai.
Thank you. Good afternoon. What a time to have a session after a very good lunch. So I hope we're going to keep everyone awake. My name is Emmanuel Nzai. I'm the chairman of the Kenya Vision 2030 board. I'm also the CEO of Jumuiya ya County za Pwani, the 6 regional coastal counties, where I'm charged with coordinating regional cooperation of the 6 counties. And glad to be here.
Thank you so much. Next.
Thank you very much, Madam. My name is Nora Ratemo. I'm the Director General, Kenya Development Corporation, your hosts for the next 3 days. Our role in terms of supporting inclusive financing. So KDC's focus is actually on de-risking investments. So we look for concessional funding to channel this funding to projects. And we do this through using various instruments. One is debt and another is equity. So as we scout for these investments, we actually take into consideration where we are doing these investments. Of course, we look at marginalized counties. We'll look at access to finance for investors within those counties. What kind of products do they actually need to be able to motivate them to pick those products from us? Number two, we equally look at our various products, like now our debt funding. One of the things, and I know there's been a lot of focus on women and youth, and which is a good thing, because at the end of the day, we are the ones who hold the fabric of society together. And as they say, behind every man, there's a woman. Women-led businesses actually succeed, and that is research-based. So we provide a much concessional interest rate to women-led businesses. So where women have more than 50% stake in a company, their interest rate is much lower than the normal funding that goes to other companies where they've not been granted such a huge status in the company. So that's one of the ways in which we are trying to push inclusivity, and we also do this for the youth-led companies. We ensure we give them more concessional rates. We also look at the collateral side. If you're a normal borrower, we'll probably ask for 100% collateralization, but for women and youth, we'll probably look at about 70% for some of our products, because we also know we are yet to get past the history of where women really don't own properties. Properties are still held a lot by men. So we know there are challenges in terms of getting collaterals for women. So these are some of the incentives or ways in which we are trying to ensure that we have financial inclusivity. Equally, we look at marginalized groups or businesses, like now the pastoralists, who we find that they really don't have access to finance. And for this category of people, we'll try and create products that is accessible. So right now as KDC, we note that pastoralists are always on the move. So one of the products we're looking at is a mobile product for pastoralists where they can actually borrow to ensure that they're getting animal feeds, or they're getting the drugs that they require for their animals. And so these are some of also the ways in which we try and ensure that we have inclusivity in terms of financing as KDC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nora. Next.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bitha Mwema. I'm the Group Executive Business Coordinator at CPF Group. I am an investment banker by profession, and I've been working in the capital markets for the last 19 years. Firstly, allow me to congratulate Madam Nora on this great event on the next frontier for Africa, and bringing us, all of us together, to think about and visualize what we want next for Kenya when it comes to financing and the economic development of the country. So certainly congratulations to you and your team. At CPF Group, ladies and gentlemen, our strategy and our core vision and anchoring value system is fulfilling lives. We have been in this country for close to 100 years providing pension services, and we've moved from providing pension services and thinking about your retirement to then also providing capital for financing for development. I'll highlight two key things that we've done over the last 1.5 years or so. Firstly, we have been working with the National Treasury, and we are appointed to come up with a way and a task force that was looking at local domestic capital and finding a way to leverage on that for the economic development. The earlier panels talked about the way we don't have headroom when it comes to debt financing. What then, the question rather that begets us is, how do we then develop the economy of Kenya if we don't have the headroom for tapping into debt, especially foreign and local debt? We then worked with the National Treasury. We also worked with the PPPD Directorate, and we looked at a way of leveraging on domestic capital, which is currently at about 2.4 trillion, and finding requisite structures that can then be used to tap into that through the capital markets and to finance the development of Kenya. I'm glad to say that out of that work, yesterday we actually closed a 44 billion Kenya shilling issuance where we were coming up with a PPP structure for Talanta Stadium. And Talanta Stadium is based off on Ngong Road, just opposite Nairobi Chapel. And we're providing structures that are saying we can actually work with the public side. They provide the assets. We work with the private sector. We mobilize the capital structure and put it into that. The second part of what we do is we're actually involved in providing pension services at the county level. We're in all the 47 counties and we're providing these services to them. And we've also found a unique stay in terms of providing PPP financing opportunities. We're working in Homa Bay and we've gone to that county. The members of the county of Homa Bay are part of our beneficiaries. And we've gone to them and told them, can we actually come up with affordable housing projects? Can we build your new head office? And can we actually have a PPP partnership? We're doing that in Eldoret. We're also looking at Uasin Gishu County. We're doing that in Homa Bay. And we've been able to provide the proof of concept when it comes to leveraging on pension assets, which are long-term in nature, to provide PPP financing opportunities. I look forward to contributing more as we have this conversation. Thank you, and back to you.
Thank you so much. 44 billion, you said, issuance.
Yes.
Wow. Congratulations on that. Last but not least, Mr. Waweru, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So I work with the Kenya Society for the Blind. It is a statutory body that is charged with the mandate of assisting government in prevention of avoidable blindness and also in promoting the education, training, and employment of the blind. As a society, our core mandate is to ensure that the Kenyan population does not encounter challenges with their health and well-being for them to be unable to productively contribute to the economy. This is key because, according to the statistics from the Ministry of Health, 1 out of every 4 Kenyans is on the risk of waking up blind. But the good thing is, out of all these cases, 95% are easily treatable through screening, early identification. They can be treated, and we can ensure that we have a productive workforce. So we are contributing to this sector of health because we want to elevate it to a socio-economic conversation. Secondly, it is more important to also ensure that through public-private partnerships, we really bring an inclusive society that can be demonstrated by how we treat persons with disabilities. We have learned over time that sympathy has not worked in addressing disability matters, and rather it is time to reflect on how we can use empathy as a driver to ensure that also persons who have disabilities can thrive economically in the community through rehabilitation and through adapting models and approaches like community-based inclusive development. We have been doing this through digital training for those who are blind and visually impaired, and also persons with disabilities, and also empowering them through creative arts. And to do this, we are coming up with a universal health coverage model that will address the entire spectrum of eye health care within the ecosystem. Within this facility, you'll be able to get comprehensive screening, treatment, surgery, low vision assessment, functional rehabilitation, so that the whole person can be restored to be able to effectively contribute to the economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And maybe just as we now dive deeper into this discussion, just a follow-up question for you, Waweru. Are there any examples where you've seen inclusive designs of financing that has meaningfully shifted outcomes for the vulnerable populations? I know you've talked about challenges when it comes to access to healthcare, and we are also aware that sometimes, access to assistive devices is often limited by cost. So are there any inclusive design of financing models that you've seen that has significantly shifted outcomes for the vulnerable populations?
Thank you, Jackie. Before we even get to the inclusive financing models, we should ask, is the society itself inclusive? And the reason why we have to ask ourselves this is that what is preventing persons with disabilities from being included in the financial model are the myths and misconceptions that we have, and this brings about stigma and discrimination where persons with disabilities cannot even be considered when it comes to issues of inclusive financing. Fact is, about 15% of our population have a form of disability or the other. And as this workshop looks into Africa's next frontier, we need to ask ourselves the question, are these persons with disabilities a market? The answer is yes, because we consume what is produced. And inclusive growth is, let's all contribute and let's all earn. So fundamentally, what we really want to see happening is a situation whereby we move from a charity approach of addressing disability and really anchor it around a rights-based approach. So if we have a population, and regrettably, all of us, we say, are candidates of disabilities because you don't know if you can get it today or not. But I'm not praying for anyone to get this, to have a disability, and that's why we do a lot to prevent it. But it just means if we have an inclusive financial ecosystem that does not leave anyone behind, not in words, but practically, no one is left behind, and they are given that opportunity, it then means even yourself, should you have any of this challenge, you will not have to leave your work, you will not have to stop being productive because you've simply acquired disabilities. So there are inclusive financial models that can really work. And one of the key drivers to this is the digital access and making our platforms, our digital platforms, accessible. Because with technology, persons with disabilities are believed to be able to really contribute to the socio-economic development of the country. Think about manufacturing. There are persons with disabilities in this country who can do leather work even better than any other person. I was talking to a gentleman over lunchtime and giving this kind of story. But what they are lacking is that capital. I'm happy the Director General of KDC, who has organized this wonderful function, has explained to us what concessions they give to women and youth. And we want also to get in there as persons with disabilities so that we can come up with an innovative model of supporting disability startups and ensuring that this market of persons with disabilities can also help investors when it comes to them designing and coming up with adaptive devices for their use or even accessible housing. And these are really things that we think could really lead this country to show that how we treat the most vulnerable in the society is what will be judged with in future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very well said there that inclusion is not charity, it's a market opportunity. And I've seen the DG nodding, so I hope they'll come up with better products for people like you. I would like to come back to Mr. Nzai, and we all know that Vision 2030 lays out very ambitious development goals for Kenya. In your view, from your context, how is inclusive growth prioritized within Vision 2030 framework, and where do you see the greatest need for private sector involvement?
Thank you for that. And I think it was very interesting when you were reading out the ChatGPT definition of inclusivity, and there were two keywords which came out: broad, broad-based, public-private partnership. But on a very serious note, the Vision 2030 architecture by itself and the planning framework is inclusive. You will all remember the Vision 2030 when it was launched in 2008. That came in from the build-up of independent Kenya through the sessional paper number 1, which we defined our wicked problems. I call them the wicked problems because they're still there and they're still bothering us. The disease, ignorance, and poverty. So that definition by itself, I think, set out a whole bottom-up thinking. But in the midst of that, as a new country, of course, there was the issues of simply resources, how we get to finance much of the healthcare system, which is in the disease, the education system. And in terms of poverty, that equaled the economic pillar, which is the value chains which needed to be done in terms of manufacturing and all that. But fast forward to where we are right now, from the launch of 2008, we did 2 critical things, I think, as a country, which is very, very important, all-inclusive mechanisms. 2008, we launched the Kenya Vision 2030, moving from short-term planning to long-term planning. Why? Because it takes longer to plan and bring in inclusive economic growth. Secondly, then we launched the new constitution. And the new constitution brought about a whole devolved system, which again was bottom-up. So politically, we said, this top-down does not work. We need to bring it under very, very clear mandates which are there. So today we are in our MTP4. The MTP4, as it stands today, something significant also happened. We were able to transition from 2008, the first president, to shepherd the Vision 2030, President Kibaki, into the 4th president, and we did the Big Four agenda embedded into MTP 2 and 3. And now we were able to move the bottom-up economic transformation agenda into MTP 4. And all that is really codified in terms of the architecture of the Vision 2030, the pillars, the sectors, and the flagship projects. Today we have 387 programs, flagship projects, which have all been distributed to the ministry, department, and agencies, embedded into the county integrated development frameworks. And those are the priorities which today, when we talk about the finance bill, that's where the priorities are. Now, I think we have quite some opportunities within that framework. And some of the opportunities, I would say, the policy framework has been set, and I think Kenya will get it right quite a bit. There is institutions like KDC, and I join the panelists here in congratulating DG for this great work, and the chairman and the board and all of you who have been able to do this. But you have the KDC, you have Kenya Investment Authority, you have KTB. County governments also now have county investment corporations, which are all nice special purpose vehicles for us to be able to attract investment and bring about this inclusivity. So I think we have quite an opportunity. The nexus that we need now is to bring in the private sector. And with the private sector, that's where I think the problem is quite a bit. Because the private sector will say, I need a project which has a feasibility, I need a project which is packaged to be bankable, and I'm looking at the bottom line, can I trust that I will make profit? Can I trust the government that it will enable the environment for me to be able to do business without any issues? Some of the issues which have already been discussed. But I think all of it, there is quite some clear commitment from both the national government side and the institutions like KDC to help kind of propagate and shepherd this process.
Thank you very much. Just to follow up on something that you've mentioned that's triggered my mind a bit because I'm in the private sector. And just by show of hands, how many of us are in the private sector? There's quite a number of, there's quite a number of us. Public? All right, so I have a question. Do you think that, from what you've said, definitely it appears that public-private alignment is critical. But as where we are right now, do you think there's alignment between the public and the private sector in Kenya? And if not, how can we ensure that there's this, we can start driving this alignment? Because in order for us to move forward, and you've said it clearly, trust is the bridge here. And I'm sure when the private sector talks about, wanting to think about doing business with government, they'll come with a whole lot of, issues that need to be addressed. But how do we find the balance, and how do we ensure that there's alignment between the private sector demands and the deliverables, as well as the demands from the public?
So I think the answer to that is the alignment is there to the extent that we are the leading economy in East and Central Africa. We are probably attracting more private sector investments out here than probably many other countries for the many reasons. We have a very vibrant organization structured. We had the Chamber of Commerce here. We had KEPSA here. We have the Kenya Manufacturing Association. So I think we are organized enough for the private sector to have conversations with the government and be able to align. Now, there is still a gap which is there, which then it calls on all of us to improve, to strengthen. And I think that's why a government agency like KDC calls on this forum, because it is part of bridging that gap which is there. I think there is more call, I would say, to the private sector. The political pillar, the economic pillar, the macros and enablers of Vision 2030 are clear. The budget process is very, very clear. The priorities are very, very clear that we put forward out there. I've seen so many conversations where we have a private sector and they're asking more of the government to do. Give me a feasibility, give me more bankable projects, give me all that stuff. While the like of the KDCs and these institutions which are here, the Kenya Investment Authority, are supposed to actually do that, and they do whatever they can. But I think we need more innovativeness, and there is more call to the private sector. Take this project, keep on bringing your expressions of interest with clarity of what you want the government to do, within reason too, okay? Go out there, partner with global partners who have the expertise and who have the funds. Out there, what we need is global competencies in terms of expertise, and we need financing. It is not the government to do much of this stuff. We already have a heavy load in the government. But if we can enable you to be able to do that, and you come with an investor, and you come also with that expertise, and with a proposition to say, I want to put in a power plant, and it's a solar power plant. It's within the framework of the defined projects which are there. It's a different thing for you to be told no. But you need to go and propose it, rather than spending a lot of time or going into different offices and saying, I want to cut a deal first before I go there. So I think the buck is to you, the private sector. The government is the government that you know, which you have voted in. And it's not about to change just like that.
I'd like to come in.
Yes, please.
On that one. And Emmanuel, allow me to respectfully just disagree with you when we're saying that we need global capital and global experts to structure. What we did over the last 3 months from February is we were mandated to come up with a committee of experts. And its mandate was to leverage on domestic capital to provide opportunities for PPP financing. In that space, we had private sector representatives from 60 firms, and we also constituted ourselves and had 26 captains of industry. Dr. James Mwangi was there, Dr. Kipnya Teach, and others, because we sat together and we said we must be able to crack this thing when it comes to expertise with regards to structuring, and more importantly, financing. We're in an ecosystem where our pension industry is sitting with 2.4 trillion. What tends to happen is if global experts come in, they structure for us opportunities that don't make sense for the pension industry. The pension industry needs a return. They also need liquidity, but there's a unique nature that they operate in, and that's why we've had challenges when people are talking about equity issuances and they don't understand them. The preference for this sector is debt. And on the back of that, we've actually then about to list on next week on Monday a 44 billion Kenya shilling locally financed opportunity where the government has built Talanta Stadium. It put in the initial capital, it breached that capital finance, and once that structure was ready, we used local experts. We actually have CPF Capital and Advisory, that was the investment bank that was structuring the ABS, came up with an ABS, tapped into trustee funds, long-term financing for 44 billion and put it there. I agree with you, we have the current government, and the call is, what does the private sector do? Second thing we've done with the private sector is to say, why don't we consolidate all our efforts? Why don't we come up with what we've actually called the PPP Implementation Trust Fund? Because we're saying, I sit here, maybe Mr. Waweru sits on the other side, he has his shillings, maybe Madame Ratemo sits on the other side and she has her shillings, but we want to come together and come to the government and say, each and every single year, as the government of Kenya, give us your development pipeline. And we can be able to mobilize between 100 to 200 billion Kenya shillings. And why we are doing that is to look at the fiscal space today and to say we don't actually have that headroom for debt. And because of that, we are finding that infrastructure bonds are then being allocated to recurrent expenditure. If we come in as a private sector and we actually then get a relegation of development financing, where we say we are building a road, we're building a stadium and what have you, and we're very clear that we are getting financing from the private sector, then our ask from the government is to say, can you actually ring-fence levies that are associated with these projects as your contribution? That's the key thing. And I think if you want, we are happy to share that report with you because it is a collaboration from the private sector saying we have the capital, we have the know-how, give us those opportunities, but allow us to structure them in a way that is transparent, in a way that helps us to address the trust deficit in this country, and in a way that allows for accountability, not just for the short term, but for the long term. To my second point, when it comes to inclusivity, as part of this PPP ITF, there's a component that then looks at social opportunities, what Mr. Waweru has mentioned. We are cognizant of the fact that we must include everybody in Kenya in our development agenda. Some of these opportunities will be bankable, some with a social element will not be bankable, but we want to take the returns from the bankable opportunities to say, can we actually come up with a strategy for digitization that then addresses people who are visually impaired? But because that might not be a bankable or a profitable opportunity at the onset, how can we actually include it as part of our giving back to the economy and actually providing a space where we include others? So with that PPP ITF, we're saying we will finance the economy of Kenya, we want it to grow, but we also want to make room and actually have a social responsibility that then is able to structure these social opportunities in a way that is still bankable and makes sense to ensure that there's transparency and there's governance of funds that are flowing. So in sum, the private sector is here. The private sector has organized itself and the capital is here locally. So with that alignment of the private sector and the public sector, I think we are actually facing the next frontier and saying we are ready. We have proven it and we are ready to take up more opportunities to be able to build and develop the economy of Kenya.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nzai looks like he wants to respond.
Yeah, I think, so when I say expertise and finance, it is not to exclude the innovative financing which you have already done, and congratulations, very, very well done. What I'm hearing from your side is, one, you got to have an innovative blended finance. A part of that money, I would say, is probably from local and from out there. It's all local. That is very, very good. And
it's actually all local.
That's good and very well done. And that's what we need to encourage. And I'm sure some private sectors out here, probably some of them don't know. Now they know. But yes, we do encourage the financial service sector for us to do some innovative. The other thing that I think you have done, which is also very, very important, is for you to be able to have a private sector initiated transformative flagship project. Which you have done and be able to finance it. In the midst of that, I'm sure you have tapped on Kenyans in diaspora, you have tagged on local local ones. No, it's all local. Kenyans in diaspora are local too.
There's capital local.
But I think I think what I'm agreeing with you is expertise and financing is what we need. Private sector, what they need is low interest financing. So they will get it from you, and they'll get it from different places, but the private sector, every investor out there is looking for the low cost financing. So if you can provide that and competitive, very good. I'm happy to adopt you as a Vision 2030 project.
Thank you so much. So what I'm hearing here is one, alignment. We cannot run away from that, and private sector needs to step up. And we are here saying we are on the table, we are committed, and we are ready to, partner. What I can say is there's always an advantage of having local capital, and we cannot underestimate the need for foreign capital. But before we look at that foreign capital, we need this domestic capital, because one, what it's going to do is it's going to help de-risk and inspire confidence to the foreign investors who are coming in. The other thing is local capital comes with context, the understanding of the local business environment, the expertise, people who are better placed to guide this capital to make sure it's catalytic. And most importantly, when you look at foreign capital, we also need to acknowledge the fact that it comes at a cost, and sometimes this cost is very highly priced for Africa, especially, that is automatically been relegated as a very high risk market. And so what I'm hearing is there's need for both, innovative financing mechanisms, and blended finance is coming up as one of those solutions, which takes me back to Nora. We know that KDC is expected to be an innovation hub when it comes to development finance for Kenya. And just to hear a little bit more from your perspective, how is KDC approaching partnerships with the private sector in order to crowd in more capital towards national priorities?
Thank you, Jackie. First of all, let me acknowledge that I think I got my first objective achieved through Waweru. Part of what we wanted to achieve is that we customize our products to ensure that they meet the market. So we are happy to continue this conversation post this. My team is available. Let us know what we can do in terms of what kind of products and what challenges the current market, the kind of products they are offering persons with disability. What can we do to enhance, to ensure that you're also contributing to the economic agenda of this country? Now back to your question, Jackie. What is KDC doing in terms of partners and innovation in terms of raising capital? Now, KDC being fully government owned, we are owned by the National Treasury. That, first of all, gives a lot of partners the confidence that they are able to put in money into the organization. And given that we're also driving the government agenda, and we have a very clear objective of what we want to achieve. So first of all, even out of this conference, is that we actually need to first identify the gap that exists before we approach the partners. Reasons why we're having this conversation today. Would like private sector to bring out what gaps are there that private capital is not able to fulfill. So that way, we're able to put a convincing story to a lot of our partners. Now, one of the innovative funds that we have since developed is that Kenya is pushing the industrialization agenda. And sad to say, from the PS in the morning, industrialization is that we are not even in the first, second, or third, while other countries are at the fourth. It comes with its advantages, but equally there is a disadvantage, which is the environment. So one of the creative products KDC has come up with is we are developing a green fund. We are actually setting up a green fund. And we've decided that this green fund, since we want to crowd in private capital, KDC is going in with a junior tranche, basically to de-risk that fund, and to get my neighbor here to bring us her pension funds and this extra capital that she has into this fund, so that then we're able to finance the green agenda. So ideally, we are taking the lead in terms of opening up some of these sectors, like the green finance. And so that is one of the kind of innovative products that we have. Besides that, in terms of climate shock also, I mentioned earlier in my presentation that out of the livestock losses we had based on the drought, and I know our country, by the way, every 4 years we have a drought, so I don't know whether next year will be a drought. The last one was in 2022. So with these droughts comes a lot of losses, and what anchors this economy is agriculture. And we know how that greatly hampers us once we have that year of drought. So one of the other products that we have developed together with the World Bank is the de-risking fund for the livestock value chain. Now, this fund is a concessional fund that we've managed to raise capital of $40 million, but this is supposed to incentivize, because we know it's not enough. It's supposed to incentivize private sector providers of capital to then come in and put in more money. So now we've gone ahead to give this money at a concessional rate. We are seeing a lot of feedlots coming up in the country. We are seeing more the beef sector and sort of the beef trade is now being streamlined. In terms of even exports, there are a lot of challenges in that. We've seen the State Department of Livestock developing a lot of even a marketing strategy around that. That can then show you that out of the kind of investments that we're doing as KDC, then we're able to, out of the kind of innovative fund we've created, we're able to attract private sector capital. And this we are targeting to actually raise about $160 million out of the $40 million that we're investing. The other fund that we've actually gone ahead to set up, which may have come in late in time, but was also quite essential, is what we are calling SAFER, which is supporting access to finance for enterprise recovery. Now, this was a post-COVID fund. A lot of businesses suffered during COVID. And after COVID, of course, your risk became very high, especially in some sectors. We saw sectors like tourism, those were the greatly hit sectors. So some of these sectors actually accessing finance became a challenge. So this fund was actually set up by KDC, again, in support to the government of Kenya and the World Bank, to sort of provide this concessional, to provide liquidity to banks. And this liquidity, which we are providing, is at a concessional rate, so that banks, much as they may view some of our MSMEs as risky, they are still able to push these funds at an affordable rate and give access to our MSMEs and bounce back our SMEs back into business. Another fund, another product line that we currently have that we are yet to test, because one of the conditions of this product is that the disaster must happen, is that currently we've set up a climate shock product, which will be offering to MSMEs, but that has to be triggered by a national disaster. So that product will be an unsecured product that will be given to businesses that will have suffered any climatic shocks, be it will have a drought, be it will have floods. But that is another innovative fund that we have set up, but we're yet to test it, because for it to start moving, it needs to be triggered by a national disaster. So we are happy to engage and have more conversation with private sector, and I think this clearly demonstrates that government is actually having dialogue with private sector. For us as KDC, what we know is that private sector is able to lead a lot of these investments. Private sector is able to provide that opportunity for us as KDC to be able to resource that fund. And as we resource for this money, the opportunities must exist. You know, we cannot go raising this money if we're not able to show that there is a clear gap and there is a clear pipeline of businesses that are going to absorb this fund. So I think we're happy to have this conversation further and equally improve our products as we continue these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So opportunities must exist, and not just exist, but they must exist with clarity. Still on the same issue around blended finance, and I know, Mbithe, you talked about different financing models. You mentioned debt briefly. Just very briefly, from your standpoint, what are some of the innovative financing models that are proving most catalytic for CPF, and where do you see the opportunity for more private-public partnership in shaping inclusive financial policies around them?
Thank you for that question. I could talk for days on end, but I'll try and summarize it. CPF has been providing county pension services since 1929. And initially, they were just providing pension administration, which meant if you're paid and if you're employed, your pension allocation is put aside, and CPF's responsibility was then to ensure that it gets to you and it's administered well. On that basis, they were able to then, I realized that, wait a minute, this is long-term capital, and we are not necessarily getting the right kind of return. We can do more. Because in each and every jurisdiction, you'd find that somebody either wants to do affordable housing or they need to expand. And we got into a space where we didn't have physical headroom when it came to debt financing at a national level. So in the case of Homa Bay, what they did is they went and worked with the governor, and they said, we're going to develop the governor's residence, as well as the head office, the new head office for that county. And on that basis, instead of this particular county then paying rent, which is what they've been doing at each and every single juncture on a monthly basis, they were able to then come up with a PPP financing, where you'd be able to say, for example, if you're paying 50 million in rent, and every single month you have maybe 1,000 employees, and this is what the pension contribution looks like, can we get into a 15-year long-term arrangement where this allocation of pension is actually put to finance this opportunity, and as an investor, then we put up the money up front, and we're able to come up with a model that helps you to meet your needs as a county. That's the same concept that we're also then now using at a national level, where then for Talanta Stadium, which is just closed, we've gone back to the government and said there's already an existing sports levy that is allocated and budgeted for each and every single year. Can we ring fence that particular amount of money for a duration of 15 years so that every single year money is coming back? Because we are dealing with pension money, we need that money to come back. Today, we're sitting with assets under our management of slightly over 350 billion. And we've been able to then crack up and come up with innovative structures that ensure we develop the opportunities that are presented either at a national or a county level. And on the flip side, we're able to then use the pension allocations as a means of coming up with regular payments, whether it's monthly, whether it's annually, whether it's on a biannual basis. I think the crux of this is to say there are different financing models that have worked in different areas, but there's always something unique about us. That's why we're always saying M-Pesa, how we operate, it's always talked about everywhere. So we have to come to a space of saying, what is unique about us as Kenyans? What works for us? You'll find that the standard way of financing might not work. Your global way of blended finance does not work. But we found an opportunity that says, as a private sector, we have this opportunity of allocating long-term capital to development projects. And for you as the government, we do then require that you pay it back. Because if you don't pay it back, then the trust deficit becomes worse. So I think the key thing for us to consider is, when we're talking about blended finance in Kenya, what are we talking about on PPPs? And then lastly, when I talked about the PPP Implementation Trust Fund, we're saying there's nothing for free. There's no free lunch, right? And we've had opportunities where in the earlier conversations, we're talking about a space where we have paid bills of up to 600 billion shillings. You can't run a business if it's already insolvent by the time you provide your services. So for us, what is important and critical with the government is to say, if we're doing anything with you, can you ring fence that line of revenue that is affiliated to this project to make it bankable? Lastly, when we actually presented this report to the Permanent Secretary of the National Treasury, Dr. Kipto, on the 16th of May, he actually liked the idea, and he said that we can actually work on an implementation plan that then has the government making a budget line each and every single year that says this is the government's contribution to the PPP ITF, that in a way either matches 1-for-1 or a certain percentage of the financing that we're able to leverage from the private sector. So our blended financing is to say, my skin in the game, your skin in the game. We must make these things bankable. But remember, trustees are not in the business of structuring deals. Trustees in this day and age know I give my money to the government, I get a return. So when you're talking about blended finance and structures, it has to be in a language that is as simple as, will you give me back my money? And what we've done to then enhance that is to also bring in the element of credit guarantees. We have Thamana that we work with, and they're saying if they look at an opportunity and they find it bankable, they'll ensure that you get back your principal and your coupon at any point in time. And with that, we have taken it to the trustees, and they said, unaniambia nikieka pesa yangu, government isiponilipa nitapata pesa yangu, then we are sold. So those are the kind of the blended financing opportunities that we're saying. We provide credit guarantees, and we ensure that the financing is actually in a language and it's in a culture that is understandable for the trustees who are putting their money for the long term. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Context is what I'm hearing, and localizing our products in terms of how we structure deals, in terms of how we design products. And I'm glad that KDC is leading the charge on that by customizing some of the financing innovations they're coming up with. I have one last question, and this is to all the panelists, but before that, I'd like to hear from all of you, just as a parting shot as we bring this conversation to an end. What's the one thing that we must get right to truly finance inclusive growth in Kenya? I'll let you think about it for a minute, and before that, allow me to go back to Samson and just hear from your perspective, from a social inclusion perspective again, how do you see the current public-private partnerships in incorporating the voices and needs of persons with disabilities, particularly in financing decisions, and how do you think investors can be incentivized to fund such enterprises?
Thank you. I think one is that we have to really also say that at least in the policy area, there are enough policies that promote inclusion of persons with disabilities to the extent that we need to be promoted, and that is with the new constitution and Article 54 that even prescribes the 5% employment opportunity, for example, and also ensuring access to infrastructure by persons with disabilities for them to be able to thrive effectively. We also have the provisions of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, Article 9 on the right to accessibility, Article 26 on habilitation and rehabilitation, and also Article 27 on work and employment for persons with disabilities. So Kenya is a signatory, so as many other countries in Africa are a signatory to the UNCRPD. But as community, as a community, and as people who live in the same community, we need to have a community-based inclusive development that encourages participation of persons with disabilities in the design of projects. We also need to localize those projects because it is the people that also end up living with such projects. And we also need to ensure that we can engage more in the prevention of disabilities or early interventions so that we ensure persons who could potentially become disability due to disasters, conflict, and also non-communicable diseases or lack of screening, therefore, are able to be supported early so that they can continue to give that value chain. For investors, we, just as I said, you have a market that is ready. 15% of the current population possibly is 8 million Kenyans. I can tell you right now in the visual impairment sector, all the devices that we use from Whitekens, which is a simple aluminum device with some elastic string, we buy from India or from the America. These are things we can produce here if we have more structured designs with investors and government supports. We can produce also the resources and material used by our learners in schools instead of importing them. Now, when it comes to the workforce and employment, we have at least 1% of persons with disabilities employed. And for those who have employed persons with disabilities, you can confirm that there is always a return for work that that person does. But also the government has a tax incentive for the organizations that give employment to at least 5% of persons with disabilities. You are like given a tax incentive of 5% of the turnover. And so this is an opportunity. The private sector have not really learned, but we are here to help you adapt models of including persons with disabilities in the workforce, and you get more value for your brands. And also, when you are innovating and you have these persons with disabilities within you, you also end up influencing a value chain that has more inclusive products that are acceptable to all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So more value, untapped talent, and ultimately what we are doing by financing inclusivity is we are boosting long-term returns. In no particular order, I'd like to now invite the speakers to give their closing remarks, and this is going back to the question that I'd asked, what's the one thing that we must get right in order to truly finance inclusive growth in Kenya? All right, can I volunteer to start with Mr. Waweru?
So I think my parting shot is that for us to achieve real inclusion, we need to look at it as an investment opportunity. And supporting or promoting inclusive growth is just a smart business move. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mbithe, your parting shot?
I don't know if I'm audible now. Thank you so much for having me. Mr. Waweru has really challenged me. I think earlier this week I kept thinking, what if you knew you were going to be blind on a certain day? What would you do? And what sat in my heart was, I would want to read, I'd want to do so much more than I'm currently doing. So when he talks about inclusivity, I think for me, I borrow from him and say, inclusivity is to say all of us are part and parcel of the economy of Kenya. In whatever spaces that we are at, we have a responsibility to do the most. Because whether it's losing our eyesight or even probably losing our lives at some point, it will come to an end. But because we're in a point of privilege, we do have a responsibility to actually exert ourselves and see how much further can we push from the work that has been done by others. That said, our GMD, Dr. Hosea Kile, is actually the chairman of the Society of the Blind. So he's certainly very passionate about inclusivity. And we're working with old people, working with policy. And I think our overarching then contribution to this conversation is to say that there's a space for PPPs and there's a space for leveraging on long-term capital or finance from the pension industry to be able to push the development agenda for Kenya. But that said, only a minority of Kenyans are actually pensionable and actually have access to that. We are working with the government, specifically the Kenya Revenue Authority, to then have a product that we bring to the market that says, for every Kenyan that spends, can a percentage of their spending be put aside for their future self? If we're able to succeed on that, and we call it pay as you spend or save as you spend, then that component of savings that can bring in more Kenyans into the bracket of pension investments can then be allocated to development expenditure in a way that there is transparency, there's accountability, and there's opportunity for bankable investments. So I think it's all round. And lastly, let's have the conversation about the PPP Implementation Trust Fund to be able to pull and to be able to come together to be able to push the agenda of inclusivity when it comes to the development agenda for this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Nora?
Thank you. I don't know them. Okay. I think I must admit it's been quite inspirational sitting with my colleagues here, but especially listening to Waweru. Something that has crossed my mind right now is as KDC is trying to push for access to finance, which is our way of ensuring there's inclusivity, do you have a differentiated rate of accessing finance, like on the digital platforms? When we apply for these M-Shwaris and the rest, are you getting it at the same rate as we are getting, which is at 30% or something? Which brings me to the point that one of the key things that we need to do in order to achieve this agenda of inclusivity is definitely pricing. We need to look at the pricing of this finance. I know Mbithe here will tell me that her investors are looking for a return, but equally, Mbithe, we need to make it affordable. I think a key thing, as I was thinking about how private sector is financing PPPs, is at the end of the day, the public good, because remember again, most PPP projects are public goods. The public good must be affordable at the end of the day. And you'll find developed countries actually refrain from funding some of their public goods like roads, so that they ensure that it's accessible to everyone and it's affordable to everyone. But back to KDC. As KDC, one of the things we'll be looking at is pricing. Currently, we're rolling out, and we had made a call for financial institutions that have digital platforms to apply for a round of funding. We want to roll out about 4 billion Kenya shillings, and this we want to be driven out through the digital platform, but we want it to be affordable. I think one of the things we are assessing is what is the affordability that you're extending this funding to your end client. We definitely cannot be talking about 30% interest rates. I mean, those are unaffordable. They therefore lock out quite a number of us out of the digital access to finance. Another thing is collaboration. Definitely, there needs to be a lot of collaboration between private sector and government for us to be able to achieve this agenda of inclusivity. Private sector lead this development. Government provides the enabling environment, the policies and guidelines that need to ensure that we have this inclusivity. So this collaboration is quite important between ourselves and the private sector. One of the things I've gotten out of sitting here again, which I think we intentionally will do it as an organization, is also ensuring that we have targeted outcomes in terms of ensuring that whatever funding goes out there is quite inclusive. I think ensuring that whatever beneficiaries of these funds, and my colleague here, Waweru, has put it across to us, that persons with disabilities are quite talented. There's an incentive actually for you as a business owner having them on board. So we shall be tracking, and we do track jobs created, but have we actually narrowed down to how many women, how many persons with disability have benefited out of the funds we've put into your project? So those are some of the things I think as an organization now we will now go further to narrow that down and ensure we contract with you that for every coin we invest into your business, please ensure you have a person with disability. We promote this inclusivity. We promote job creation for our youth. Lastly, of course, it's for us as KDC, and the reason why we're having this engagement is again to get feedback and to get to hear where are these gaps in terms of financial inclusivity. When we were doing the DRIVE project, when we carried out the feasibility study, one of the things that came out broadly was that a lot of those business people were not formalized. Reason being, they had not registered as a company, and you know, as they trade in those areas, they trade with different, they share phone numbers, so they don't even have a registered phone number. So you see, some of these are the things that we need to work together with the private sector, because if we can't reach you, we don't know you, you will therefore find yourself that you're excluded in terms of being able to get this access to finance. So one of the things we also need to work as a society is to ensure that you can be identified. We know where you are, your business is sort of formalized, and therefore as the data is being pulled out to see how we make and ensure everyone is getting this access to finance and there's inclusivity, you're able to be seen, you're able to be identified. And I want to thank all of you for this opportunity. I think it's been a great discussion, Jackie, with you leading this panel session, and with my colleagues here. I think we've had very enriching discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the one thing would be Kenya Vision 2030 is for the country. And I think we've seen it, how it works. We are getting into the last of the 5 years where we will end that and we'll create the Kenya at 100, Kenya Vision 2063. What can you do now? Create my Vision 2030. Create your own as an individual Kenyan, as an entity, be it private sector, be it the government agencies that were here. And the Vision 2030 provides a whole few guidelines of how you get to do that in the midst of all the problems that we all know. One, it's business as usual. The things that we are talking about here, you could bet, you go to any conferences which we have held in Kenya, most of them have been discussed, and they keep on being discussed. The difference is business as usual, as I think we've had it here from the CPF fund, some of the innovative ideas, what KDC is doing, and what most of you are doing. So the call is for business as usual. The call is for transformative leadership, again, as an individual, as an entity. Who are you transforming? How many people, where, and why? What community? And the collective of that, then the transformational effect gets to happen. Of course, the other one was PPP. Vision 2030 needed to be implemented by PPP. Government alone is simply to enable. And like I said earlier, today we have 387 projects. A good 3/4 of those are in ready mode for PPP frameworks. The Vision 2030, we are here. We are open for us to get proposals from you, to give you guidance, but also there is all these agencies who are here to be able to do that. I think lastly, in that, and very, very interesting, like I talked about in terms of the expertise, it is a war on talent. In these institutions that we have, and I'm very, very proud of the many government agencies, including KDC, the kind of people they've been able to attract who can help guide the implementation of these. These are sophisticated projects, some of them. No matter how you look at it, for you to deliver on a Nairobi railway system, you need a lot of expertise, you need a lot of thinking for you to deliver it to the T in terms of the requirements. And that is the case for transformative. But I think for all of you who are here, I think we are at a good place in this country at this point, especially with the devolved system of government. The opportunities are there. It is for us to bring in the partnership, to bring in, especially DG talked about collaboration, catalytic collaboration, I think that's how I call it. And the catalytic collaboration moves in a triple helix format. Private sector, academic, and government. And in our case, we have the advantage of the national government and the county governments. Through that, I think we should be able to move forward. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all the speakers. I think this has been a very timely and enriching discussion. And one thing that's clear is, and a takeaway for me from the discussions here, is that one, capital is catalytic. It determines who benefits from development, and therefore inclusion must be intentional. And I'll go away with Mr. Waweru's words that inclusion is not charity, it's a market opportunity. That one has stuck with me. And also what's clear is that in order to truly, achieve sustainable, inclusive growth, it's going to require all of us, both the public and the private sector, to step up and act, but most importantly, act in alignment. Thank you so much to our speakers here today. I'd like to especially thank Nora for creating this platform together with KDC and everyone who was involved in putting it together. But I'd also like to thank the audience for your time and for your patience and for engaging with us. Please Let's give a round of applause to our speakers and to ourselves. Thank you so much for listening. Let's keep the dialogue beyond this stage, beyond this room, and throughout the engagements for the rest of the forum.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can do better than that. Sindio, makofi sana for the moderator, Madam Jacqueline Imenza, and also for the panelists. We thank you so much for your time. Please don't look at this room half full and then feel discouraged. We really have enjoyed, haven't we? Situaonyeshe kwa kusimama tupige makofi tafadhali. This has been wonderful. And to the moderators, I'll have you know that we've had just as much success in this room or in this amphitheater just as we've had in the other plenary sessions, because I was counting the number of participants here and we're just about 40, which is almost the same number of the delegates attending the other two plenary sessions. So thank you so much. And to Madame DG, thank you so much for being a wonderful host. I'd like to invite all of you at the floor of the amphitheater so that we can appreciate you, and then we can make our final announcement so that we can break and meet here again tomorrow morning. May you all come down to the floor of the amphitheater. And as they do that, let me invite Director Kennedy Wandere, Mr. Kennedy Wandera, who's the Director Corporate Services, who will be leading this session in giving away the tokens for appreciation for our moderator together Thank you, Bwana Samson Maweru. Thank you so much for being part and parcel of the panelists this afternoon. Asante sana. There you go. Asante sana. Thank you, Mr. Wandere. Thank you, Mr. Samson Maweru. Next is Madam Mwema Mbithi. Thank you so much. And now, Madam Mbithi Mwema, the Group Executive Business Director. Asante sana. Thank you so much for being here with us. A round of applause for our wonderful panelists here. Let me now invite Bwana Emmanuel Zai next. Thank you so much for participating as one of the panelists this afternoon. We thank you for your insights. Now let me invite our DG, Madam Nora Rotemo, the Director General, Kenya Development Corporation. Asante sana, makofi kwake. Thank you so much for a job well done. We appreciate your remarks, we appreciate your insights. Asante sana. Last but not least, let me now invite our moderator, Madam Jacqueline Imenza, the Director of Strategy and Operations in Gasitech, and also our moderator this afternoon. Makofi kwake, kazi nzuri sana. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Delegates, it is now... Oh, let's do a group photo. They're requesting we do a group photo for the panelists. Let's all do a group photo. And then as we do that, my dear delegates, distinguished delegates, tomorrow we have another session, so we're not going to do vote of thanks today. we'll just pray for Johnny Master. Yeah. Tomorrow meet again here at 8 o'clock in the morning. We are going to have the first session, which will be a 10-minute talk. We have a guest from the World Bank. He'll be speaking to us virtually, so I'd like to encourage all of you to be here with us, all right? Thereafter, we will have breakup sessions, and we'll also have a panelist session that will be here. The breakup sessions include the Sectoral Forum on Manufacturing and the Sectoral Forum on Post-Harvest Management, which will be at Impala Room, while Sectoral Forum on Manufacturing will be at Shimba Room. The panel, which will be our panel number 4, because this has been our panel number 3, will be SME Growth and Startup Capital Solutions. But before that, we'll have heard from Engineer John Tanui, who is the Principal Secretary, State Department for ICT and the Digital Economy. Sawa sawa. Are we clear up to there? What time are we coming tomorrow morning? Please, let's keep time. Sindio? Leo tumeanza polepole lakini tuka catch up. Sawa sawa. God bless you. Have a wonderful evening. May we close our eyes for a prayer before we break out. I'm being told that your gift hampers will be given at the exit as you go down before you get to floor number 1 or first floor. Sawa sawa. Naomba tufunge macho tuombe tafadhali.
Lord, we give you glory. We want to give you honor. We want to thank you, Father God, for being with us, oh God, since we began in the morning, oh God, till this very time, oh God, that we are ending this session, oh God, for today, King of Kings, oh God. We want to thank you, Father God, for our speakers, oh God. We want to thank you, oh God, for giving them word, oh God, that is enriching us, Father God, that even as we go forth, oh God, from this place, King of Kings, oh God, we pray, oh God, that we shall be able to act, oh God, on what we are learning, Father God. That you shall be able to even to be able to navigate, Father God, into the next frontier for Africa, oh God, when it comes to development and financing, King of Kings, oh God. We thank you for the speakers, Lord, Father God. We thank you for the participants, King of Kings, oh God. Father God, we pray that even as we live here, oh God, you shall grant us journey mercies, oh God, and be with us, oh God, for the night, King of Kings, oh God. And when we come back here tomorrow, King of Kings, oh God, we shall be careful to give you glory. We give you honor and we praise you. In Jesus' name we do pray and believe. Amen.
Thank you so much. I encourage you tomorrow, please keep time. Let's meet here at 8 o'clock in the morning. Asanteni, God bless you. Travel safe.
Management and ICT. KDC products and services are divided into 3 categories. 1. Loan facilities. 2. Equity finance. 3. Advisory services. Kenya Development Corporation drives Kenya's progress and prosperity. Imagine a future where green businesses flourish, each one a pillar of hope, opportunity, and sustainable progress. Together with the Kenya Development Corporation, KDC, a state corporation in the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, you can be a catalyst for this future.
As an investor, if you are looking at the future, and the future is green growth, and green growth is in Africa, and the ingredients of driving that green growth is renewable energy. And renewable energy, we have 50 times in Africa. You should know where your future and the future of your business and investment should be going.
KDC, a robust cross-sector development finance institution, was established to drive Kenya's social and economic progress by providing long-term financing, investment solutions, and business advisory services. Through its focus on sectors such as manufacturing, post-harvest management, tourism, health, climate change and digital and creative economy (ICT), KDC is accelerating the nation's path to a more prosperous and sustainable future. With KDC, we can create a